you beautiful people in here, out there. I have a jacket on. My heater is making some weird sound, so if the fan is too loud, let me know. But I'm cold. It's California. I cannot be more excited to be here with you guys. It is market open. I'm here in the start of market open, and already 160 of you are waiting. I'm glad I told you guys when I'm going to start live streaming. If you guys like that, make sure to leave a comment down below, and as well as leave your live chats to the right so that I can read what you guys are talking about and make sure that I'm answering all your questions. Let me just make sure that my volume is okay. Good morning, all of you. All right, let's see. All right, so today we have a lot on our agenda. We have some stocks to look at, and we have the SEC hearing later on today that I'm going to be live streaming live, and we're going to just have a chance to see what all of you have been talking about since before I got here. Ray Ganso says, just waiting to open to get more shares. Minor push, just a wee bit. Yeah, let's look at GameStop. We just had a small rally from below 45 to, slightly below 46. Let's see. eToro won't allow pre-market of GME. That's a dang shame. Yeah, not at all, brother. Says Nimbus Nguyen. The reminder says that it's starting in 12 minutes of this stream. Well, that was 12 minutes ago. So we are here with Professor Meatball right here, and he's looking for a treat. He is looking for a treat. Let me make sure that this not a financial advisor goes a little bit lower. I know you guys like the RuneScape, but don't want it to block anything. So let's make sure this doesn't block anything. Meatball, you looking for a treat? Looking for a good morning treat? It's too bad the traders had to wake up so early in this West Coast. There you go, buddy. All right. So, let's see. All of you coming in. We like the stock, says Pure. Ready up those Cheeto fingers, says Ray Ganso. Oh yeah, they still liking the stock. Mohammed says yesterday he did say he was going to do it at noon. Yeah, that's right, EST. So the live stream is going to be at EST. We're going to talk, we're going to live stream it here. If I can find out whether or not it is legal to stream U.S. House of Representatives live stream, they're going to be live streaming on YouTube. I don't see what reporting it would, what kind of trouble we would be in, but let me know. We're just waiting for a couple more people to come in here. But we're going to look on the left-hand side to see all of your chats. Sneak McGee. Oh, Capiche, good morning, man. Jamie says, hello, Meatball. James Rudy says, good morning, Andrew Meatball. I like the stock. Does Meatball like the stock? Meatball, do you? Do you like the stock? Do you? I think he did. I think you do. Colton says, Andrew, tired. Good morning, dude. I'm a little tired. I'm not tired. I'm getting pumped up. I just woke up like 20 minutes ago, so. Oh man. Erhan says some options must be closed tomorrow. So what is your, how would that affect GME? That is how I would say. GME is definitely in the limelight right now. Let's make sure that we don't get it twisted. We have a lot of information that I just covered yesterday about the testimonies that are already out for Roaring Kitty and for Mr. Melvin, a certain Gabriel Plotkin, and they already have exchanged their words. If you haven't checked out that video, go ahead and make sure that you do. Harry says, hope you're having a good day. Thank you, man. I can't believe a lot of you are on the West Coast, or maybe, sorry, on the East Coast, or maybe some of you are just waking up at 6:30 on the West Coast, too. Good evening from Australia. Good day. How's it going? Let's see. eToro didn't froze today, Andrew. Got shares at 48, almost 2 up from the closed market. That's true. That's true. Alexander says, what will happen, bro? We like predictions. Well, we know the testimony already, right? We have the testimony right in front of us. It seems like that Kitty has, Roaring Kitty, or Deep Effing Valley, or DFV as I'm forced to call him, in order to avoid being demonetized, is in a good place. He has a very solid story. He makes it very clear, a compelling end to his narrative. That's our Michael Jordan. That's our MJ for the Space Jam wars that we have to look into. EM420 says, I like turtles. Good. Ray Gonzo says, I'm going green already. Harry Lewington says, hope you're doing well today. Don't forget to give Meatball some love from me. Let's have a great stream, fellow apes. I love Harry's attitude. Let's go get that bread. And we are nearing the 42 likes. Beautiful. We get 50 likes, of course. Every 50 likes, Meatball gets a treat. Someone said, I think it should be fine to stream since it's a public hearing. I think so too. Bernard watching from Singapore. Hello, good morning, good evening, and good night. Antonio says, saw some videos, subscribed, and after this is over, we'll be eager to see more content from this channel. Thank you guys. I am here to make sure that you are long-term learning about the investments that you need to be able to become prosperous, to get a six-figure salary, maybe all in passive income, and to be as intelligent as this guy right here. He's my mentor. This is I'm just helping him figure out what is the most important data science pieces to pick out. Wayne says, watching from Canada, how's it going? Good day. That's Australian, but Canadians are definitely doing better than Texans. Thoughts and prayers to anyone watching from Texas, especially Dominic's, who is a great supporter. AMC is reported to be bought by Amazon, according to Forbes. Ooh. Let's look at that article. That actually sounds really interesting. Forbes, AMC, Amazon deal. That would be pretty crazy. Forbes posted on Twitter, Amazon goes to the movies. Well, this is from May 2020. Amazon goes to the movies. This is from May 2020. I'm not sure if there's a more recent tweet. Oh, here we go. Forbes' latest tweet about Amazon and AMC. Okay, so it seems like Twitter, Forbes on Twitter wants us to look at an article back in May 2020 about Amazon buying AMC. Carlos says, hey, Andrew actually did it. I know, I'm actually here. I'm surprised as well. I woke up for real. Canada gain. Good evening from Israel. What's up, Alexander? Hey, thanks so much for joining. Israel. Wow, that's a place I have not been to yet. Greetings from Newcastle, UK. Oh my gosh, thank you guys. All international. We're not gonna miss a beat here. Thank you guys. We're not gonna waste a single second of your time. We're gonna make sure that all of you are heard. Hello from Denmark. What's up, Kit Kat? Oh man, AMC has shot up, and Bitcoin. And a purple Lambo covered in Swarovski crystal. And huge buy at open in Microvision. Well, let's make sure we cover all of that fun biz. Looking over here, we have the WeBull app. If you have not for some reason downloaded the free tool called WeBull and gotten your free 2 stocks yet, I would really recommend that. We just got 50 likes, so let's make sure that Meatball gets a treat for that. There you go. Meatball is highly energetic at night. It makes me think that he's an early riser. Let's see. So AMC up onto $6. So that's looking pretty nice. One of the things that we want to note is that AMC in the macro view, let's look at an hour, has been trading sideways for a long time. It hasn't really been able to get out of this band of resistance, but it seems like we are starting to see a bit of bullish momentum. If you look down here on the RSI, as always, right next to my big fat head, we have a number that is not too high above 70. It is currently at 60, and is not too low, which means it's neither oversold nor overbought, but at that beautiful range right here. I wonder if there's any news other than the weird Forbes old tweet of its May 2020 article. Let us make sure that you guys are all pumped for the GameStop hearing. It's the weirdest thing named in the actual YouTube video live stream that is premiering on the House of Representatives channel. It's just called GameStop, which I think is like, for how many people have lost like millions of dollars. Some people have lost billions of dollars. Oh, okay. Ultimately, everyone has lost like cumulatively billions of dollars. I feel like that's kind of a bad joke. But let's look at it. A guide to the GameStop hearing. All right. On Thursday, the House Financial Services Committee will heat up the grill for 5 players in l'affaire GameStop. Late January stock market spectacle saw that the stock of video games the stock of the video game retailer skyrocket from the teens to well over $300, and then back down again for the mid 40s. There's been a lot of confusion, conspiracy theories, complex market dynamics, loss, gain, drama, and Congress hopes to clear up some of those things. Expect questions about conflicts of interest, market manipulation, the internal workings of how stock trades happen. How do they happen? Does anybody know how stocks even work? I feel like there's going to be like the Mark Zuckerberg, like when the Congress hearing was like, and what are these books on faces, and how exactly does my granddaughter get on there? I'm not trying to make fun of the House of Representatives. I just think that there's going to be a lot of redundant questions. I appreciate you guys, 300 of you checking this out, especially since Trey and Matt are both live streaming right now. Let's go Meatball Army. Let's go Meatballers. This is the nation right here. Of course, this is an open call to, if your name is Matt or Trey or anybody else who is live streaming, trying to find your way on YouTube, go ahead and hit me up on Instagram or hit me up on Twitter. I am the same Andrew Mo Money everywhere I go. I can't seem to change. Okay, keep talking. Keep talking, no one explodes. Let's see. Still don't expect everything to be cleared up and tied up with a pretty bow, even if the 5 witnesses will be answering questions under oath. Do you guys know who the roster is? We have an all-star roster. We have Roaring Kitty. We have Mr. Melvin himself, this chief investment officer, and also the guy who named the company after his grandpa. We have the CEO of Reddit. We have even more. We even have more people, but let's make sure that we don't jump the boat here. Let's see. My experience is that these hearings are tough on both Congress members because they have to understand, and witnesses, as the witnesses know much more about the subject matter than the members of Congress. Tom Block, fund strats expert in Washington's inner workings, wrote in a recent note, members can get lost in questioning that a staff member may have written but is not fully understood by the member, and the witnesses need to be careful not to appear to be talking down to the committee members. And in a lot of the testimony, it seems like it really does feel like baby talk sometimes. It's like, I was born in Connecticut. Are you aware of what Connecticut is? and then it turns out that, hey, we're not talking down to you. We just have no idea what you know and what you don't know. Because of this, Block and others see the SEC as the body that will clear up any issues. What time is the hearing? Well, you guys are currently 9:30 a.m. EST. Right now, we are waiting just 2 hours more so that we have a lot of fun time here on the stream. You can watch on Yahoo Finance or the Financial Services Committee's WebEx. Let's make sure we look at this. So I wasn't even kidding. It's called GameStop. Who wins and loses when short sellers, social media, and retail investors collide? So I'm sure there are like a bucket load of people waiting. 6,000 people waiting. So that's as much. That's the command of like of a Matt Core. That's a lot of people waiting for this hearing. A brief summary of what happened. And of course, you guys read the testimony from my video last night, but let's make sure that everyone's on the same page just in case you wanted to be caught up. Based on publicly available information, some people invested in GameStop, including a regular guy named Keith Gill. This seems like an allegation already. He posted on a loose internet forum on Reddit, this is an allegation, called WallStreetBets. In mid-January, his investing thesis, it was undervalued, began to gather steam and others piled in and the price began to rise. Since at least 2020, some hedge funds, including Melvin Capital, had been betting that the price of GameStop would go down and had accumulated substantial short positions in the stock. The Reddit forum captured wide interest, and the situation and the stock went viral. The stock climbed higher and higher, putting serious pressure on the hedge funds, betting as it would go down. So we have some Yahoo Finance with the oh shoot, this is like with Streamlit or something. This is really good. So we see these bimodal charts. It's really easy to see how correlated AMC is with GME if you look at these charts together side by side. In the light red is costs. Okay, so that's very correlated as well. And it's not in the limelight, even though costs is acting almost entirely the same as GME. During this market volatility, as the stock shot up, average investors were using fairly advanced products like margin, borrowing money to buy stocks. If you guys aren't aware, I had an interview with the girl who made $420.69 in her portfolio at age 20. She was one of the ones that are very bullish in buying on margin options, buying the right to buy the stock at a certain price in the future. Robinhood and other brokers halted buying the stock on their platforms. Naughty Robinhood and Mr. Skinny Keanu Reeves, January 28th, because of market mechanisms that usually doesn't get discussed much, which were put in place after the financial crisis to mitigate risk. Essentially, GameStop and other stocks were so volatile and the positions so concentrated that the entity that clears the stock, the clearinghouse, told Robinhood that it needed to deposit an enormous over $1 billion as collateral if it wanted to continue to let its clients buy. This caused Robinhood to restrict buying. I wonder if this is the official story, because the interview with Vlad, the CEO, seems to already contradict these seeming like these are allegation-based reporting that Yahoo Finance is going by. Many people on the internet cried foul, however, and accused brokers like Robinhood of being on the side of the hedge funds that had bet against GameStop. Robinhood denied the claims many times, including the CEO Vlad prepared statement. That statement was not highly prepared. Taha, thank you for the super. Meatball gets a treat. Good morning, you guys. We are going to cover exactly what to expect in the SEC hearing that is going to be, if you guys strap in, for another 2 hours. We're going to wait 2 hours for that. The excitement faded, as did the price after the buying slowed down. GameStop continued to fall, and many people lost a lot of money. With a lot of political uproar, Congress wanted to find out what happened and called a hearing. Oh man, this is a nice picture. Keith Patrick Gill. You know, he's kind of a handsome guy. He's got a nice microphone setup. Who is testifying? Let's talk about our all-star roster. This is the big GME Bowl, right? Remember Clegane Bowl from Game of Thrones? This is our Clegane Bowl. We are seeing them fight off hand v hand. I got a lot of comments to go through. You keep the live stream up and running, because I'm going to come back down to it in just a second. Keith Gill, the man known as Roaring Kitty on YouTube, or Deep Effing Value on Reddit and Twitter. No, I think on Twitter he's called Roaring Kitty. Yahoo Finance is already getting it wrong. A regular retail investor in GameStop who made millions, unemployed, but recently worked for MassMutual, a financial services firm where he worked in education. Gill is facing a lawsuit alleging he violated securities laws and caused huge losses for investors. Isn't that just it makes sense, right? He just wanted to educate people. He worked in education. What can you do? Read more. GameStop, Roaring Kitty expected to tell Congress that claims against him are preposterous. If you guys remember that from his testimony yesterday, that was pretty darn cool. Steve Huffman, CEO of Reddit, the company that hosts the forum WallStreetBets, in which Gill and others discussed GameStop. Gabriel Plotkin, the CEO of Melvin Capital, a hedge fund that was short GameStop and sustained heavy losses as the stock soared. Vlad, oh my God, Vlad's gonna be there. Mr. Evil, Keanu Reeves, Skinny Adam Driver, a popular investment platform used by many of the people who drove the GameStop frenzy. Robinhood, founded in 2013 with a mission to democratize finance for all, offers commission-free trades. Seems like a little bit of a sanitized version of what the public perception is of Robinhood right now. Jennifer Schlupp, Director of Financial Regulation Studies at the Cato Institute, a libertarian think tank. I don't know how she is even relevant in this case. And then finally, Ken Griffin, billionaire and head of investment firm Citadel. Ooh, Ken, there he is. Look at him. This is in 2019, so who knows what he looks like after the pandemic. Let's see, a glossary of terms you might hear. Make sure that you learn up, open up your brains, make sure that you are expected to understand each of these terms because they are gonna fly by. And even if you're a novice investor, like a lot of my favorite people on this channel are, some of you are experts, right? But most of you ape nations might not understand every single possible term, so let's make sure that we cover them with extreme prejudice. Short selling. Stocks are usually bought by the people who want to own them and sold by the people who do not. That's called a long position. Let me actually zoom in. Glossary of terms that you might hear. All right. So we're covering these these glossaries. Make sure that you understand all of these specific concepts. Otherwise, understanding the playback of the live stream, if you missed the SEC hearing, or if somehow even worse, if you wanted to become an expert trader but you just don't have the vocabulary yet, the verbiage, let's make sure that we cover it now. Short selling is when stocks are usually bought by the people who want to own them and sold by the people who do not. That's called a long position or a long. Short selling is an investing strategy that speculates a particular stock will fall. I explained this with dog food, but let's explain it with Yahoo Finance. An investor borrows a stock to sell it, then if the value goes down, they buy back the stock at a discount and return it, pocketing the difference. For example, someone who thinks stock A, like GME, will fall from $10 to $5, borrows a share from a brokerage for $10 plus a small fee and sells it on the market. The stock goes down to $5. The short seller then buys the stock back and returns it to the brokerage. It's as if they never had borrowed it in the first place. Well, minus the $5 plus minus the borrowing fee that he had before. If the stock goes up to $15, the short seller would have to rebuy the stock for $15 and return it to get out of the situation, right? That's the case of these uncovered shorts. They have to buy it back. I had a great comment from a commenter who was like, okay, well, how does the squeeze even happen if there's no buying action, if we just all hold? It's because these shorts predicate a buying action. It has to happen. Because there is no limit to how high a stock can go up but a limit to how far it can fall, the potential losses for a short seller are infinite. That's the infinite squeeze we're talking about here. Okay, so if you have any more questions about short selling, make sure to comment those down below. Let me just make sure that I'm looking at all your comments here. What are your thoughts on stock? Says Maximilian Mus. My thoughts on stock is that I like it. It's good stock. If you guys want to hear about the realistic, like the actual value behind GameStop, I covered that in a previous live stream, and I also cut that up into a clip on the channel. It's like the second video out. Meet Kevin did a really good read about the statements, as in their testimony, because I also did something very similar. Most celebrities say, oh, what's up, the God Pill? And news know GME is going to the moon and can't talk about it due to inside trading. Many have completely flipped against GME, like Elon. We can't be stopped. Elon, come on, Papa Elon, what are you doing? Abelardo, some of you guys are coming on. I appreciate it. Don't steal me, King in the North. There it is. Shame on Forbes for that clickbait. Really getting us on that clickbait there. Meatball has some wicked hot side eyes. Meatball, you really be giving me the side eye all day. Okay, let's keep making sure that you understand the definitions here. Margin call. If the stock goes up in value, then suddenly the short seller, see above, who has borrowed and sold a stock needs to pay more than they got for it to return it. To make sure the short seller can afford to buy back stock they've sold that has increased in value, brokerages will often require collateral or margin. Being asked for more margin is a margin call. All right, so there. You don't want a margin call because that's going to F you up. Hedge fund. an investment firm that often uses risky methods to realize high gains for investors that pool their money together. Often they have large research teams. In the GameStop affair, Melvin is the hedge fund here. Usually when we talk about the institutions that we're trying to prove a point against, or we're trying to rage against the machine, that's what a hedge fund is. Market maker. A firm that makes sure that you can always buy or sell a stock by providing quotes for selling price and buying price. They make money because there's a small difference between the two. Brokerages work with market makers to make sure that their clients can trade. Citadel Securities is a market maker for Robinhood, executing trades for the platform's customers. All right. So now we know who everyone is, and now let's talk a little bit more about Citadel. Citadel is a financial firm that has a market-making arm called Citadel Securities and a hedge fund arm that is invested in Melvin Capital. It seems like they got a little too many fingers in the same pies. Melvin bet against GameStop, and Citadel Securities has a relationship with Robinhood, where many customers invested in GameStop and other viral stocks. All right, almost done. Make sure you guys understand all of this. Retail brokerage, a firm like Robinhood, Fidelity, or Schwab, where retail investors use to buy and sell stocks. Retail investor, a non-professional individual investor, much like the people who paper-hand it, or if you consider yourself a retail investor, that could be you, Ape Nation. Payment for order flows. Brokers have to provide clients with the best possible price under the law. There can be small differences in prices, just like for goods in stores, and one exchange or seller quotes one price and another quotes a slightly different price. The broker needs to get the best price for their client. These days, market makers like Citadel Securities provide brokerages like Robinhood with better prices for stocks than the brokerage can't get on an exchange. Another place where investors can buy and sell shares. Citadel will even pay for the right to execute these orders, even at the best price for the brokerage's clients, because it finds the order flow information useful in some way. For example, if Robinhood executed a lot of trades with a particular stock with Citadel, Citadel would know that a lot of retail investors like the stock. And instead of us just saying we like the stock, they need to prove it. So this could be helpful information to them and their businesses. Honestly, this is a lot of the same way how Robinhood makes money. They just sell your information to the market makers. And then finally, an option. An option is a contract that gives you the right, but not the obligation, to buy or sell a stock at a certain price in the future. A fairly high amount of the trading action around GameStop happened with investors buying options. Because options can be inexpensive, if the stock happens to go up, a small amount of options can conceivably provide a big payoff. Because of this, it's a form of leverage. So this is something I have talked about very little, but it's essentially the option, or the ability to be able to buy a stock at a price that you believe it was going to get to. This costs a little bit on the top, of course, but it costs way less than actually holding a short or a long position. So in this sense, if you know what you're doing, could be very lucrative, but be very careful if you're not sure you know what you're doing. And finally, investing with margin, borrowing money to buy a stock. Margin means collateral. It's just borrowing money like a mortgage or a personal loan, something very similar like that. All right, let's see. We have a lot of comments from you guys. Meet Kevin. I'm not gonna say that. We all love everyone on YouTube here. Nimbus says, holding these until my shares are worth $3,000 each, just like a collectible SNES game. This is gonna be a jewel we pass down from family to family. Let's see. We didn't lose any money. We didn't sell. Exactly. Unrealized gains means you haven't lost any money. Migo001 says, hashtag no hands, cut off my hands so I can't sell GME stocks anymore. Hashtag no hands to the moon. I've never heard that. That's really funny. Ivan says, hey, so hyped for the hearing. What's going on, everybody? What's going on? You guys wanted me to wake up at market open, so that's why I'm here 2 hours ahead of time. We have exactly 2 hours before the live stream starts. Hope you guys are hyped. Hope you guys are excited. Let's see. 69 420 stop loss. Why would you stop there? Let's see. Wouldn't we all need to buy loads of GME stock for the price to rise? I just explained how shorting is a predicate, basically a promise to buy a stock at a later date. So this means that we don't have to buy. There's just so much stock. So according to FINRA, upwards of 80% of it that are necessary to be bought back. Someone doesn't trust those trading apps. Good morning. Taha said, I sent you an interesting CNBC interview via email about GME. Can you check it out? Of course, Taha. You guys are sending me great information. If you guys are looking for one-on-one coaching or just to send me some business email about an opportunity, I'm happy to field all of those at my business email, which is dataleaptech@gmail.com. But I'm going to check that right now. Also, if you guys have not taken a chance to stalk me on Instagram, what are you guys waiting for? Go ahead, grab the opportunity. Let's go. Can I show CNBC television? Interactive Brokers Thomas Peterfy, that's a terrible last name, unfortunately, on GameStop hearing. So if there's a version of this that I can read, I would love to, but I'm not sure if I can play this, Zaha. Let's see. Meatball stays sleeping. Meatball, you're not sleeping right now. It's because he's wide awake. Oh, 100 likes. Let's go. Another treat for Meatball. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Good boy, Meatball. Oh boy, fireside chats. Fireside chats. I love that. That's really funny. Sorry, I'm late. How is streaming at Open going so far? Hoping it will go well so you'll keep doing it and I can hang out with you and Meatball while my stocks swing wildly back and forth in the AM. Oh man, you guys are making it really worthwhile, honestly. You guys, a lot of you are on here. I really appreciate that. Life's Expensive says, if we can get past $47, we are going to be in 50s all day. It might be a pretty bullish day for AMC and GME, depending on how people think that the testimony will go. Of course, you guys have the information already in your back pocket. I just read it to you on the channel. Let's see. Max says, how many live viewers would break the YouTube stream record? Let's get this stream up all the way up to 2,000, guys. That was how much I got in FINRA. Report came out. So go ahead and grab 2,000 of your friends. Mohammed said, I just am too hyped for this hearing. No, I am the same way right now. I'm going to check my sound to make sure everything's okay. Is that fan too loud? I'm going to turn it off. It's 69 degrees in here, which is acceptable. I'm fine with that. All right, let's keep talking about some of the fastest moving stocks this side of the tracks. We have some movement here, a lot of bad movement in some of the stocks that we picked. Of course, some people who got the big upswing in PETZ and CLPS. I believe one of you was able to make a good amount of money on that. One thing to note as a cautionary tale is that CLPS, PETZ, all of these are very clear indicators of a pump and dump. However, eBang is one of these stocks that seems to be on an upward rise, and it's not something that is being a manipulated force. Now, of course, this is just a little bit of conjecture from what I can see, but for example, being able to read news that these companies are preparing to launch Bitcoin mining businesses, that might be an interesting path to go down. For example, we have this Bitcoin mining service through the combined deployment of self-manufactured mining machines and third-party mining machines and leasing computing powers under a resolution approved in its board meeting. The company will also plan to invest in data centers constructions in support of Bitcoin mining activities. With the development of Bitcoin mining business, the company will not only just continue to position itself as a Bitcoin mining machine producer, this move will increase our revenue and the cryptocurrency business. And they already raised $70 million in an upside secondary offering last week. So this is a stock with a narrative that is highly bullish right now. It seems like it was overbought in the beginning of the opening hours today, and now it is selling off just a little bit, but that red candle bar is not to be messed with. Kind of scary. If you don't like the meatball stars, like the stream, Obsidian. Looking for today, yeah, we are actually up in GME. It's a good feeling, 1% up. What we're noticing here is, if you guys have been following my technical analyses, on the purple we have the 200-day exponential moving average, and in blue we have the 15-day moving average. If they ever intersect like they did earlier here, then that is a converging of these indicators that move us in the same direction. Now, something that you might notice is that while the price is starting to rise, the exponential moving average is still moving downward. So on a macroeconomic scale, right now, the RSI seems to be indicating bullish movement for GME. It is entirely news-driven right now. So all of the previous indicators that we use to make sure we understand which way a certain stock could be going is currently out the window. It all really hinges on how this virtual hearing plays out. Some of you did note that that Citadel CEO actually made a claim yesterday. We actually, that's one of the parties that we did not cover, so let's make sure that we cover the Citadel CEO right here. He says, we had no role in Robinhood's decision to limit trade in GameStop. Okay, seems like we're passing the buck one way or another. Let's make sure that we get this, get the Citadel perspective and make sure that they can speak their piece. Skeptics of the role that Citadel played in the GameStop trading frenzy can expect the hedge fund CEO Kenneth Griffin to flatly deny that the firm had any role in Robinhood's decisions to halt trading of the struggling retailer's stock. During testimony scheduled Thursday before the House Financial Services Committee, I want to be perfectly clear. We had no role in Robinhood's decision to limit trading in GameStop or any other of the meme stocks. Wow, he really wrote that. We can even read all of his prepared testimony. Oh, he only has 2 pages. Wow. Okay. During the last week in January, the popular trading platform Robinhood halted buying of the stock along with other volatile stocks after small-time investors gobbled up shares in a Reddit user-fueled push that squeezed short sellers. According to Robinhood co-CEO, I've never known he was a co-CEO, the platform halted the buying frenzy so that it could maintain mandatory clearinghouse capital reserves. Doubts about Citadel's involvement began to percolate based on its relationship with Robinhood. Whoa. Citadel's Securities, which is separate from Citadel, but also founded by Griffin, who's its principal shareholder, executes Robinhood's trades and capitalizes on razor-thin price changes between the time an order is placed and when it settles. That is how a market maker makes money, the tiny margin between the buy price and the sell price. Kevin says, all my homies hate the SEC. What's up, Mr. Botman? Roscoe says, hey, Andrew, discovered you through Bruce Wayne. Welcome, Wayne gang. I really appreciate all of you that are coming from Bruce Wayne's channel. Bruce is just the craziest, coolest guy. And I think you can see the two of us on each other's channels just more often in the future. So be prepared for that. Reddit users questioned whether Citadel used its power as the largest market maker in the U.S. equities market to pressure Robinhood to limit trading for the benefit of other hedge funds. This theory, which both Robinhood and Citadel criticize as a conspiracy, is that Citadel Securities gave deference to short sellers over retail investors to help short sellers stop the bleeding. The market maker also drew scrutiny because Citadel, the hedge fund, together with its partners, invested $2 billion into Melvin Capital Management, which had taken a short position in GameStop. Griffin said in his prepared testimony that he first learned of Robinhood's trading restrictions only after they were publicly announced. Many brokers charge market makers a set fee to execute retail trades, a long-standing, transparent, and regulated practice known as payment for order flow, or PFOF, Griffin's statement said. Retail brokers have used PFOF to reduce the cost of trading, and it is a key reason why retail investors are able to trade for free or low commissions today. Still, critics say PFOF poses a potential conflict of interest for brokers that sell orders, even though it allows retail investors to trade cheaply or for free. Those critics say that PFOF incentivizes brokers to maximize their own revenues rather than secure the best possible price for retail investors. It's one of the many practices that lawmakers are likely to probe during I lost my place. Likely to probe during Thursday's hearing to investigate whether any of the parties involved in the trading debacle are responsible for manipulating or deceiving markets. Others testifying on Thursday include GameStop investor Roaring Kitty, along with the CEOs of Melvin Capital Management, Reddit, and Robinhood. We can see the entire statement here. I wonder if they tell the story of their grandfather. He really does call it meme stocks here. With the balance of my time, I'd like to address 3 important matters. So this, again, if you guys are just joining, is the testimony ahead of time of Mr. CEO of Citadel, which is Ken Griffin. He is a founder and CEO of Citadel, founder and principal shareholder of Citadel Securities. Different places, completely different companies. Citadel Securities is the hedge fund arm of Citadel, and Citadel is a market maker who allows you to buy and sell stocks and takes a tiny margin off the top. I first participated in financial markets in the retail investor in the 1980s while attending college. Okay, everyone's talking about college. At least they all went to college. Citadel is one of the world's leading blah, 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 blah. Where's your grandpa? I want to hear stories about your grandfather. Let's see. Okay, so it seems like this is what the actual meat of the story is. Citadel Securities has been deeply committed to our role in the retail markets. We invest hundreds of millions of dollars each year to serve our customers. In the last week of January, the importance of these investments was on full display. During the period of frenzied retail equities trading, Citadel Securities was the only major market maker to provide continuous liquidity every minute of every trading day. When others were unable or unwilling to handle the heavy volume, Citadel Securities stepped up. On Wednesday, January 27th, we executed 7.4 billion shares on behalf of retail investors. To put this into perspective, on that day, Citadel Securities executed more shares for retail investors than the average daily volume of the entire U.S. equities market in 2019. The magnitude of the orders routed to Citadel Securities reflects the confidence of the retail broker community in our firm's ability to deliver in all market conditions and underscores the critical importance of our resilient systems. Okay, he's clearly not trying to appeal to a lot of emotion, which actually possibly is a better look for Citadel than everyone else who's like, I was born. I'm a human being. Let's see. Recent events have highlighted clear opportunities to improve our markets. One takeaway is the importance of modernizing the settlement process, including shortened settlement cycles and transparent capital models. As we have seen, longer settlement periods expose firms to more risk in the time between execution and settlement, requiring higher levels of capital. Settlement cycles should be shortened from T+2 to T+1. Transparent clearinghouse capital requirements will enable brokers and market makers to better prepare for potential capital demands and minimize the risk of associated market interruptions. Both of these enhancements are well within the reach today. Okay, very boring. He didn't even say I like the stock or I don't like the stock. Let's see. What am I looking for in my DD? I'm trying to learn and understand. Really making sure to understand that Big J is trying to say something to me. What's up? Big J just says Andrew Mo. Oh, breaking news. Amazon set to make a bid on AMC. Is that really happening? Oh boy. I don't see it. Fox News, hello? New York Attorney General sues Amazon. I don't see it. Let me know if I can find it. Oh, here, search this video. CEO Jim Cramer admitting to, in detail, market manipulation and securities fraud. I probably can't play that video, but let's see if there's an article on it. Jim Cramer admits to market manipulation. Oh, look, Reddit. This is January. This is back in January. Seeking Alpha. This is 2007. It seems like Kramer admits to market manipulation all the time. So annoying. I hate market watch. I don't get it. Why are they confessing? They're not confessing. They're bragging. It seems like... Oh, it reminds me of my first professional job. I was this pretty young 22-year-old girl, and I fell right into timeshare sales. Within a month or two, I was one of the top producers, always fighting one other chick for first that week. I had a fabulous office, making $2,000 to $3,000 a week, and $2,000 to $3,000 a week. Whoa, that's like 150 grand. But I was also a naive dumbass. About a year into, I started dating one of the managers, and he just assumed I knew it was all BS. He would casually mention the promos that he made up and didn't exist, and I was like, hold up. Anyway, long story short, I just couldn't sell it anymore. I'm not trying to humble brag or anything like that, but I honestly have too much integrity to F up some poor person or family over for so much money. It's just awful. I don't know how people can live with themselves, and I'm no saint. Honestly, at some point, you're like, I'm making all this money, but I'm really just screwing over the little guy. It ends up being like a case of, well, do you have the morals to stick with it? Most likely, you are going to be sad. Let's actually talk about how the fact that Melvin Capital does not think that it was bailed out, which I remember from their testimony yesterday. They don't think that they were bailed out in their testimony. Make sure that I'm not missing any comments. Mike C says, "Yo, am here." Hi, Andrew. What's up, Mike? Andrew Big J says, "It flashed on TV. I don't think they would have an article up just yet." Oh, okay. I will keep waiting then. Alexa says the news about Amazon and AMC came out like 30 minutes ago. Less than 30 minutes ago. Amazon, AMC. I mean, the news isn't that slow, is it? Oh, Seeking Alpha. Oh yeah, here. AMC shares spike again, this time on months old speculation. Hopefully it's not months old. Is this what is hitting the news cycles? I'm talking about it too. Seeking Alpha. Forbes story in French. Okay, let's read it. All right, Amazon to acquire AMC, the world's largest movie theater chain. So this is Forbes France. What's up, you beautiful people? Welcome. Today we're gonna cover a hard-hitting news. It seems like this is Forbes France. So it's not like some sketchy website. It's just a French version of Forbes. We're going to cover exactly what is happening with the plan for Amazon to acquire AMC. Shares by the world's largest movie theater chain, AMC, also known as American Movie Classics, which has been hit hard by the lockdown, rose 30% on rumors of conversations with Amazon about a possible acquisition. AMC is up 30%. This looks like 30% to you. $5.40 to $5.70. I'm not crazy. Forbes, this is an old article, right? Well, at the very least, this statement is not correct. AMC's financial health, which now owes $5 billion in debt, has long been in question, and several analysts have argued that bankruptcy was only a matter of time, which would put Amazon in the position of a white knight coming to its aid. The TV channel is currently valued at Amazon's a TV channel, under $500 million, which invites speculation over recent past deals, such as the acquisition of Whole Foods, which was worth around $13 billion in June 2017. For now, this is just speculation, but why would giant Amazon want to buy the world's largest movie theater chain? First of all, Amazon already produces a lot of content through Prime Video, so taking control of outlets to show this content might make sense. Until a few months ago, U.S. antitrust rules prevented studios from 500 concurrent viewers. What's going on, guys? Welcome Bruce Wayne Gain, if that's who you identify as. Until a few months ago, U.S. antitrust rules prevented studios from acquiring movie channels so as to prevent a single player from controlling the entire value chain. But in November 2019, the Department of Justice announced that this rule, which has been in place since 1940s, would be revised due to increasing complexity industry and the presence of new players in the industry, such as streaming companies. Let me check my volume for all of y'all. Ooh, that's crispy. The films will automatically be available on 2,200 screens in 244 theaters in Europe and on more than 8,200 screens in 661 theaters in the United States. It is important to note that the content created by companies like Amazon or Netflix, for example, cannot participate in prizes and contests like the Oscars if it has not been shown in theaters, restrictions which would easily be removed if the company itself controlled the world's largest network. In addition, it could also serve as an incentive to attract and retain creative talent based on the principle sign with me and you can broadcast your content first in my rooms, then on Prime Video. Anybody a big Prime Video fan? I really liked Utopia and The Boys and Man in the High Castle. These are all really good Amazon productions, honestly. Interest in physical premises, on the other hand, is nothing new for a digital chain dominator like Amazon, which has already made inroads into distribution with up to 7 different store types. Movie channels could also be used to attract more users to its Amazon Prime subscription model, one of the company's most profitable businesses, in the same way the company does with its content, including, for example, the possibility of going to its cinemas to watch a certain number of films each month. For Amazon, the subscription model is extremely cost effective since everyone who joins the club usually starts consuming more, and the company understands this model very well. They beautify the deal and the number of things you can do with your membership that there is no longer any chance that you will consider terminating it. Forbes isn't making a boo-boo here. This is just translated from French because this is Forbes France. This is just speculation, of course, as of right now. We are talking about a content exploitation company, which has been venturing into the digital environment for some time now, but which could undoubtedly benefit greatly from the synergies created with what is also the world's largest competitor in terms of cloud computing. You create your film, you put it on the cloud, and it will automatically be available on 2,200 screens in 244 theaters in Europe and on more than 8,200 screens in 661 theaters in the United States. Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world, is he on the verge of acquiring the largest movie theater chain in the world? An approach that for him would be about as expensive as buying a bucket of popcorn for us at the movies. To be fair, that's expensive. Okay, so Enrique wrote this article apparently today on the 18th. So this would be big if true. Seeking Alpha also seems like they believe that this story is true. A very similar story. Was this also by Enrique? No, it's by... it is by Enrique. Seems like Enrique... Okay. Oh my god. This is just the exact same story. But it was written in May, and for some reason it was just translated into French, and now Seeking Alpha picked it up. Well, make it clear, those of you in the live chat, this story is literally the same exact story written back in May, but translated into French and published today on Forbes. So it's still not like impossible that Amazon would pick it up. It's just that if you were wondering why this might sound familiar, we always do our due diligence here. We always make sure that a data scientist never tells the wrong information. It's not saying that this is wrong. It's just saying that this is possibly the exact same article written in French. Okay, but let's keep going. We haven't finished talking about why Melvin Capital says it was not bailed out in the GameStop saga. Of course, if you guys have ticker symbols that you want me to look at for some technical analysis, if you guys want me to do anything that's not GameStop today, of course, this is a channel that we're talking about personal finance. We're talking about smashing that like button. We're talking about giving Meatball a treat for every 50 likes, and we're about to hit that 150 like mark. So let me give you that treat on margin. I know you guys are good for it. In this live stream, we've covered a lot of the what to expect with the hearing today, which is going to be in about 2 hours and 30 minutes. Sorry, 1 hour and 30 minutes. We also talked about the kind of vocabulary that you need. So go ahead and scroll back up if you need to see it. But stay live if you want to ask me questions on the live chat. I'm gonna try to read as many of them as I can. Siete says he's not having fun. I'm so sorry, bro. Don't forget about Amazon's series Homecoming. Oh, I have not yet seen that. That sounds good. Esports Chad said several other sites are posting the same news today. What a bummer. Well, you've heard it here first. This is the exact same article back from May, but translated into French and posted on French Forbes. Not to mention Amazon has tried at least 2 times to buy a movie theater chain. Remember, a lot of the questions remain about the margin, right? Why would they buy a movie theater chain that has $5 billion in debt if they could just make their own movie chain, right? Does it cost $5 billion to make your own movie chain? Maybe not as big as AMC, but do you really need it as big as AMC? There's a reason why in gardening we want to trim the rose hedges in the winter, because if it's the pandemic time or the winter, you don't want the rose to have hollow husks of the old buds and the old leaves that aren't doing anything. Abelardo, thank you for the super chat. I read a comment that says there is no way the hedge funds can deliver 200 million shares when there is only 50 million shares left. Could we get your opinion on this? I don't think that they're overshorted. That would mean that they're overshorted 400%. Every super gets a treat. Abelardo, if you could send me that tweet on Instagram or Twitter, I'd appreciate looking into it, because I don't believe that there are that many shorts outstanding. Of course, my smooth brain could have misinterpreted something, but every super definitely has me going down and making sure I understand it all. Stay safe, my friend. I'm just looking through my Instagram right now. Every time you guys send me an Instagram, I am going to make sure you guys are heard. Twitter as well. I'm not bullish on Twitter, but you guys can definitely follow me on Twitter if you would like. It's the same thing. Andrew Mo Money. Follow me. Okay, Bart McTarbart. Hi, Andrew. Do you invest in any ETFs or CFDs? Blockchain wants to be specific. Thank you. Love from Ireland. What's up, Bart? In terms of cryptos, make sure that you understand that crypto ETFs are just a combination of like choices of well, it depends on which ETF, but like some altcoins and then some actual fungible coins. Make sure that you are focusing on cryptocurrencies that actually have a lot of support already, especially Bitcoin. And institutions that have already started taking into Bitcoin include Tesla and Apple. These are big institutions that are not likely to fail anytime soon. It's kind of like Palantir. The story of Palantir is that right now it might seem like it is very bearish because of a poor earnings report, but remember that most of their business comes from government contracts. And if that's the case, the US government's not going anywhere. So you can feel pretty comfortable that Palantir is likely going to be a long-term investment, such as Bitcoin right now, because of how many institutions that is currently accepting or starting to accept Bitcoin. Meatball, it's okay. He's afraid because we live in a bad neighborhood. Just kidding. We live in a very safe neighborhood, but he is antsy. I do want to look at Bitcoin, though. I had a dream that Bitcoin went up to 56, and I was like, no! 51. So remember, it's almost hitting that 52 mark. So if you are curious about exactly, oh darn it, have I left the Bitcoin train and never to return? Well, no, I don't think you've left the Bitcoin station quite yet. Make sure to get your free $250 of Bitcoin from BlockFi. Just click that link in the live chat. I pinned it up here, and go get it, man. Just go get your Bitcoin before it goes out the station, because honestly, it is a great investment. I'm currently transferring as much Bitcoin as I can, as much of my money as I can into BlockFi. Market is blood red today. Yeah, it is the start of the week. What we didn't say. It's not like we didn't tell you that the bubble is coming. Tesla is down 2%. I was like $20. $20. Tesla is having a bad day. And maybe it's because we need to read some Benzinga. So let's read a little bit of Tesla news and then we'll be back to the GME, I promise. I promise you guys. Just hold tight and keep telling me in the live chat what you guys want to see, especially if you have tickers that you want me to look at. China is the EV place to be in 2021. In absolute terms, China remained the world's largest EV market last year, with 2.3 million electric vehicles in active use and 1 million electric cars sold, according to the China Passenger Car Association. But according to predictions, the best is yet to come, as EV sales are expected to grow strongly, with the government targeting to sell around 5 million EVs annually by 2025, or a fifth of total vehicle sales. So it's no wonder that automakers and EV players around the globe are headed to grab their piece of the pie. Worksport, an innovative manufacturer of tonneau bed covers for pickup trucks such as F-150, Worksport Limited has just announced that the company received official notice from the trademark office in China that it has been granted exclusive use of its Worksport trademark in the country over the next decade. Worksport's star product is the TerraViz fusion technology, which will be configured for 2 upcoming electric trucks, as the company partnered with the Atlas Motor Vehicles and Hercules Electric Mobility. It seems like they've just misspelled Atlas if the other one is Hercules. Interesting. And a little more information about Worksport. Okay, so the China EV world is moving. It is moving. Palantir is dipping. Let's see how bad Palantir is dipping. There goes my investment in Tesla. Oopsie daisy. Right now is just a terrible time to buy stocks. I've been telling you guys for a long time. Everyone's like, what should I buy right now? It's just a horrible time to invest in the stock market right now because we are looking for a crash across the board. So if all this red wasn't something that you guys were expecting for a while, after 2 weeks of up, I've been trying to say on every live stream that it is a very dangerous time to invest in the market right now. None of this financial advice, of course. If you do make it up rich, remember me. Make sure to send me a postcard from your beach house in Cancun. But the most important part is only some of these guys are actually moving up, such as this guy, Movely Media. That's right. These guys are like the YouTube equivalent for some other market. Okay, so these guys are moving upward. What else we got? We got Camber Energy had a huge spike today. Well, we don't like some of those red candle bars, but we do have a significant divergence from the 200-day EMA with the 15-day MA, which is surprising to say the least, volatile to say the most. Very dangerous buy right now. Richard Portilla says, Portilla, I bought my first call for AMD breaking 100 at 416. Can you do an analysis? All the way out in April. Let me think. So you're expecting AMD to break AMD. Oh. Uh-oh. The question right now is, how long is this stock market slump going to last? Because bearish momentum follows bullish momentum. If you look at the RSI, you see that it is far below 30 for AMD, so this is highly oversold. So if this doesn't elastically jump back to its last position of support, so its last position of support was at $90. If this continues to a lower position of support and then does not get back to the $90 support level, or even the $89 support level, or the $92 level of resistance, then you are it is going to be too hard to tell how far the stock market is going to slump. As of right now, the RSI is indicating very oversold. So it could be that the market is overreacting. However, if the market all over is red, it seems like overreacting is the least of our concerns for now. Pew Pew says, I just popped my stock market cherry with 6 shares of GME. I believe in you guys. Remember, none of this is financial advice. If you want to follow us into the fray, we welcome you with open arms. However, there is absolutely no message here to buy, sell, or hold. Good morning, says Kala. Good morning. Neck Talk says, do you expect the price to move significantly during or after the hearing? I expect the price to move when the hearing begins after certain people's testimonies. And when the hearing is over, I'm expecting that Well, when the hearing is over, oh yeah, it's still gonna be 9 a.m. on my side. So there's still gonna be like 4 more hours of the market. That's a good point. I expect there to be a lot of volatility after the movement, after the hearing as well. Got it all day 313. I got a message saying Robinhood is eliminating swing trading. That could be. I don't use Robinhood anymore. If you are curious about how to transfer your money from Robinhood to WeBull, make sure to get your 2 free stocks. This is the technical app that I'm using. It is awesome. WeBull is really, really cool. Oh yeah, and then Alan McGraw just asked, what kind of tool is this? This is WeBull. Go ahead and use my link. Hold on, where is my link? Let's look at Melvin for a second. Go ahead and use this link. Download the tool for free and get 2 free stocks. Alan McGraw. Okay. You pronounced my name correct. Tortilla. Portilla like tortilla. Hey, Andrew, says Beck Sultan Salim. How do you pronounce your name? Everyone's telling me how you pronounce your names. Hi, Andrew, new here. Can you look at Corsair Gaming? Bought at 41, now it's down to 38. It's because the market is bad. The market is already looking into its slump. Let's see actually what the other tubers are saying. It says AMC and GME are alive. Okay. Stock market live, AMC live action. Okay. Well, Trey, I'm happy for Trey whenever he has success. Let's see. So we are looking at. He can read Spanish. Corsair Gaming. So go back to Robinhood. Sorry, not Robinhood. WeBull. Scary. Corsair. Okay, so let's see. Corsair. Almost want to do an entire analysis on this guy. So we see that the first thing that we notice is that we have the purple line as a 200-day EMA exponential moving average. We are just trying to see a macro view of how the momentum of the stock is moving, either bearish or bullish, and we see in blue the 15-day moving average, which is going to be a little more of a microscopic scale. Right now we're looking at the 5-minute mark. Let's look at a little closer at the 1-minute mark, and then we can go down and look at the day chart as well. So in the microscopic view, we see that the trend downward is dipping the RSI, which is this graph down here in light blue, below 30, but just barely. This is an indicator that we are being oversold. So the market would need to recalibrate into a positive position and have more buyers come into the market, which we see down here with these green candle, with the candlesticks that we have here. Let's see, can I change that? Hollow candle. Nah, I like the regular candles better. Going back a little bit more of the analysis here, we have big candles right here, a big red one and a big blue one here, and we have an understanding that there was an attempt to try and get to a high level resistance. There was no way to do it. They tried to break out at 39.50, got all the way to a level resistance at 40, dipped back down to that same level of support, and now is finally rising up to a slightly higher level of resistance. Now that usually is a good sign. However, we note that the market is in a bad way, which is why it fell all the way down to 39 today. So I can't give you any official financial advice, but as of right now, you can probably expect something similar to continue. Do not try to catch a falling knife. It is not going to seem like it's going to get much better if the market overall looks red across the board. Sintage says, can someone please tell me what will happen with GameStop? With GameStop right now, it's depending on how many of these testimonies are going to look bad for GameStop. So let's actually count. Right, let's go back and try and figure out, reverse engineer, how many people are going to say good things about GameStop and how many people are going to say bad things about GameStop. So who is testifying? We got these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 beautiful Clegane Bowl participants. We got Keith Gill, who is Roaring Kitty. That's an automatic win for GameStop. He is going to say, I like the stock. He might be even wearing the GameStop shirt. Probably not. He might be wearing a backwards cap. Probably not. But if he is a guaranteed pro GameStop. So his testimony, we don't know how much it weighs, but as of right now, is positive. We have Steve, the CEO of Reddit. Now, the company does host Wall Street Bets, but right now he probably wants to distance himself just a little bit. In fact, I wonder if we can read his testimony. Hold on. Steve Huffman. Hearing testimony. Game stopped? God, I love it. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, all the testimonies are already here. All right, so we can actually see exactly what Steve's going to say. Okay, that's not it. This one. There we go. Wow, he even has a little Reddit logo. Okay, so let's read. Let me make sure this is actually in like a better format. Can I get this a little further away? Can I make this full screen? 2-page view. Yes, there we go. Yes. Okay. How's it going, guys? Today we are talking about the aftermath of the GameStop hearing. Of course, right now, as we're recording this, the GameStop hearing has not yet happened, but we want to know what all sides are going to say, and this is the prepared testimony of the Mr. CEO of the Reddit world, Mr. Steve Huffman. He is the co-founder of Reddit. He's the chief executive officer, and he is going to talk positively or negatively about Wall Street Bets. Let's see if he tries to separate himself from Wall Street Bets or if he is trying to make an all-out war against the hedge funds along with the ape nation. All right, this is hearing on GameStop. Really, that's a joke that my dad would make. Who wins and loses when short sellers, social media, and retail investors collide? Testimony submitted for the record by Mr. Steve Huffman, co-founder and CEO of Reddit, Inc. Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Ranking Member, honorable members of the committee, my name is Steve Huffman. I am the co-founder and CEO of Reddit, and I'm pleased to talk with you today about how Reddit works and what we have seen on the site in the past few weeks. Let me actually do this. There, that's better. What Reddit is. Reddit's mission is to bring community and belonging to everyone in the world. What started in 2005 as a single community has since evolved into a vast network of many thousands of communities. They range from standard topics like news, sports, politics, internet culture, to support. For example, our unemployment community has become a source of support for hundreds of thousands of Americans who have turned to this community after losing their jobs during the pandemic. Well, so another appeal to emotion. Well, he's not talking about his grandpa yet. I want to hear about Mr. Reddit's grandpa. Our communities are created and run by our users. Because of this, we describe Reddit as the most human place on the internet. Though we are small compared to the largest platforms, our communities provide an online home for millions of people every day. I just want to see what a congressperson's like notebook looks like. There's just like Reddit, and they're spelling it the wrong way. They're like Reddit, it is place, and I can't write anymore. Let's see. I would like to share a little bit about content moderation on how Reddit works. Reddit's moderation system starts with content policy, the platform-wide rule which all communities must follow. Among other things, these rules prohibit hate, harassment, bullying, and illegal activity on Reddit. They are enforced by Reddit's anti-evil team, composed of engineers, data scientists, and other specialists. This team also ensures the integrity of the site, and we have continuously honed our methods to stay ahead of bad actors by monitoring data flows to detect and remove threats like spammers, bots, and others. Let's keep reading. Centralized moderation is like this is common, but Reddit additionally uses a governance structure akin to a federal democracy, where the aforementioned policies and teams represent the federal government and the communities themselves represent states. Oh, I had no idea. Subreddits. All communities or subreddits are created by users we call moderators. They set the community's rules, which may be as strict as they like as long as they are not in conflict with our platform-wide policies. And they have a variety of tools to enforce them independently. Moderators are not paid employees, but rather users who are passionate about their communities. They have the context and judgment to make decisions no algorithm could. well, I wouldn't know about what no algorithm. Upvotes and downvotes. The members of each community contribute both the content itself and the ranking of it by voting up or down on any post or comment. Unlike other platforms where a submission has a built-in audience through the author's follower count, every piece of content on Reddit, no matter how famous the author, starts at 0 and has to earn its visibility. Through their vote, the community itself enforces not just the explicit rules of their community, but also the unwritten rules that define their culture. This layered approach has helped our users create the most authentic communities online. Can you go through all the people testifying? Yes, I would like to. That's what we're going through right now. This is Mr. Reddit's testimony. Where did I go? Oh, here we go. What we've seen, WallStreetBets is a real community. The specific community we like to talk about today is WallStreetBets. Seems like he's on our side. It's important to understand that WallStreetBets is one of many finance and investing related communities on Reddit. This particular community specializes in higher risk, higher reward investments than what you might find in other more conservative financial communities on Reddit, such as Our Personal Finance, Our Investing, and Our Financial Independence, to name a few. I will stress that WallStreetBets is first and foremost a real community. The self-deprecating jokes, the memes, the crass at times language all reflect this. If you spend time on WallStreetBets, you'll find a significant depth to this community exhibited by the affection its members show one another. They are just as quick to judge a fellow member after a big loss as they are to celebrate after a big gain. A few weeks ago, we saw the power of community in general and of this community in particular when the traders of WallStreetBets banded together at first to seize an investment opportunity not usually accessible to retail investors, but later more broadly to defend all retail investors against the criticism of the financial establishment. With the increase in attention, WallStreetBets unsurprisingly faced a surge in traffic and new users. At Reddit, our first duty in these situations is to our communities, and our role in this moment was to keep WallStreetBets online. Working around the clock, we scaled our infrastructure and made technology changes to help this community withstand the onslaught of traffic, and we acted as diplomats to help resolve conflict within WallStreetBets leadership. I can't imagine what Reddit does for a long time entirely free. So good on you. I mean, I didn't have too many doubts that his testimony was going to be positive overall, but I'm glad to be proven correct. Authenticity investigation. We have since analyzed the activity in WallStreetBets to determine whether bots, foreign agents, or other bad actors played a significant role. They have not. That's going to be interesting to try to prove. Maybe not before all of the GME fallout, but definitely after. There are certainly bots everywhere now. In every metric that we checked, the activity in WallStreetBets was well within normal parameters and its moderation tools were working as expected. This is an interesting hill to die on. He really wants to say that there are no bots on WallStreetBets, like no significant amount of bots. That's very interesting. Armando is giving us a couple of data points. Regulators, we will, of course, cooperate with valid legal requests from federal and state regulators. That said, we do believe that this community was well within the bounds of our policies. Conclusion. To conclude, I would like to reiterate why it's so important to protect online communities like WallStreetBets. WallStreetBets may look sophomoric or chaotic from the outside, but the fact that we are here today means they've managed to raise important issues about fairness and opportunity in our financial system. I'm proud they used Reddit to do so. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions. Okay, so he's on our side. That's very, very exciting. It means that this is another pro GME, so this is going to swing the price in a certain way, but we need to make sure that this isn't counterbalanced by the other panelists. Of course, I think everyone after these two guys are going to be negative, and we have 4 more to go. If you guys like this content, make sure to smash that like button for Professor Meatball, Mr. Sleepyhead over in the corner, and if you like this content, go ahead and subscribe for more, and I'll see you guys next time. All right, so that was that, and then now we're gonna go. We already looked at Roaring Kitty and Plotkin. Oh no, we haven't seen Kenneth. They have such similar names. Keith Gill is Roaring Kitty, and Kenneth Griffin is the CEO of Citadel. Okay, I don't want to see that. Where's your testimony? Oh yeah, so we recently already read his testimony. But let's look at what will Mr. Vlad Tepes say? Oh my God, why does Robinhood, why does the CEO of Robinhood have so many pages? Oh man, what do you have to say? You have a lot to say, man. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of this. If you guys want to see something else like a ticker symbol, let's tell me in the live stream. But for now, I'm gonna try and get through as much of this as I can. Why is there so many Why is there so much Robinhood? Okay, here we go. Welcome back, guys. My name is Andrew, and today, with Professor Meatball's help, I am going to tell you what Mr. Evil Keanu Reeves, Mr. Skinny Adam Driver, Mr. Vladimir Tenev, CEO of Robinhood, has to say on Robinhood's behalf at the SEC hearing. Now, after this video comes out, the SEC hearing might have already happened, in which case I recommend you guys come and watch the live stream playback that I did on the hearing, and to make sure I understand exactly what the implications are for GME. If you guys like this video at any point in this video, go ahead and give that video a like, and on my live streams, every 50 likes gets Meatball a treat, and we just passed 200 likes, which means you guys get to see a treat being given to Meatball in real time. Let's watch. There you go, bud. All right, and without further ado, let's get started. Hearing before the United States House of Representatives Committee on Financial Services, testimony of Vladimir Tenev, Robinhood Markets, Inc. Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and members of the committee, my name is Vlad Tenev, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Robinhood Markets. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about Robinhood and the millions of individual investors we serve. Robinhood has changed the investing world for the better. We pioneered a mobile-first investing platform that allows our customers to trade stocks, exchange-traded funds, ETFs, options, and other investments with no trading commission and no account minimums. By taking down these traditional barriers to investing and creating an accessible and intuitive platform, Robinhood opened up the markets to millions of retail investors. Something about Robinhood and some legal mumble jumbo. The buying surge that occurred during last week of January in stocks like GameStop was unprecedented and highlighted a number of issues that are worthy of deep analysis and discussion. I look forward to addressing those issues today, but I want to be clear at the outset, any allegation that Robinhood acted to help hedge funds or other special interests to the detriment of our customers is absolutely false and market distorting rhetoric. Our customers are our top priority, particularly the millions of small investors who use our platform every day to invest for their future. Oh, what we experienced last month was extraordinary, and the trading limits we put in place on GameStop and other stocks were necessary to allow us to continue to meet the clearinghouse deposit requirements that we pay to support customer trading on our platform. We have since taken steps to raise $3.4 billion in additional capital to allow our customers to resume normal trading across Robinhood's platform, including trading in the stocks we restricted on January 28th. We look forward to continuing to serve our customers. Okay, all right, Mr. Tepes. I was born in Bulgaria, a country with a financial system that at the time was not accessible to ordinary people and was on the verge of collapsing. I immigrated with my family to America for a better life when I was 5 years old, and my co-founder, Baiju Bhatt, is the son of immigrants. Robinhood's mission to democratize finance for all has special meaning for us. My parents, both of whom worked at the World Bank, instilled in me at an early age the values of financial responsibility and opportunity for all. All those values lie at the heart of Robinhood today. We fundamentally believe that participation in the U.S. capital markets is empowering and that everyone should have the opportunity to participate responsibly in our financial system. Seems like much of a lecture so far that translated from at least he didn't talk about his grandpa. Today, however, approximately 84% of the value of all stocks owned by Americans belong to the wealthiest 10% of households. Roughly half of all American households do not own any stocks at all. That's a crazy statistic, but it's easy to remember. 50% of you do not have any stocks. Look to your left and look to your right. One of those two people, including you, might not have any stocks. All of those values lie at the heart of Robinhood today. Today, however, approximately 84% of the value, I already read this. We want to open up access to the market so everyday people, even those with small amounts to invest, can build wealth. We started by eliminating commissions and minimum investments, and we continue to pioneer changes that democratize finance for all, such as fractional shares and recurring investments. Further, we subscribe to the belief that participation and information are power. We provide simple, easy to understand, and easy to use tools and educational resources that are not filled with complex industry jargon. This helps support customers from all backgrounds in their investing journey. Our rapid growth has confirmed that retail investors were waiting for the right platform to help them enter the markets. We have over 13 million customers, and we are seeing new customers open accounts every day to take part in our financial markets. Robinhood Financial's customers trade thousands of stocks and ETFs, as well as options and cryptocurrency, all with zero commissions and no account minimums. The live chat is not liking his testimony so far. Even though we have grown and changed the investing landscape for the better, one thing has not changed. We recognize the responsibility that comes with helping our customers invest in dynamic financial markets. Robinhood is not an investment advisor and does not make investment recommendations, but we are committed. Are you sure? Because there's a literal part of Robinhood that says buy, sell, hold indicators. And I used to use those when I used to use Robinhood. I used to use those religiously to find out whether or not I should buy, sell, or hold. We are committed to providing quality educational resources to our customers and the general public about the investment opportunities available to them. That is why Robinhood Financial offers a library of free digestible articles about investing on the Learn website, which is available to the general public. Our goal is to provide people with the resources to make informed financial decisions and become long-term investors. My opinion is that these learning resources that these large companies make are all specifically for when they have to do an SEC hearing and they have to explain, oh yeah, we were just educating people. Here's our Learn website. Customers can invest in over 5,000 securities on Robinhood's financial brokerage platform, including U.S. equities and ETFs listed on U.S. exchanges. Robinhood Financial also currently offers covered options contracts for U.S. exchange listed stocks and ETFs. Robinhood Crypto offers certain cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin. Okay. So if we're looking at number 5, customers are able to close their positions in securities that trade over the counter after being delisted. So you can sell your position, you can close your positions, but you cannot buy anymore. So they're saying that this is what happened to GameStop. It became too risky, which is exactly what he said during the that's what he said during the interview. He's like, oh, it wasn't because we didn't have enough money, it was because became too risky. But then why does Yahoo Finance and other reporting companies keep saying that it was because they didn't have enough money? Like, get the story straight. This is very annoying. Okay, so that was number 5. And then we keep going. Robinhood also does not allow short selling on our platform. Oh, they're like, remember short selling that got us into this mess? We don't do that. In addition to the products available, Robinhood Financial has introduced features that have opened the door for many investors who have historically been unable to access the stock market, allowing them to invest in stocks and ETFs they care about for the long term. Robinhood Financial's innovative fractional share and recurring investment products, for example, provide the ability for customers to purchase portfolios of blue chip stocks and ETFs over time. Further, the vast majority of our customers appear to be adopting buy and hold strategies to invest over extended periods. In fact, Robinhood customers purchasing fractional shares typically buy shares of blue chip companies. Only about 2% of customers qualify as pattern day traders. And if you guys know this on WeBull, if you guys haven't gotten into the WeBull application yet, if you do more than 3 day trades a day, you do end up becoming a pattern day trader, which doesn't really mean a ton. It just means you have slightly different options. And you have to qualify there's maybe some tax implications as well. Let's see what FINRA says. FINRA says defines a pattern day trader as any customer who executes 4 or more day trades within 5 business days. So if that's something that is concerning to you, it shouldn't. day trading often is a losing game, so that's one of the reasons why buy and hold strategies often prevail. The market seems to always go up. Overall, at the end of 2020, about 13% of Robinhood customers traded basic option contracts, and only about 2% traded multi-leg options. Less than 3% of funded accounts were margin enabled. So they're trying to say right now that Robinhood doesn't have crazy, smart investors. We just have normal people, the Joe Schmoes of the world. Let's see. Let's read this large footnote here. Robinhood instant and options accounts may be considered margin accounts. We don't do any margin accounts. However, these accounts might be considered margin accounts. However, Robinhood Gold provides customers with the ability to trade securities on margin, not simply related to a float. In the case of Robinhood Instant, the float applies to unsettled funds after the initiation. Blah, 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 blah. This seems like an important footnote, but I don't think he's going to read this out loud because if the testimony of Reddit CEO is only 2 pages, 3 pages long, that means that he's going to have more than 5 times as much time to testify. So if you can imagine, we have currently 2 wins from Roaring Kitty and the CEO of Reddit, but now does this account for the same amount of time? He's going to talk as much as 2 people because he has 13 pages of stuff to cocktail. With respect to options trading, under FINRA rules, broker-dealers are required to collect certain information about a customer to determine whether to approve that customer's request to trade options. Specifically, Robinhood requires customers to disclose, among other things, stated investment experience and knowledge, age, investment objectives, employment status, estimated annual income from all sources, estimated net worth, estimated liquid net worth, and a number of dependents. Robinhood conducts an assessment of information collected in deciding whether to approve a customer account for options trading. We also recently made several changes to our options offering. For example, we improved our options educational materials and hired a dedicated options education specialist to support our continued education initiatives. We made changes to our app interface to add more safeguards information and added the ability to cover early assignments in-app and strengthened the eligibility criteria for new customers seeking to trade certain types of options strategies. We invested in growing our customer support teams and began offering, among other things, phone-based customer support for options traders, really trying to build up his case that's like, hey, we're doing our best here. We're really giving our customers what we think that they deserve, trying to move a lot of the guilt to get as much ethos and empathy as possible. In my opinion, if you guys are just joining, we are going through each of the testimonies, especially since it seems like Mr. Vlad, CEO of Robinhood, has a lot to say about the topic. We're just getting to page 4 of his testimony. And I'm about to run out of water. Robinhood's customers. Since founding Robinhood, we have made great progress removing barriers to finance for everyday investors and spurring change in the industry. Only 1 hour left until the live stream. I cannot wait. In fact, most incumbent brokerage firms recently followed Robinhood's lead by eliminating their own commissions and account minimums, saving American investors, regardless of whether they are Robinhood customers, millions of dollars per year in commission fees. By offering 0 commission trades and no account minimums, Robinhood Financial opened up investing to a younger and more diverse group of Americans. The median age of our investors is 31, and about half of the customers self-identify as first-time investors. The median customer account size is about $240, really? Oh my God, the median size? And the average account size is $5,000. So that means the average is always going to be weighted. I'm assuming this is going to be heavily right-skewed. Which means there's going to be a lot of outliers with people with having their entire life savings in Robinhood and some people who are just playing around with Robinhood. But that's interesting. 31 is the median age, and half of our customers, okay, this is good data. As noted above, most customers appear to be investing in listed stocks and ETFs for the long term. What we see is generally not consistent with popular memes, suggesting that most of our brokerage customers are unsophisticated day traders taking inordinate risks with large sums of money on complex financial products. We are also proud that the number of women trading on Robinhood's platform nearly tripled in 2020. All right, we talk about women. We have a lot of stuff to go through, man. A lot of this stuff is irrelevant. I feel like he's just, for some reason, filibustering, just spending time to talk about time. Women today represent a higher percentage of our customer base than ever before. Robinhood customers are also more racially and ethnically diverse than the industry average. Based on representative sampling between July and December 2020, African American investors represented 9% of Robinhood's customer base compared to just 3% of the incumbent firms. Over the same period, Hispanic investors accounted for 16% of Robinhood's customers compared to the 7% at incumbent firms. Across all brokerages in the United States, stock ownership is younger and more diverse than when Robinhood was founded back in 2013. And we believe that our platform has helped propel those changes across the industry. Wow, Mr. Robinhood has a lot to say. Everyone, keep the chat going. We are going to be as thorough in our investigation as possible. You're basically just watching the Clegane Bowl, the GME hearing live right now, because this testimony, essentially what the live stream is going to be is everyone has this testimony, then they ask a couple of questions. The questions are going to be like, what is a GME? And then we're going to go back and see the GME price swing because of what these Congress people say. And if you guys give me 10 seconds, I'm going to fill my water bottle. Hard to keep the ball rolling on these. No bathroom breaks, so I can't drink too much. As disclosed to customers, okay, so how Robinhood makes money. As Robinhood has grown and other brokerage firms have adopted our business model, there have been questions as how we offer zero commission trades and other benefits to customers. As disclosed to customers and the public, Robinhood Securities receives what is called payment for order flow to route trades to market makers that generally offer better prices than those available on exchanges. Most retail brokerage firms receive payment for order flow, and subject to those certain disclosure requirements, the SEC has permitted payment for order flow for decades. So essentially, what is happening here is that Robinhood Securities gets the payment for order flow, and then they take that information and give it to a market maker, and that's how they make money. Market makers provide Robinhood with a rebate for executed orders, and in return, they provide reliable, quick, and competitive trade executions. Importantly, we have negotiated the same rebate rate with each of the market makers to whom we route customer orders, which eliminates any incentive for Robinhood to direct orders to a specific market maker. Okay, so that seems pretty above water for Robinhood to do. Robinhood Financial and Robinhood Securities conduct regular and rigorous reviews of execution quality for our customers as required by mandated best execution rules. I feel like that is kind of like saying we could be manipulating the market. We could have all of these bad incentives, but we don't. Wink. Robinhood's customers benefit greatly from payment for order flow, as market makers typically provide better prices than public exchanges. In fact, Robinhood customers received more than $1 billion in price improvement, the price that they received compared to the best price on a public exchange in the first half of 2020. Robinhood Securities' routing system is designed to prioritize routing orders for execution to market venues based on the likelihood of obtaining price improvements in a stock over the last 30 days. We believe this model benefits customers by further seeking best execution for every trade on the Robinhood platform. That's spooky. I think that one of the things about the Robinhood CEO is that he is trying to say a lot of like things that we don't do. Like we don't. Whoa! I'm coming back. He's trying to say a lot of the things that he doesn't do, right? Like, it's kind of like if I catch you for burglary, right? I was going to say like manslaughter, but if I catch you for burglary and you say, well, I didn't commit tax fraud, and then I didn't mow my neighbor's hedges without permission, and I didn't loiter, we're not asking you about what you have done. We're asking you about exactly what you, what are your like statements on what you have done. Like don't be someone who's just like, well, I haven't done any of this stuff. We're not asking you about that stuff. We're asking you about the important allegations of, did you manipulate the markets? And it seems like he tried to cover it with one sentence at the beginning, and now he's just trying to lose us in this crazy back and forth here. As stated, Robinhood is not unique in receiving payment for order flow. Annual reports show that Charles Schwab, E-Trade, and TD Ameritrade all received significant payment for order flow revenues in 2019. It is important to note that Robinhood's payment for order flow relationships are with market makers and not with hedge funds. They're not with hedge funds. How is he going to make it clear that he's underlined it in the testimony, but how is he going to be able to say it? Like he's going to put his hands up and say, not with hedge funds. Robinhood Securities regularly evaluates its counterparties and routes customer orders to those market makers that can provide the best execution quality on those orders. Water. Consistent with SEC Rule 606, Robinhood discloses its payment for order flow arrangements with market makers on a quarterly basis. Hey, how long is until the hearing? Less than an hour. We have 50 minutes until the hearing starts. Let's see. These disclosure reports are publicly available on the Robinhood Financial website and in the app. These order flow disclosures help our customers better understand our routing decisions on order execution quality. The Robinhood app. At Robinhood, we pride ourselves on providing access to commission-free investing through an appealing, simple platform. But even though we have made investing easier, we recognize it is not a game. While I am not aware of any agreed-upon definition of gamification, I don't know what gamification is. I'm just throwing it out here. What is murder anyway? I do know that Robinhood Financial designed its app to appeal to a newer generation of investors who are more comfortable trading on smartphones than speaking with a broker. And Robinhood has built it to include features that, based on our outreach and research, customers feel familiar with and expect to see in a mobile product. The mobile app provides the intuitive experience customers want, while also providing them with tools and information to learn about investing and keep tabs on their finances. I'm confident that the easy-to-use interface enables customers to understand, control, and direct their finances in a responsible way. Robinhood Financial does not offer rewards or levels to encourage more trading. Robinhood Financial does sparingly use features like confetti animation to celebrate a certain infrequent milestone events or a reward stock for signing up or referring friends. Doesn't it always have the confetti animation when you swipe up and buy the stock? I can't remember the last time I bought a stock on Robinhood. This is in line with similar animations and celebrations used by, for example, when customers sign up for the debit card product in the application. It is hard to believe that nowadays people have to they're like, this is not gamification. Is it illegal? I'm not sure. When I make it like super appealing and like candy shaped, and it's basically Candy Crush but with stocks. We believe that by making finance accessible and familiar, more people will access the markets. Other features regarding, for example, stock price movements, upcoming earnings call, and breaking news are for informational purposes only. Don't get it twisted. Are opt-in tools and are used by other retail brokerages. All right. Ultimately, Robinhood listens to its customers and build products that serve their needs. For example, we recently launched a cash management feature that allows customers to deposit paychecks, pay bills, make debit card purchases, manage their budget, and access cash from an ATM. We are honored to play a significant role in our customers' financial lives. We look forward to further innovation and to offering our customers the services they can use to manage their day-to-day finances and build wealth. 800 of you there. That's a lucky number for us. Hey, welcome. 240 likes. 10 more likes and we get Meatball a treat. Every 50 likes, Meatball gets a treat. As well as keep the live chat going, guys. We're going to get to your questions in a second. But right now we're covering Mr. Vlad, CEO of Robinhood's testimony. We're almost halfway through. Information and supporting customers. Financial literacy remains a key area of investment as Robinhood Financial continues to grow its trading platform. We fully recognize and have always taken seriously the responsibility that comes with helping customers invest. That's why Robinhood provides free educational resources available to everyone, not just our customers. On the Robinhood Learn website, yay, we're finally at the Robinhood Learn website. We've also rolled out features like our profiles and year-end review that help customers reflect on their investing activity and understand the diversity of their investments, all with this focus on simplicity and trying to rip off Spotify and everyone else who does year-end reviews. Our goal, he didn't say that, but I said that. Our goal is to demystify finance as much as possible by avoiding complex industry language and providing useful tools to inform our customers. Robinhood Financial has published more than 650 articles to help people learn about investing and answer their most fundamental questions about investing, such as what is a limit order, along with other articles covering a host of other subjects. I bet a congressperson is going to be like, and what is a limit order? During their question and answer section. In 2020, Robinhood Learn articles were read by more than 3 million people, and unique visits rose 260% from January through November 2020. Robinhood Financial provides all customers with free access to premium news, financial news, including videos and articles from the Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg News, Reuters, and Barron's. It is also finding new innovative ways to share digestible business news to help customers stay up to date with the market, like Robinhood Snacks daily podcast, which is downloaded nearly 40 million times in 2020. What does this have to do with the case at hand? Why are you telling me the entire story of Robinhood when I'm just asking you, did you manipulate the markets on January 29th and beyond? Oh my goodness. Additionally, Robinhood Financial has taken steps to proactively inform customers about certain financial products like options. For example, one type of options contract, a call option, confers the right to buy a specified amount of stock at a specified price, the strike price, by a specific date, the expiration date. If the stock rises above the strike price, a call option is said to be in the money. The customer has the right to buy the stock at the strike price, even though the stock is trading at a higher price. By contrast, if the stock price is below the strike price, the option is out of the money, or OTM. As there is no reason for the customer to exercise an OTM option, the customer would simply let the contract expire. You are just now explaining financial concepts that have nothing to do with the case. This issue continued. Hold on a second. In January 2021, Robinhood became aware that some customers were occasionally exercising OTM options, causing them to suffer losses immediately upon exercise. This issue continued despite Robinhood's warnings and education materials available through Robinhood Learn. It's like they don't learn. Oh, did they mention Grandpa yet? Taha, thank you for the super. Let's give Meatball another treat. Yum, 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 yum. And we passed 250 likes, so that means that we got to get a treat for Meatball again. Yum, 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 yum. Good boy, Meatball. If you're joining us, welcome. I am Professor Meatball's assistant. My name is Andrew, and he and I are here to talk about the testimony for Vlad, CEO of Robinhood. Oh boy, daily snacks. Oh my goodness. To prevent these losses, Robinhood Financial implemented a procedure requiring customers to speak to a live registered representative before exercising OTM options. This requirement was intended to provide an opportunity for the representative to explain to the customer the downsides of exercising an OTM option. This procedure remained in effect through January 28th. As of January 29th, now we're getting to the juicy stuff, Robinhood Financial does not permit customers to exercise OTM options. Interesting. Robinhood Financial has also recently implemented a callback service line dedicated to answering customers' questions about options trading, and we are in the process of expanding live phone support to customers needing assistance with account security. We can pretty much guarantee that Vlad didn't write any of this, right? Allegedly. But I don't think he, as a CEO of Robinhood, I don't think he wrote any of this. As has been widely reported, there was historic volatility in the trading of certain securities during the week of January 25th, 2021. This movement in the market garnered significant attention in the press and was propelled in part by increased activity on social media. In the face of the unprecedented volatility and volume, which has been cited as 5 Sigma event, Robinhood Securities placed temporary restrictions on certain securities to facilitate compliance with clearinghouse deposit requirements. Is it risk or is it clearinghouse deposit requirements? Which one is it? Thereby allowing Robinhood to continue to serve our customers and comply with all trading regulations. Ooh, the sneaky Robinhood. We didn't do it. The clearinghouse did. Once again, I want to be clear. The action we took was for one reason and one reason only, to allow us to continue to meet our regulatory deposit requirements. All right. Is that what he even said at the very beginning? It's been like 3 years since we started reading this document. To understand the actions Robinhood took in the wake of this market volatility, it is crucial to understand how the clearing process currently operates. A brief overview of this process is included below, followed by a description of Robinhood's experience over the course of the week of January 25th. 900 of you, welcome. Let's keep the party going. When a customer buys or sells a security, Robinhood Financial, as the introducing broker, sends the order to Robinhood Securities, the clearing broker, which routes the order for execution to a market maker and submits the resulting trade to a clearinghouse for clearance and settlement. For equities, it takes several days for the clearinghouse to process the transaction and effect the related transfers of cash and securities between buyers and sellers. This is known as T+2 settlement. We're going back to T+2 settlement. That's what Mr. Citadel said as well, denoting the trade date plus a 2-day settlement period. This T+2, the dog is just chilling, says Isaiah. This T+2 settlement cycle is codified by SEC Rule 15C6-1A, which prohibits broker-dealers from effecting the purchase or sale of a security later than the second business day after the execution of the trade. Pursuant to the SEC rule, a customer's cash or securities is locked up during the T+2 settlement process. To cover the open settlement risk during the settlement period, Robinhood Securities is required to place a deposit using its own funds, not customer funds, at the clearinghouse to cover the risk until the trade settles. To ensure that both sides follow through on a given trade, each side is required to post collateral with the relevant clearinghouse for a 2-day period between when a trade is executed and when it settles. This collateral requirement is referred to as value at risk, or VAR. To calculate the collateral deposit requirement requires a lot of math. The clearinghouse looks at unsettled trades and applies a number of risk-based metrics. The clearinghouse may also assign additional collateral requirements. I want to make sure my sound is okay. From time to time, my sound starts to mess up. That's why I want to make sure it's okay. 300 likes. Crispy sound. Let's give Meatball another treat for 50 likes. Another 50 likes. Go, Meatball, go. Tendies. Yum, yum. All right. In order to clear and settle customer transactions each trading day by 10 a.m. Eastern time, clearing brokers like Robinhood Securities must satisfy clearinghouse deposit requirements to support their customer trades during the settlement period. Depending on a particular day's deposit requirement at the clearinghouse, Robinhood Securities may be required to deposit additional money with the clearinghouse during the day. On January 25th, Robinhood Securities' collateral obligation from NSCC, its principal clearinghouse, totaled approximately $124 million. By January 27th, Robinhood Securities increased the margin maintenance to 100% for GameStop and other securities, making them non-marginable. This meant that customers had to pay cash for... I'm not even eating anything. This just talking creates a lot of gas. This meant that customers had to pay cash to purchase those securities, and they could not use the securities as margin collateral to buy other stocks on margin. Robinhood also began limiting customers from opening new options positions in GameStop and certain other securities. These actions were taken for risk management purposes. At the same time, the Chicago Board Options Exchange Volatility Index, or VIX, spiked by 62%, a dramatic increase that the Wall Street Journal reported was the third largest percentage daily gain since 1990. In just 3 days, from January 25th to 28th, the price of GameStop rose 530%. Are you mad? You jelly? What's wrong with 530%? That's a very nice round number. At approximately 5 a.m. EST on January 28th, the NSCC sent Robinhood Securities an automated notice stating that Robinhood Securities has a deposit deficit of approximately $3 billion. That deficit included a substantial increase in Robinhood Securities' VAR-based deposit requirement to nearly $1 billion. Someone's talking about Mike again. Mike, his last name is Hawk. Meatball. Let's see. SEC rules prescribe the amount of regulatory net capital that Robinhood Securities must have, and on January 28th, the amount of NSCC VAR charge exceeded the amount of net capital at Robinhood Securities, including the excess net capital maintained by the firm. Under NSCC rules, this triggered a special assessment, the excess capital premium charge. In total, NSCC automated notice indicated that Robinhood Securities owed NSCC a clearing fund deposit of approximately $3.7 billion. Almost 1,000 of you. Hello, welcome. How's it going? Robinhood Securities has approximately $696 million already on deposit, so the net amount was $3 billion. Nice and round numbers, as we like to see. If you guys are just joining, we are giving likes to Meatball for every 50. We are giving treats to Meatball for every 50 likes. We are talking about Vlad and his testimony. This is essentially just a, if he does wear this exact same outfit, I'm cosplaying him right now, and we're talking about what he is going to say to throw everyone under the bus, except for Robinhood during today's SEC hearing. Between 6:30 and 7:30 a.m. EST, the Robinhood Securities operations team made the decision to impose trading restrictions on GameStop and other securities. In conversation with NSCC staff early that morning, Robinhood Securities notified the NSCC of its intention to implement these restrictions and also informed the NSCC of the margin restrictions that had already been imposed. NSCC initially notified Robinhood Securities that it had reduced the excess capital premium charge by more than half. Then, shortly after 9 a.m. EST, NSCC informed Robinhood Securities that the excess capital premium charge had been waived entirely for that day, and the net deposit requirement was approximately $1.4 billion. 1,000 of you. Hello, what's it going, guys? I think we just passed 350 likes. Let's give Meatball a treat. All right. The chart below illustrates the approximate NSCC depository requirements that Robinhood encountered over the course of the week of January 25th, 2021. The events of the week of January 25th, 2021 and the related NSCC depository requirements were unprecedented. In a response, Robinhood took swift action to ensure that our customers could continue trading in the thousands of other stocks available on our platform that day and in the days ahead. Robinhood Securities worked quickly to remove the trade restrictions in GameStop and other affected securities. After Robinhood Securities paid the NSCC deposit requirement on January 28th, Robinhood began discussions with our investors to raise new capital to ensure that we could meet future potential deposit requirements and thereby return to providing Robinhood customers unrestricted access to all securities on the platform. Over the course of approximately 4 days, we received commitments to approximately $3.4 billion from investors. Interesting chart to look at. We see that each of the days leading up to when Robinhood restricted trades, the daily VAR requirement was in the millions until the 28th, $1.4 billion. That is a big marginal jump for Robinhood to make. So that is their official story, right? It's not anything that we said before, especially not the thing that we said it's not a money problem, which was Vlad's story that I covered in a previous video about Robinhood. It is all about the requirements of how much daily VAR requirement at the end of the day. And it was our clearinghouse. Why isn't everyone getting mad at the clearinghouse? Hello? Robinhood is not at fault here. Of course, we are almost at the end of this document. Robinhood Securities worked quickly to remove trade restrictions in GameStop and other affected securities. After Robinhood Securities paid the NSCC deposit requirement on January 28th, Robinhood began discussions with our investors to raise new capital to ensure that we could meet future potential deposit requirements and thereby return. Oh yeah, I just mentioned this. The Robinhood customer notifications and communications. Transparency is a priority at Robinhood, and the ability to restrict trades is disclosed to customers when they sign up with Robinhood Financial. Robinhood's ability to temporarily restrict trading on certain securities during periods of significant volatility is communicated to our customers as part of our opening account agreement. Terms of service, why don't we ever read those? When opening an account, all customers are required to sign a customer agreement in which the customer acknowledges that Robinhood maintains authority in its sole discretion and without prior notice to restrict customer trading activity. Or agreements with these terms are standard across the industry. As much as I want to believe that they are faultless in this, it just doesn't seem quite right after all of the amount of empathy driving unrelated conversation that they had in the beginning of oh, this is how Robinhood works. Actually, this is just a big advertisement for Robinhood. This is exactly how Robinhood works. Check it out. I'm going to tell you exactly how Robinhood functions. In addition, on January 30th, 2021, the SEC released an investor alert and bulletin titled "Thinking About Investing in the Latest Hot Stock? Understand the Significant Risks of Short-Term Trading Based on Social Media," which not only warned retail investors of the risk of short-term investing in a volatile market, but made clear that broker-dealers had the right to reject or limit customer transactions for legal, compliance, or risk management reasons. The SEC highlights that in certain circumstances, the broker-dealers may determine not to accept orders where a transaction presents certain associated compliance or legal risks. Throughout this recent period of heightened volatility in GameStop and other securities, Robinhood Financial continued communicating with customers about the increased risks and importance of being an informed investor. Robinhood Financial also sent targeted messages to customers with existing positions in GameStop and other affected securities, informing them that those securities are experiencing significant volatility and investments in those companies may involve added risk. Okay, we are really starting to be, this is the most long-winded way of saying we needed money, we didn't have the amount of money, it's not our fault, trust us, Robinhood is all above water, we could do all these bad things, but we don't, so get off our backs. As previously described, it takes the trade date plus 2 dates for an equities transaction to be cleared and settled by a clearinghouse. During this period, the buyer and seller of the security must post collateral with the clearinghouse, and the clearinghouse may be required an additional deposit as excess collateral. Clearinghouses look at a firm's unsettled equity trades when determining how much collateral is required. Clearinghouses look at a number of factors, including volatility when looking at specific stocks in order to quantify risk, and may assign additional charges based on how many unsettled trades there are of one stock. One of the things that he hasn't mentioned is the clearinghouse math like arbitrary, or is it actually like objectively like mathematical, right? Is it based on like a specific, is it entirely based on VAR? I might have missed that in the beginning, because if it is arbitrary, then we should be angry at the clearinghouse as well, because it seems like Robinhood wants to pass the buck. Some part of the buck should pass. 1,200 of you, how's it going? Oh, we are at 399 likes, which means I'm gonna pay you guys in advance. A little treat for Meatball for 400 likes. Really thought this document was gonna go faster, but it certainly is 13 pages. But we are almost at 30-minute. We are at the 30-minute mark for the live stream, which I'm going to show right here. It's a public live stream. Unless one of you tells me that I cannot legally show that live stream, I am going to show that live stream here on this live stream. Isn't that going to be fun? Additionally, if a firm's customers have, hold on a second, how much have I read? Oh yeah, clearinghouse. If a firm's customers has more buy than sell orders, then the securities they are buying are more volatile, but the deposit requirement will be significantly higher. For example, if a broker-dealer's customers have submitted more orders to purchase than to sell a particular security, and the price of the security that the broker-dealer's customers are buying is more volatile, then the resulting deposit requirement will generally be higher. In addition to clearinghouse requirements, as broker-dealers, Robinhood Financial and Robinhood Securities are subject to SEC regulations that require broker-dealers to maintain certain levels of regulatory capital to ensure the ability to promptly satisfy their liabilities at all times. The SEC's primary rule is generally referred to as the Uniform Net Capital Rule, which sets forth a methodology for computing a broker-dealer's net capital, sets forth minimum net capital levels which must be maintained at all times, establishes notification requirements in the event that a broker-dealer's level of net capital falls below certain minimum thresholds, and sets restrictions on broker-dealer activities when capital falls below certain levels. The Uniform Net Capital Rule functions as a net liquid assets requirement insofar as the rule recognizes only liquid assets as contributing to regulatory capital. To ensure a compliance with the Uniform Net Capital Rule, broker-dealers perform repeated net capital computations. The calculation begins with the broker-dealer's ownership equity under generally accepted accounting principles. The broker-dealer is then required to perform adjustments by deducting illiquid assets and applying variable haircuts or charges to risky assets such as securities to compensate for market and credit risks. The resulting figure is the broker-dealer's regulatory capital. This amount is then compared to various minimums based on the broker-dealer's types of and volume of activity. If a broker-dealer were to fail to maintain specified levels of regulatory capital, it could be subject to immediate suspension or revocation of registration, which could lead to the liquidation of its holdings on behalf of customers and the elimination of its ability to serve its customers. Oh my goodness. Okay. During the week of January 25th, 2021, Robinhood saw the impact of T+2 trade settlement period has on its customers and ultimately the entire American financial system. Clearinghouse deposits requirements skyrocketed overnight. People were unable to buy more of the securities they wanted. The existing two-day period to settle trades exposed investors and the industry to unnecessary risk and is ripe for change. Everyday clearing brokers like Robinhood Securities have to meet deposit requirements imposed by clearinghouses to support customer trades between the trade date and the date the trades settle. Investors are left waiting for their trades to clear, and the clearing brokers have their proprietary cash locked up until the settlement is final days after the trade. The clearinghouse deposit requirements are designed to mitigate risk. But the last week's wild market activity showed that these requirements, coupled with an unnecessary long settlement cycle, can have unintended consequences that introduce new risks. There is no reason why the greatest financial system the world has ever seen cannot settle trades in real time. Doing so would greatly mitigate the risk that such processing poses. Indeed, real-time settlement would have allowed Robinhood Securities to better react to periods of increased volatility in the markets without restricting the purchases of securities. So that's where the Robinhood differs mainly from these old money brokers, where they are real-time settlements, and they are able to then be a little bit more versatile than Robinhood in the sense that Robinhood allows you as the person touching the phone to be able to buy a stock immediately, and they deal with the aftermath later. A broker that is more old school, that has poopier UI, and you have to just go through it with like a desktop, doesn't have any confetti when you actually buy the stock. That product can settle real time. That's why a lot of people compare Robinhood with Fidelity, right? That's a great example of new school versus old school. It has been 4 years since the securities industry moved from 3-day to 2-day settlement cycle. The Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation has recognized the benefits of an even shorter time frame. So this is what Citadel is also saying. Meanwhile, millions of new investors have entered the market for the first time as technology transforms the world. It is time for the financial system to catch up. The industry, Congress, regulators, and other stakeholders need to come together to deploy our intellectual capital and engineering resources to move to real-time settlement of U.S. equities. Accomplishing this won't be without its well-documented challenges, but it is the right thing to do, and Robinhood is eager to drive this critical effort on behalf of all investors. Conclusion. There are certainly lessons to be learned from the events of last month, and Robinhood looks forward to being part of the conversation around these issues moving forward. I want to thank the millions of customers who use Robinhood to access the markets every day and to express my appreciation for being able to discuss these important issues with you today. I welcome the opportunity to answer your questions. We are right on the cusp, 8:37, of a glorious live stream. We have the live stream pulled up right here. 21,000 people waiting to see this live stream. If you guys liked that, make sure to smash that like button and subscribe if you're new. Welcome. We are going to make sure that we are talking about this in a big way. Some of you have noted that in the live stream that GME is already taking a hit. Let's look at GME. It was up about a couple of percentage points when we first started live streaming, now down that same amount. This is what we are commonly referred to as a certain bearish pennant that we have here. A bit of a triangle that reaches a certain level of support and then falls through, reaches another level of support, falls through, comes back to the level of resistance, and then goes down past the level of support that it previously was at. So currently GME is not doing too hot, possibly because a lot of people have started reading the testimony that all of these large institutions are going to say, not my problem, not my fault. I don't think, I'm going to jump into the live chat right after I drink a little bit of water to make sure that all of you are having your questions answered. If you guys are just joining in, welcome. This is Andrew and this is Meatball. If you guys have any questions, make sure to drop them in a live stream. I'm going to be checking up on them one at a time, strolling on through until the live stream of the SEC hearing, which is going to be in 20 minutes. Get hyped. Hype. I do want to cover a question that some of you had, which is Melvin Capital says that it wasn't bailed out in the GameStop saga. That's really an important point to cover. But before all of that, let me see if I can follow some of your live streams. 1,100 viewers, only 451 likes. Let's pump that like button, says Colton Brown. What's up, Colton? He's been here all day since the morning. Harry says, I didn't think Vlad could spout so much, but well done wading through all that poop. Oh my God, finally. I never had problems buying GME and AMC on January 29th using Vanguard, right? That's another good example of old money versus new money brokers. Step one, find friends, says Sean. In short, not really. That says Tyler Durden is dumb. Isaac Cordet says, smoke weed, the which watch GME go down, hold, smoke more. I didn't say that, a live streamer did. Harry says, Andrew, is there a statement from GameStop there to read? I don't think so. But let's actually, you guys are right. We do want to make sure that everybody's testimony is covered. So let's make sure that we look at either this think tank's note, or in fact, we've already read everyone else's note. So this is the only person left is this think tank lady, and I have no idea what she even wants to say. Why does she have so much to say? Let's briefly cover this so that we don't make it, we're not late for the live stream starting. Let me just make sure that I'm reading some of your comments. Dropping a like is one more step to making Meatball an actual meatball. This is true facts. Did I feed you guys for 450? I don't think so. Let's give Meatball a treat. There you go, Meatball. Nom 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 nom. 12 more likes until 500, Meatball. Hang in there. I know you're starving. All right. So this is the Cato Institute, the Center for Monetary and Financial Alternatives. Very interesting. If you guys had a chance to jump on the channel, but you haven't had a chance to hit that beautiful, big subscribe button so you guys can join the Meatballer army to hang out with Meatball and me. I live stream on a daily basis. At the very least, it's shaping up to be a pretty daily basis activity. I love talking to you guys. I respond to every single comment. I recommend jumping up into that pinned comment right above that gets your free $250 Bitcoin, and checking out the financial tool that I use on a regular basis to do my technical analysis as a data scientist, which is WeBull, and you'll get your 2 free stocks at the same time. I think that that's a pretty good deal, and keep the live stream going for me, because I think all 1,200 of you will have some fun conversations to have while I try and perfectly summarize the testimony of GameStop. Who wins and loses when short sellers, social media, and retail investors collide? Jennifer J. Schlupp, Director of Financial Regulation Studies, Center of Monetary and Financial Alternatives, Cato Institute. We are in 18 minutes until the actual hearing begins. Let's dive into it. Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and distinguished members of Committee on Financial Services. My name is Jennifer Schlupp, and I am the Director of Financial Regulation Studies at the Cato Institute's Center for Monetary and Financial Alternatives. I thank you for the opportunity to take part in today's hearing, entitled GameStop: Who Wins and Loses When Short Sellers, Social Media, and Retail Investors Collide. Does she start? Does she get to say this because she's the first person that gets to talk? Let's find out. Retail investing. Before addressing the GameStop phenomenon specifically, I'd like to address the participation of retail or individual investors in our public equities markets. Those are you guys. Maybe if you guys if you guys identify as retail investors, maybe you guys are actually hedge funds in disguise. Retail participation has ebbed and flowed over the years, but the recent trend toward increased retail participation accelerated sharply during the pandemic. Approximately 1/5 of market trading volume is now attributable to retail orders, which is a substantial increase over 2019. Most commentators point to the increasing availability of zero commission trading as drawing in more individual investors. In late 2019, many large brokerages began offering zero commission trading, following the lead of Robinhood Financial, which introduced commission-free trading in 2015. But several other factors also likely attracted retail investors, including, you see where this is going? Widespread availability of fractional share trading. Of course, that's what we were talking about. Extreme Panda wants to know about AA stock. Right now is GME time. We're really ramping up. 1,300 of you are here to listen to GME share the SEC hearing coming up soon. Even limited entertainment options during the pandemic probably played a role in increased retail interest in investing. Retail participation in our equities market is important and beneficial. Retail investors are widely understood as providing liquidity in markets. The fact that retail investors behave differently from institutional ones and sometimes behave differently from each other, far from being a bad thing, can be particularly valuable in times of market stress, where institutional liquidity dries up. For example, retail in trading can help lower bid-ask spreads and dampen the price impact of trades. In fact, retail investors may have been a market stabilizing force during the March 2020 coronavirus-induced market crash by staying the course with their investments and buying when stock prices dipped. Investing in the stock market also provides an important path to wealth for individual investors. With average annual returns for the S&P 500 during the past 60 years of approximately 8%, long-term investors generally benefit by being invested in the market. There's already a strong degree of retail participation in the U.S. stock market. When measured in 2018, approximately 38% of total U.S. equities were held directly by households. However, 15% of U.S. households directly hold stock. In other words, ownership of the equities is concentrated in the hands of comparatively few and comparatively wealthy. Even if you include pooled investment funds, which is how the vast majority of households indirectly hold stocks as part of their retirement assets, ownership is still skewed towards the wealthy. In 2019, about 53% of all households had stock market investments, but only 31% of families in the bottom half of the income distribution were invested. Again, Robinhood makes this claim. I don't think Robinhood had to make half of the claims that it needed to make, because this think tank lady is here to talk about the actual data science and distributions. Stock ownership is also highly correlated with race, education, and age. For example, in 2019, approximately 19% of white households held stock compared to 7% of black households and 4% of Hispanic households. Those with a college degree are about twice as likely to directly hold stock than those with just some college education. What? Hold on, wait. Those with some college education, and more than 3 times more likely than those with only a high school diploma. And the older a person is, the more likely that he or she is to own stock. These patterns equally apply to ownership of indirectly held stock. I think that she knows that the more important metric is not about how a binary indicator of whether or not you actually hold stock. It's about how much of your personal worth is in stocks specifically. I think that's a more important indicator of financial education. The retail investors are making up this new surge, though, are different. Data released by brokerage firms identifies a high number of new clients who are first-time investors and who are younger than the average investor. This is confirmed by recent research done by FINRA Investor Education Foundation and NORC at the University of Chicago. Oh man, I love NORC, which found that investors who opened a taxable investment account for the first time in 2020 were younger, had lower incomes, and were more racially diverse than those who had previously opened such accounts. These new investors are also held lower account balances, with about a third holding account balances less than $500. Indeed, the ability to invest with a small amount of money was a commonly cited reason for opening an account for the first time in 2020. This may portend, as one researcher noticed, a shift towards more equitable investment participation. The FINRA NORC study also calls into question the popular narrative that the rise in retail participation is fueled by those seeking to engage in speculative behavior. New investors most often cited saving for retirement and learning about investing as goals. About a third of investors who opened accounts in 2020 did cite speculating as a goal, but the self-reported trading behavior of those investors is not consistent with day trading or similar strategies. While those who opened new accounts in 2020 appeared to trade more frequently than existing account holders, approximately 40% of the new investors reported making no trades per month, and almost 90% made 3 or fewer trades a month. It is not clear that these new retail investors collectively are making poor decisions. The investing behaviors of retail investors have long been the subject of debate, and there is little consensus that new retail entrants are making systematically worse decisions. Rather, retail investors have received praise for identifying the market bottom in March 2020 and generating better performance than some hedge funds through the same volatile period. Interesting. So if you guys are just joining us, 1,500 of you, 500 likes. I believe I missed Meatball's treat for that. Every 50 likes, Meatball gets a treat. If you guys are just joining us, we are looking at the wild card think tank panelist. We have 2 for, 3 against, but now this is the person that can tie up our Clegane Bowl, which is for or against GameStop. Right now, GameStop is taking a bit of a wee tumble because as of right now, it seems like it could be 4 against 2, although this part of her testimony seems like it is actually in support of retail investors, although she could end up, I can see how the end of this testimony could end up shaping up that she says that these retail investors are just as smart and conniving as hedge funds are, so that's why we can't let them off the hook. I can imagine that that's what she's about to say. But let's keep looking. Recent research studying investor holdings on Robinhood suggests that the narrative that retail investors were cannon fodder for more sophisticated investors is incomplete to the point of being misleading. While Robinhood investors were overrepresented in certain odd stocks, those unconventional holdings were the exception, not the rule. The increased participation by retail investors in equities markets is positive news for both investors themselves and the markets. Opportunities for individuals to grow their own wealth should be welcomed and expanded, not restricted. At the outset, I will note that it is difficult to analyze the impact of the trading in GameStop and other stocks because many facts remain unknown at the time. While the popular narrative is that retail traders rose up to target hedge fund short positions, we do not have the data to know what portion of GameStop's rise was attributable to retail investor behavior versus the behavior of other market participants. More so, we may never have the data to determine the diverse motivations of all the individual investors who traded in GameStop. Why would you have trouble finding that? Just go on any live stream and see how much we like the stock. People are asking where to watch. I'm going to be live streaming right here, so don't go anywhere. You guys are in the right position. Keep on watching. But some things are seen clear. Importantly, the temporary volatility in GameStop and others did not present a systemic risk to the functioning of our markets, as the Treasury Department recognized following a meeting with officials from the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. The market's core infrastructure was resilient during high volatility and heavy trading volume. This is not surprising. Despite a huge trading volume, the rapid increase in value, the GameStop phenomenon affected a very small part of the market. GameStop's market capitalization, even at its peak, was only $24 billion in approximately $50 trillion market, and short interest, which may have been targeted by some traders, represent a small and recently shrinking portion of equity market value. That's going to rile up some people. Even the wider market effects potentially attributable to GameStop phenomenon, like the dip in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, were mild and short-lived. The fact that GameStop traded temporarily and perhaps still trades above fair estimates of the company's value is not by itself a reason for concern. How dare you? Stock prices move in and out of alignment all the time, and markets are no strangers to bubbles. If a company is valued by a market differently than a review of its fundamentals suggests, it might indicate that the analysis is missing relevant information about a company's prospects, or it might indicate that the company's stock price is due for a correction. The market's mechanisms, including the tool of short selling, generally work well to handle both of these circumstances. Stepping in to prevent trading when a stock price soars or declines, contrary to conventional wisdom, could limit legitimate information important to the market. So it is a strong 4 against 2. Only the CEO of Reddit and our boy Roaring Kitty seems to be for GME. Even this is a killing blow of a think tank director who believes that GME is overvalued. Even now, I bring you to, because we have no time to waste, the virtual hearing from the U.S. House Committee of Financial Services, virtual hearing GameStop, who wins and loses when short sellers, social media, and retail investors collide. I'm just going to be watching along with you. Whoop, hold on. There. We're going to be watching along with you, and along with 31,000 people. It is going to be a wild ride. Stay tuned. Make sure you guys are watching closely, because in about 5 minutes, oh, actually 7 minutes, we have plenty of time to talk actually. In about 7 minutes, we are going to be talking about one of the biggest swings to GameStop that could possibly occur. Now that we've seen all the testimony, you guys are ready to see the real thing. I'm going to do a couple of edits. Maybe I'll call it like live now. Live now. GameStop GME. Okay, so live now, 1,600 of you. We passed 550 likes. That means a treat for Meatball. Meatball. That's a treat. The live chat is just going crazy every which way, which is a good thing. Keep on talking about the stonks. Keep on holding on to your hats, because this is a bumpy ride that we're about to go for. Okay, you guys are here. We are in the room where it happens, talking about GameStop. You see that counter is counting down 4 minutes until February 18th, 9 a.m. PST, which is your central noon time, sorry, your Eastern Coast noon time, where GameStop, who wins and loses when short sellers, social media, and retail investors collide. We are going to hear 6 of our beautiful boys and girls talk against each other. If you guys are just joining the live stream, we have Mr. Keith Gill. He is going to be the Roaring Kitty, Mr. Man of the Hour. Mr. Kenneth Griffin, who is going to be CEO of the Citadel LLC. We have Mr. Steve Huffman, Mr. CEO of the Reddit a website that we all love, Mr. Gabriel Plotkin, the CEO of Melvin Capital, Mr. Melvin himself, Mr. Vladimir Tenev, CEO of Robinhood. We just slogged through his extensive report. We have Ms. Jennifer Schlupp, which seems like she might be leading in the very beginning. And she is the director of financial regulation from a think tank called the Cato Institute. I'm going to go through some of the chat so that I make sure that I'm hearing you guys. But make it clear that right now we have a solid 2 for GME. So GME stock might swing wildly during and after this case, but right now we have 2 strong proponents for GME, which is going to be the CEO of Reddit and the Mr. Roaring Kitty himself, and we have 3 and possibly 4 against, which is Mr. CEO of Robinhood, Mr. Skinny Adam Driver. We have the CEO of Citadel. We have the CIO, but Mr. Melvin himself from Melvin Capital, and we have most importantly, well, actually not most importantly, least importantly, this think tank lady who seems like she is probably going to be on the side of the big investment corporations themselves. I'm going to be unplugging my headphones. so that you guys can hear this, and make sure that if you guys I'm not going to talk very much through this. I'm just going to comment based on what I understand. I'm going to give you guys the data scientist perspective. I'm going to give you guys Meatball's perspective. I'm just learning from him. He's really mentoring me. It seems like we are already on. We got Mr. Plotkin on the right. We got a couple of representatives, and let's start and listen. It's not just you. It seems like there's no sound. What happened to 31 people watching? Now it's only 13,000 people. 31,000 people watching for a second ago. I wonder how soon they're going to find out that there's no sound. Let me play another video to make sure it's not my sound.
Hey, Grant Cardone here, and I want to talk to you about...
Yeah, so it's them. They don't have any sound. Which is, oh, there's no live chat and no comments. You don't want to see people talk? Well, see, now they're not going to know that there's no sound because, oh, look, it's Mr. Mr. CEO of Robinhood himself with a little hang in there cat on the side. That's pretty funny. Let's see what the live chat is saying. We have Dave's Payne. I wish I could give you gold for that comment. You guys are just making an awesome comment section in there. No sound, no sound. Their audio isn't on. No sound. Rigged. Kumate in Congress. These dudes, no audio. He doesn't even know his mic is muted. I think Mr. Robinhood does know his mic is muted. He's just currently not saying anything. Oh wait, is this Mr. Ken Griffin? Oh, I confused them. This is Mr. Ken Griffin. I swear this is what Mr. Robinhood looks like. No, yeah, that's Mr. Robinhood. They just have Mr. Ken Griffin down in the right corner. What an American catastrophe! But I will update you presently until we have all their sound back on. Oh, is this Keith? Oh, you're right. This is Keith. No sound. Yeah, this is Mr. Roaring Kitty. They do look very similar. So this is this Vlad or is this Keith? Hold on, I need to look what Keith Gill looks like. Well, they currently don't have the right title on the right side because it says he's Kenneth Griffin, but he's not. All right, so the U.S. government is having trouble. Meatball, what do you think about this? Yeah, there's no sound. The live stream is starting soon. That's funny. Well, we will find out what if it was Keith or if it was Vlad. It's Keith. Okay, people think it's Keith. It's because I've only seen Keith with a headband and a backwards hat on. But no, you're right. That is Keith. Kenneth equals Keith. No, Kenneth is. We also have a Kenneth, I believe. Whoa. So once again, if you guys are just joining, we're still waiting for the live stream to begin. We have Kenneth Griffin, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Citadel, which this person is clearly not. And the person that was just flashed on screen is Mr. Roaring Kitty, or Deep Effing Value, who is our Lord and Savior right now.
To order.
Oh.
Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. As a reminder, I ask all members to keep themselves muted when they are not being recognized.
We're talking.
This will minimize disturbances while members are asking questions of our witnesses.
Move the mic a little closer.
Have been instructed not to mute members except where a member is not being recognized and there is inadvertent background noise. Members are also reminded that they may only participate in one remote proceeding at a time. If you are participating today, please keep your cameras on, and if you choose to attend a different remote proceeding, please turn your camera off. Today, we will make an exception and allow members from Texas to participate without their video function if they are experiencing power outages that prevent them from having their videos working.
That'll be
if
rough.
members wish to be recognized during the hearing, Please identify yourself by name to facilitate recognition. I would also ask that members be patient as the chair proceeds, given the nature of conducting committee business virtually.
Okay. So this is Maxine Waters.
So this hearing is entitled GameStop.
Okay.
Who wins and loses when short sellers, social media, and retail investors collide. I now recognize myself for 3 minutes to give an opening statement. Good afternoon, everyone. This hearing will be the first in a series of
40,000
hearings
people
for
watching.
the
That's
committee
crazy.
to examine the recent market volatility involving GameStop and other stocks.
Yes.
I want to know how each of the witnesses here today and the companies they represent contributed to the historic
says Matthew
trading
Curry.
events in January. This recent market volatility
How
has
long
put
is
a
this
national
hearing?
spotlight
If it takes as
on
long as I
institutional
read it,
practices by Wall Street firms.
might be
and
an hour or
prompted
so.
Discussion about the evolving role of technology and social media in
Can
our
we get
markets.
the GME ticker? Sure.
These events have illuminated potential conflicts of interest
Get the GME
and
ticker
the
in there.
predatory ways that certain funds operate, and they have demonstrated the enormous potential power of social media in our markets. They have also raised issues involving gamification of trading, potential harm to retail investors, and the business models of apps with retail investors as their users. All of this is why we have witnesses from many of the key players
GME right
here
there.
to testify today, including witnesses representing Wall Street firms Melvin Capital and Citadel, social media company Reddit, trading app Robinhood, as well as
We
one
like
of the
the
retail
stock.
investors
Let's go.
involved.
GME ticker right
In
there.
subsequent hearings,
Bottom
we
left
will hear
corner.
from regulators and other experts regarding these events, including why Dodd-Frank rulemakings related to short-selling disclosures were never implemented. Many Americans feel that the system is stacked against them, and no matter what, Wall Street always wins. In this instance, many retail investors appeared motivated by a desire to beat Wall Street
Full
at its
screen,
own
please.
game.
Then
And
you
given
guys
the
can't see
losses
the,
that many retail
the ticker.
investors have sustained as a result of volatility in the system, there are many whose beliefs that the system is rigged
AMC on as
against
well.
them
I
has
can't.
been
I can only put
reinforced.
GameStop on.
Others have noted that there are winners and there are losers in every trade in our financial markets.
You want me to do full
Our
screen? I
role
can.
as a financial services committee is to ensure fairness in our financial markets and system, robust protections for investors, and accountability for Wall Street. Today, we will hear firsthand from the witnesses regarding these events. The hearing will be an opportunity for this committee to get the facts about the role each of the entities, the witnesses represent, played in the events we are examining today. Now,
Is it the ticker? The
I
ticker's right
recognize
here.
the ranking member of the committee, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And let me just begin by saying I believe Americans are far more sophisticated, informed,
All right, so
and
this
capable
is,
than people
Patrick
in D.C.
McHenry.
give them credit for. When I called for this hearing last month, I wanted this to be a fact-finding mission. We have speculation, we have headlines and finger-pointing, but we don't have the facts. We need facts, not just the salacious bits or nasty comments on Reddit. And look, there's plenty of that. We need the facts today. Now, some on the left are already floating new restrictions or things to, quote, protect these so-called uninformed retail investors who, in their eyes, don't know the difference between the Dogecoin and the Dow
appears to be an
Jones
echo
without
from their
Congress
side.
telling them. I think if we've
that
learned
fixed it.
anything from the past few weeks, it's that these average everyday investors are pretty darn sophisticated. There is wisdom to the crowd. So let's zoom out on that idea just for a moment. The GameStop story represents a larger truth. A fundamental change is happening. Like never before, everyday investors can communicate, access
Why is
more
everyone
information,
swearing?
and work collectively to move markets, all in real time. Technology is fueling this revolution. Congress cannot put technology back in the box. GameStop is the culmination of years of pent-up frustration. That frustration is now paired with faster, cheaper, better technology. consider for a moment that for every story of someone being able to pay off their student debt from the GameStop
No cat
trade,
filter.
or conversely, every story of somebody who lost money, there were stories of those who said they were investing in protest. In protest. They would gladly risk losing money just to prove a point. And now, and while no one should ever risk investing money that they cannot afford to lose, let's tell the truth of why someone would do something like that. The sad truth is the K-shaped economy is nothing new in our capital markets because the structural core of our regulations literally enshrined inequity. Policies like the accredited investor definition blatantly pick winners and losers. If you're wealthy, you're good to go. And if you're not, you're deemed too dumb to be trusted with your own money. So a privileged few get to invest alongside Ivy League endowments, getting early access in private markets to the greatest returns of the last 2 generations. But not so fast for the average everyday investor. In the eyes of our government, you need to be protected. Protected from your own decisions, protected from your own money, protected from more opportunities. So you're left with a savings account which pays no interest. And if you need more money than that, well, we created a world where it's easier to go buy a lottery ticket than it is to invest in the next Google. Is it any wonder why the unhealthy dynamics of GameStop happened? It's time we get serious about equity and ownership in the American economy. We should live in a world where the construction worker or Uber driver trading on Robinhood has the same access to equity shares in Robinhood itself as the white-collar employees who work there. Same goes for Reddit and Reddit users, by the way.
Okay.
Both contributed to its success. Why can't both share in its future success? So I'll conclude with a reminder for some of my colleagues who want to regulate more and more. In the 1980s, Massachusetts state regulators barred citizens from investing in what the Wall Street Journal called the latest in a cascade of stocks of high technology companies that occurred that year. What IPO was too risky in the eyes of the government? Apple. So instead of shutting the American public out through new regulations, new forms of taxation, or so-called protections, let's use this opportunity instead to side with them. So I'll begin where I started. Americans are far more sophisticated, informed, and capable than folks in DC give them credit for. And it's time our securities laws treat them that way. I look forward to the hearing, and I yield back.
Thank you so very much. I'm so pleased that you're cooperating today and you were eager to join with us when we call for this committee. So I want to welcome today's distinguished witnesses to the committee. Mr. Vlad Tenev is the Chief Executive Officer of Robinhood Markets Incorporated, a company with a trading app that, after increased trading activity in GameStop and certain other stocks, restricted trading of those stocks for a period of time.
I guess Robinhood goes
Mr. Kenneth
first.
C. Griffin is the Chief Executive Officer of Citadel, LLC, a fund which is one of Robinhood's main customers and sources of revenue, which also provided financial support to Melvin Capital Management LP when Melvin faced significant losses over GameStop and other trades. Gabriel Cohen is the Chief Executive Officer of Melvin Capital Management LP, which held a significant short position in GameStop and other stocks and experienced significant losses due to its positions. Steve Huffman is the Chief Executive Officer, co-founder of Reddit, a social media platform which is home to the subreddit WallStreetBets, where retail investors discuss trading and where a large number of members discuss the purchase of GameStop and other stocks which experience volatility. Mr. Keith Gill is a retail investor who posts on Reddit and YouTube regarding investing in GameStop and other stocks. Jennifer Gall is a director of financial regulation studies at the Cato Institute.
Did it say her name wrong?
Without objection, Your written statements will be made part of the record. Each of you will have 5 minutes to summarize testimony.
Chairman here. It was I believe that there are only 3 minutes of Democratic opening statements with the idea that the subcommittee chair on the Democratic side would be called as well. That's what I was told by your staff.
Well, thank you very much. If that is the order that has been organized, I will cease my introductions and I will call on you, Mr. Sherman, to please go ahead and make an opening statement. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much. Back in the day, the law school professor would create an exam where he'd weave together a story that would exemplify each of the issues in that area.
Why is he so poorly cropped?
But never did the professor do it as good a job as the GameStop saga, which identifies most of the issues facing our capital markets. Short selling. Could there be limits or required additional disclosures? What do we do with market participants, whether they be on Reddit or on Wall Street, who are shorting a stock or buying a stock for the purpose of influencing its price? What is this payment for order flow model? And what does it mean when some participants get best execution and some get enhanced best execution? In price enhanced best execution, and are all traders being treated fairly, and is payment for order flow free to the consumer? We need to look at the plumbing where it takes 2 days to settle a transaction, but also why is it the broker's capital rather than the customer's capital that is posted during the 2-day period? And finally, we need to look at the gamification and glorification of high frequency trading. I thank the chairwoman for the time,
Sherman.
And I hope that in the months to come, we have several hearings to explore these issues, and that we're able to pass legislation this year to deal with each of them, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the subcommittee of oversight and investigations, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to express some concerns that I have. It is a fact that Citadel Securities has paid over $100 million in penalties. And my concern is this. It deals with whether we can allow a market maker's profits from misleading clients and improperly trading ahead of clients to become something as simple as the cost of doing business. The risk of punishments for violations must always exceed the rewards to deter the risk. I'm concerned, and my hope is that we'll get some additional intelligence on how these punishments have impacted the rewards that have been received. I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I will go back to the introduction of our witnesses. I left off with Jennifer Scott, Director of Financial Regulation Studies at the Cato Institute. Without objection, your written statements will be made part of the record. Each of you will have 5 minutes to summarize your testimony. You should be able to see a timer on your screen that will indicate how much time you have left. And a chime will go off at the end of your time. I would ask you to be mindful of the timer and quickly wrap up your testimony if you hear the chime. Now, before we begin with your oral testimonies, I would like to swear in the witnesses. I will call each of your names individually to respond. Would you please raise your hands? Do you solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony you will give before this committee in the matters now under consideration will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Mr. Tanel?
I do.
Mr. Griffin?
I do.
Mr. Plotkin?
Mr. Plotkin, please.
Mr. Plotkin?
Mr. Plotkin does not agree.
I was muted. I apologize. I do.
Oh, he does.
Thank you. Mr. Huffman?
I do.
Mr. Gill?
I do.
Ms. Scott?
I do.
Thank you very much. Let the record show that all of the witnesses answered in the affirmative. We will now begin with their oral testimonies. Mr. Janelle, you are recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, members of the committee. My name is Vlad Tenev, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Robinhood.
There he is.
Thank you for the invitation to speak about Robinhood and the millions of people we serve. Almost 8 years ago, Beju Bhatt and I founded Robinhood. We believed then, as we do now, that the financial system should be built to work for everyone, not just a select few. We dreamed of making investing more accessible, especially for people without a lot of money. The stock market is a powerful wealth creator, but half of U.S. households participate in it.
What is happening?
I would like you to use your limited time to talk directly to what happened January 28th.
I agree. Thank you.
Your involvement in it.
Your testimony is so long.
Certainly.
Madam Chair, the witness has the opportunity to give their own testimony.
Excuse me, you are
Use your
not
time for your questioning.
You are not recognized, Mr.
Oh my God.
Please go right ahead and speak directly to the question.
McHenry.
Mr. McHenry, yes, of course.
We
forgot his
Robinhood
name.
to economically empower all Americans by opening financial markets to them. I was born in Bulgaria, a country with a financial
She
system
told you
that was
don't
on the
go.
verge of collapse.
Don't start there.
At the age of 5, I immigrated with my family to America in search of a better life.
Oh my God.
I have benefited from all America has to offer. And Robinhood's mission to democratize finance for all has a very special significance for me. Robinhood's platform allows people from all backgrounds to invest with no account minimums and zero commissions. Contrary to some very misleading and highly uninformed reports, we see evidence that most of our customers are investing for the long term with features like fractional shares, dividend reinvestment, recurring investments. Our customers can start with small amounts and grow their investments in blue chip stocks and ETFs over time. We've always recognized the responsibility that comes with helping people invest. We'll continue to enhance our educational platform
He has no authority
to help
here.
customers no matter where they are in their financial journey. Hundreds of free educational resources are available to everyone on our Learn website right now.
You are not recognized.
While markets fluctuate, this tells me our business model is working for everyday Americans. The total value of our customers' assets on Robinhood exceeds the net amount of money they have deposited with us by over $35 billion. This tells me our business model is working
he's
for
not using
everyday
like a
Americans.
teleprompter?
The Robinhood community. Many people say that Robinhood has helped them to pay car loans, reduce student loan debt, meet daily bills, save for the future, and we're proud to serve them. You've invited me today to discuss the events of last month, and I welcome this opportunity. In late January, many brokerage firms saw a massive increase in trading activity in a handful of stocks. Prices were moving dramatically day to day, even hour to hour. One specific day, January 28th, proved to be a completely unprecedented event. The spike in trading activity and volatility meant that Robinhood Securities, our clearing broker, had to hold the line and post additional firm capital as collateral to support our clearinghouse deposit demands. To put it in perspective, on January 28th, our daily deposit requirement was 10 times more than on January 25th. As a result, Robinhood Securities, along with many other firms, imposed temporary trading restrictions on certain securities. We began allowing limited buys of these securities the following day, and we have since lifted the restrictions entirely. There are 2 points I want to make clear about these temporary restrictions. First, Robinhood Securities put the restrictions in place in an effort to meet increased regulatory deposit requirements, not to help hedge funds. We don't answer to hedge funds. We serve the millions of small investors who use our platform every day to invest. Second, Robinhood immediately secured additional funds. Altogether, through capital raising and other measures, we've increased our liquidity by more than $3 billion to cushion ourselves against increased collateral requirements and related market stress in the future. Despite the unprecedented market conditions in January, at the end of the day, What happened is unacceptable to us. To our customers, I'm sorry and I apologize. Please know that we are doing everything we can to make sure this won't happen again.
I don't think any of us believe
And I want to
that.
highlight one more thing. The existing 2-day period to settle trades exposes investors and the industry to unnecessary risk. There is no reason why the greatest financial system in the world cannot settle trades in real time. I believe we can and should act now to deploy our intellectual capital and our engineering resources to move to real-time settlement. Together, we can solve this. Before I close, I want to sincerely thank the millions of customers who continue to use Robinhood to access the markets every day. We are grateful and committed to you. Members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to answer your questions.
All right, let's see what kind of questions they're going to ask.
Mr. Griffin, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the recent market events.
The lag is real.
The U.S. capital markets are the envy of the world. Our nation's
lag is
ability to
actually
allocate
real.
capital to its best and highest use creates jobs, drives innovation, and fuels our economy. America's retail investors play an important role in our capital markets. According to Gallup, about 55%
See,
of
this guy has a
Americans own
teleprompter.
stock
He's clearly
right
reading.
now. Citadel Securities, as the largest market maker in the U.S. equities market, executes
Thank you,
more
Dom,
trades
for the
on
super
behalf
chat.
of retail investors than any other firm. As I will discuss shortly, Citadel Securities played an important role in meeting the needs of retail investors during the week of January 24th. Before doing so, I want to be perfectly clear. We
Get a new
had
suit, please.
no role in Robinhood's decision to limit trading in GameStop or any of the other meme stocks. I first learned of Robinhood's trading restrictions only after they were publicly announced. All of us at Citadel Securities are committed to the healthy functioning of the U.S. equities markets. Now, I first participated in the financial markets as a retail investor. In the late 1980s, while attending college, I traded stocks and options from my dorm room.
Okay,
My
man.
passion for investing led to my founding of Citadel in 1990.
What about your grandpa?
Today, Citadel is one of the world's leading alternative investment managers. Our capital partners include pension plans, colleges, hospitals, foundations, and research institutions. In 2002, my partners and I founded Citadel Securities. Today, Citadel Securities is one of the world's preeminent market makers. We have been a leader in using technology to transform our
Looks
markets,
like a deep fake.
particularly for retail investors. Citadel Securities invests hundreds of millions of dollars each year to serve the needs of our customers. In the last week of January, the importance of this investment
The
was on
lag does
full
make it feel
display.
like a deep fake.
During the period of frenzied retail equities trading, Citadel Securities was able to provide continuous liquidity every minute of every trading day. When others were unable or unwilling to handle the heavy
Is he a
volumes,
robot? It might be.
Citadel Securities was there. On Wednesday, January 27th, we executed 7.4 billion shares
He's talking so
on
slowly.
behalf of retail investors. To put this into perspective, on that day, Citadel Securities executed more shares for retail investors than the entire average daily volume of the entire U.S. equities market in 2019.
Wow.
The magnitude of the orders routed to Citadel Securities reflects the confidence of the retail brokerage community in our firm's ability to deliver in all market conditions and underscores the critical importance of our resilient and stable systems. I could not be more proud of our team at Citadel Securities. My
I
colleagues
could
who
not.
are committed to ensuring that the interest of America's retail investors were served during
What
this
is happening? What is all this
extraordinary
background noise?
period. Once again, I appreciate the opportunity to appear today,
Blink
and
twice.
I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Mr. Plotkin, you're now
Mr.
recognized for 5
Plotkin!
minutes to present your oral testimony.
Melvin! Let's go, Melvin! Tell us the truth, Melvin.
Chairwoman
Please.
Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and members of the committee.
Oh my
I would like
God,
to
he
thank
looks
you
terrible.
for this opportunity.
This is bad
to
lighting.
share
Why does he have a
Melvin
printer
Capital's
next to
perspective
him?
on the recent trading activity.
Thank you, Theo,
in
for the
GameStop.
super.
I am the founder and chief investment officer of Melvin Capital.
Oh
I am
man.
humbled by these unprecedented events. Many investors on all sides have experienced losses. I am here today to share my own personal experience and to be helpful in this conversation. I understand that part of the focus of this hearing is the decision of stock trading platforms to limit trading in GameStop. I want to make clear at the outset that Melvin Capital played absolutely no role in those trading platform decisions. In fact, Melvin closed out all of its positions in GameStop days before the platforms put those limitations in place. Like you, we learned about those limits from news reports. I also want to make clear at the outset that contrary to many reports, Melvin Capital was not bailed out in the midst of these events. Citadel proactively reached out to become a new investor, similar to the investments others make in our funds.
Did he not want to
There's
shave?
an opportunity for Citadel to buy low and earn returns for its investors if and when our fund's value went up. To be sure, Melvin was managing through a difficult time, but we always had margin excess and we were not seeking a cash infusion. I am here testifying today far removed from my background. I grew up in a middle-class family in Portland, Maine.
His grandpa.
I went to a public high school.
His grandpa.
I studied hard and got into a good college. Upon graduation, I did not have a job. Today, I'm married with 4 children, and my time is spent with my family and on Melvin Capital, which I founded 6 years ago. I named Melvin after my grandfather, who ran
Oh,
a
his
convenience
grandfather!
store. I wanted the firm
Everyone
to
drink.
represent his values, integrity, hard work,
Oh.
taking care of customers and employees, and commitment to excellence.
I want his grandfather.
Melvin Capital manages a hedge fund. Investors such as academic institutions, medical research and other charitable foundations, pension funds, retirees, and others invest with us. We have 36 employees and hundreds of investors, and I feel a personal duty
Looks
to
like
all
his
of
sub's
them.
gonna be packed up.
Melvin specializes in the consumer and technology sector, including companies like GameStop, AutoZone, and Expedia.
Scuffed Mark
Most of our
Zuckerberg.
investments are long. In other words, we buy stock in companies that create jobs, grow the economy, and develop new products for consumers. We do this after extensive fundamental research, sometimes literally for years. When our research convinces us that a company will grow relative to expectations, we make a long-term investment. When our research suggests a company will not live up to expectations and its stock price is overvalued, we might short a stock. Like with our long positions, our practice is to short a stock for the long term after extensive research. We also short stocks because when the markets go down, we have a duty to protect our investors' capital. There are laws governing shorting stock, and of course, we always follow them. In addition, it's very important to understand that absolutely none of Melvin's short positions are part of any effort to artificially depress or manipulate downward the price of a stock. Nothing about our short position prevents a company from achieving its objectives. It is just Melvin's view about whether it will. Specific to GameStop, we had a research-supported view well before the recent events. In fact, we had been short GameStop since Melvin's inception 6 years earlier, because we believed and still believe that its business model, selling new and used video games in physical stores, is being overtaken by digital downloads through the internet. And that trend only accelerated in 2020 when, because of the pandemic, people were downloading video games at home. As a result, the gaming industry had its best year ever, but GameStop had significant losses. In January 2021, a group on Reddit began to make posts about Melvin's specific investments. They took information contained in our SEC filings and encouraged others to trade in the opposite direction. Many of these posts were laced with anti-Semitic slurs directed at me and others. The post said things like, "It's very clear we need a second Holocaust. The Jews can't keep getting away with this." Others sent similarly profane and racist text messages to me. In the frenzy during January, GameStop stock rose from $17 to a peak of $483.
Printer.
I do not think anyone would claim that the price had any relationship to the intrinsic value of the business. The unfortunate part of this episode is that ordinary investors who were convinced by a misleading frenzy to buy GameStop at $100, $200, or even $483 have now lost significant amounts. When this frenzy began, Melvin started closing out its position in GameStop at a loss. Not because our investment thesis had changed, but because something unprecedented was happening. We also reduced many other Melvin positions at significant losses, both long and short, that were the subject of similar posts. I'm personally humbled by what happened in January. Investors in Melvin suffered significant losses. It is now our job to earn it back. And while I do not think that anyone could have anticipated these events, I've learned much from them and I'm taking steps to protect our investors from anything like this happening in the future. I look forward to answering your questions.
Do they have any questions? I guess not. Not yet. Well, that was Melvin.
Thank you, Mr. Plotkin. Mr. Huffman, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Okay.
Thank you. Madam Chairwoman, Mr. Ranking Member, honorable members of the committee, my name is Steve Huffman. I am the co-founder and CEO of Reddit, and I'm pleased to talk with you today about how Reddit works and what we have seen on our site in the past few weeks. Reddit's mission is to bring community and belonging to everyone in the world. What started in 2005 as a single community has since evolved into a vast network of many thousands of communities. They range from standard topics like news, sports, politics,
this guy's on our side,
to internet culture, to support. For example, our unemployment community has become a source of support for hundreds of thousands of Americans who have turned to Reddit after losing their jobs during the pandemic. Our communities are created and run by our users. Because of this, we describe Reddit as the most human place on the internet. Though we are small compared to the largest platforms, our communities provide an online home for millions of people every day. I'd like to share a bit about how content moderation on Reddit works. Reddit's moderation system starts with our content policy, the platform-wide rules which all communities must follow. Among other things, these rules prohibit hate, harassment, bullying, and illegal activity on Reddit, and they are enforced by Reddit's anti-evil team, which is composed of engineers, data scientists, and other specialists. This team also ensures the integrity of the site, and we have continuously honed our methods to stay ahead of bad actors to protect Reddit from manipulation, spam, and other threats. This team searched high and low for the specific comment mentioned in the previous testimony, or anything like it. The closest we could find was a single comment that received no votes and was deleted within 5 minutes. Such speech is not tolerated on Reddit, and we will of course investigate any further claims of this nature. Centralized moderation is common, but Reddit additionally uses a governance structure akin to a federal democracy, where the aforementioned policies and teams represent the federal government and the communities themselves represent states. All communities or subreddits are created by users that we call moderators. They set the community's rules, which may be as strict as they like as long as they are not in conflict with the platform-wide policies, and they have a variety of tools of enforcing these rules independently.
This guy seems real.
Moderators are not paid employees, but rather users who are passionate about their communities. They have the context and judgment to make decisions no algorithm could. The members of each community contribute both the content itself and the ranking of it by voting up or down on any post or comment. Unlike other platforms where submission has a built-in audience through the author's follower count, every piece of content on Reddit, no matter how famous the author, starts at zero and has to earn its visibility. Through their votes, the community itself enforces not just the explicit rules of their community, but also the unwritten rules that define their culture. This layered approach has helped our users create the most authentic communities online. The specific community we'd like to talk about today is WallStreetBets. It's important to understand that WallStreetBets is one of many finance and investing related communities on Reddit. This particular community specializes in higher risk, higher reward investments than what you might find in other more conservative financial communities on Reddit, with such names as personal finance, investing, and financial independence. I will stress that WallStreetBets is first and foremost a real community. The self-deprecating jokes, the memes, the crass at times language all reflect this. And if you spend any time on WallStreetBets, you'll find a significant depth to this community exhibited by the affection its members show one another. They are just as quick to support a fellow member after a big loss as they are to celebrate after a big gain. A few weeks ago, we saw the power of community in general and of this community in particular when the traders of WallStreetBets banded together at first to seize an investment opportunity not usually accessible to retail investors, but later more broadly to defend all retail investors against the criticism of the financial establishment. With the increase in attention, WallStreetBets unsurprisingly faced a surge in traffic and new users. At Reddit, our first duty in these situations is to our communities, and our role in this moment was to keep WallStreetBets online. Working around the clock, we scaled our infrastructure, made technology changes to help this community withstand the onslaught of traffic, and we acted as diplomats to help resolve conflict within WallStreetBets leadership. We have since analyzed the activity in WallStreetBets to determine whether bots, foreign agents, or other bad actors played a significant role. They have not. In every metric we checked, the activity in WallStreetBets was well within normal parameters, and its moderation tools were working as expected. We will, of course, cooperate with valid legal requests from federal and state regulators. That said, we do believe that this community was well within the bounds of our own policies. To conclude, I would like to reiterate why it is important to protect online communities like WallStreetBets. WallStreetBets may look sophomoric or chaotic from the outside, but the fact that we're here today means they've managed to raise important issues about fairness and opportunity in our financial system. I'm proud they use Reddit to do so. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Well done. That guy supports us. If you guys are on track on Reddit, these are 2 versus 4. This is the Clegane Bowl for us. I'm going to stay quiet.
Thank you very
for this
much,
next part.
Mr. Huffman. Mr. Gill, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Let's go! Hyped up!
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, members of the committee.
Yes!
I'm happy to discuss with the committee my purchases of GameStop shares and my discussions of their fair value on social media. It is true that my investment in that company multiplied in value many times. For that, I feel enormously fortunate. I also believe the current price of the shares demonstrates that I've been right about the company. A few things I am not. I'm not a cat. I am not an institutional investor, nor am I a hedge fund. I do not have clients, and I do not provide personalized investment advice for fees or commissions. I'm just an individual whose investment in GameStop and posts on social media were based upon my own research and analysis. I grew up in Brockton, Massachusetts. My family was not wealthy. My father was a truck driver and my mom a registered nurse. I was one of 3 kids and the first in my family to earn a 4-year college degree when I graduated from Stonehill College in 2009. That was not a good time to be looking for a job. From 2010 to 2017, I worked at a few startup companies, but there were significant periods when I was unemployed. I took an interest in the stock market, and even though I had very little money, I used those times to educate myself and learn more about investing. In 2019, after nearly 2 years unemployed, I accepted a marketing and financial education job at MassMutual. My wife, Caroline, and I were thrilled that I had an income and benefits. My job was to help develop financial education classes that advisors could present to prospective clients. I was not a stockbroker or a financial advisor. I did not talk to clients, and I did not recommend stocks for them to buy. Before and after I joined MassMutual, I studied and followed stocks. One of those was GameStop. In early June of 2019, the price of GameStop stock declined below what I thought was its fair value. I invested in GameStop in 2019 and 2020 because, as I studied the company, I became more and more confident in my analysis. 2 important factors, based entirely on publicly available information, gave me confidence that GameStop was undervalued. First, the market was underestimating the prospects of GameStop's legacy business and overestimating the likelihood of bankruptcy. I grew up playing video games and shopping at GameStop, and I plan to continue shopping there. GameStop stores still provide real value to consumers and reliable revenue for GameStop. Second, I believe that GameStop has the potential to reinvent itself as the ultimate destination for gamers within the rapidly growing $200 billion gaming industry. GameStop has a unique opportunity to pivot toward a technology-driven business. By embracing the digital economy, GameStop may be able to find new revenue streams that vastly exceed the value of its business. I am hardly the only person who has advocated these points. When I wrote and spoke about GameStop on social media with other individual investors, our conversations were no different from people in a bar or on a golf course or at home talking or arguing about a stock. Hedge funds and other Wall Street firms have teams of analysts working together to compile research and analyze shares of companies. Individual investors do not have those resources. Social media platforms like Reddit, YouTube, and Twitter are leveling the playing field. The idea that I use social media to promote GameStop stock to unwitting investors and influence the market is preposterous. My post did not cause the movement of billions of dollars into GameStop shares. It is tragic that some people lost money, and my heart goes out to them. But what happened in January just demonstrates again that investing in public securities is extremely risky. As I said earlier, I consider myself and my family fortunate with our investment. When the stock price broke $20 in December, I knew my investment was a success. I was so happy to visit my family in Brockton for the holidays. The money will go such a long way for us. we had an incredibly difficult 2020. Most difficult was the tragic and unexpected loss of my sister Sarah in June. I am grateful to be in a position to give back to and support my family. As for what happened in January, others will have to explain it. It's alarming how little we know about the inner workings of the market. And I am thankful that this committee is examining what happened. I also want to say that I support retail investors' right to invest in what they want, when they want. I support the right of individuals to send a message based on how they invest. As for me, I like the stock. I'm as bullish as I've ever been on a potential turnaround for GameStop, and I remain invested in the company. Thank you. Cheers, everyone.
Yes!
Thank you, Mr. Gill. Ms. Schrupp,
GameStop just rose 10% during his talk.
To present your oral testimony.
That was crazy.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and distinguished members of the Committee on Financial Services. My name is Jennifer Schulp, and I am the Director of Financial Regulation Studies at the Cato Institute's Center for Monetary and Financial Alternatives. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in today's hearing. Before addressing the GameStop phenomenon specifically, I'd like to talk about the participation of retail or individual investors in our public equities markets. Retail participation has ebbed and flowed over the years, but the recent upward trend accelerated sharply during the pandemic. Most point to zero commission trading, but several other factors also likely attracted retail investors, including fractional share trading, low account minimums, and easy app-based platforms. More time at home during the pandemic probably even played a role. Retail participation in our equities markets is important. The fact that retail investors behave differently from institutional ones and differently from each other can be particularly valuable in times of market stress. In fact, individual investors may have helped stabilize the market in March 2020. Importantly, investing in the stock market also provides a path to wealth for individual investors. But stock ownership traditionally has been skewed towards the already wealthy, and it is highly correlated with race, education, and age. Retail investors making up this new surge are different. Recent research by the FINRA Investor Education Foundation and NORC at the University of Chicago found that investors who opened accounts for the first time in 2020 were younger, had lower incomes, and were more racially diverse. These new investors also held lower account balances. This may portend, as one of the researchers noted, quote, a shift towards more equitable investment participation. These new opportunities for individuals to grow their wealth should be welcomed and expanded, not restricted. Now I'll turn to GameStop. At the outset, I will note that it is difficult to analyze the impact of the trading in GameStop and other stocks because many facts are unknown. But some things seem clear. Importantly, the temporary volatility in these stocks did not present a systemic risk to market function. As the Treasury Department recognized, the market's, quote, core infrastructure was resilient during high volatility and heavy trading volume. This is not surprising. Despite the huge trading volume and rapid increase in value, only a small part of the market was affected, and spillover effects on the wider market were mild and short-lived. The fact that GameStop traded temporarily, and perhaps still trades above fair estimates of the company's value, is not, by itself, a reason for concern. Stock prices move in and out of alignment all the time, and markets are no strangers to bubbles. If a company is valued by the market differently than a review of its fundamentals suggests, it might indicate that the analysis is missing relevant information about a company's prospects, or it might indicate that the company's stock price is due for a correction. The market's mechanisms, including the tool of short selling, generally work well to handle these circumstances. Stepping in to prevent trading where a stock price moves contrary to conventional wisdom could deprive the market of important information. The SEC, among a host of others, is reviewing the relevant trading and conducting a study of the events. The SEC will have access to far more information than has been made publicly available, and I believe it has the tools necessary to address any harmful misconduct that may have occurred. I cannot opine on whether any regulatory changes are warranted on this incomplete record. I tend to believe the answer will be no in light of the minimal impact on the market's function. But as regulators learn more, there may be areas identified for improvement. By no means, though, should these events lead to restrictions on retail investors' access to the markets. Thank you, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Schwab. I now recognize myself 5 minutes for questions. The market volatility surrounding GameStop and other securities has highlighted how many people feel that the cards are stacked against them and that market participants, like our witnesses, hide the ball. Mr. Teneve, you explained that Robinhood restricted transactions in certain securities to meet demands coming from your clearinghouse. And yet, on January 28th, you represented to the media that there was no liquidity problem. Isn't it true that being concerned about having enough capital to meet deposit requirements, isn't that a liquidity problem? Or could you just answer yes or no?
Chairwoman Waters, I appreciate the opportunity to address that.
Just yes or no?
We always felt comfortable with our liquidity and the additional capital that Robinhood raised.
Please answer yes or no.
Yes or no, Vlad?
We always felt comfortable
my
with our
5
liquidity.
minutes. I don't have time. I just need a yes or no answer.
I stand by my statement. The additional capital we raised wasn't to meet capital requirements or deposit
The
requirements.
gentleman,
Excuse me.
I'm reclaiming my time. This liquidity problem had real consequences for your customers, but I wonder if they were all that surprised. Between December 2019 and December 2020, Robinhood customers experienced monetary losses due to system outages. Customer accounts were reportedly compromised. The firm repeatedly failed to testify its best execution obligations, and it misled its customers regarding its revenue sources. It seems retail investors often get a bad deal at Robinhood. Mr. Teneve, also, while you testified today that, quote, Robinhood's customers benefit greatly from payment for order flow, quote unquote, in December 2020, the SEC charged Robinhood for not disclosing that it was getting paid to send customer trades to Citadel Securities and other market makers, and for not seeking the best terms for its customers' orders. Robinhood provided such inferior trade prices, it cost your customers over $34 million. Is your testimony after Robinhood paid, is it your testimony after Robinhood paid the SEC $65 million to settle those charges, that this conflict of interest is in your customers' best interest? Yes or no?
Yes or no, Vlad?
Chairwoman Waters, first let me say regulatory compliance is at the center of everything that we do. We've made mistakes in the past. I'm not claiming that.
But could you answer yes or no to that question?
So Citadel Securities is an important counterparty. Nobody's denying that. The reason that
Gentlemen, can I answer yes or no? I'm reclaiming my time. Meanwhile, Mr. Griffin, Citadel's role in this event also raises significant questions for policymakers. Citadel Securities pays Robinhood tens of millions of dollars to process trades by Robinhood's customers. This relationship gives Citadel Enterprise key non-public information as to direction and volume of trades by retail investors. Your firm makes use of private exchanges called dark pools and other off-exchange trading to trade large sizes without moving the market against you. In fact, at some point last month, 50% of all trades occurred in dark pools or via OTC off-exchange trades. Your business strategy is designed intentionally to undermine market transparency and skim profits from companies and other investors. One problem, though, Mr. Griffin, is that we don't really know how central your firm has become to the capital markets. Mr. Griffin, does Citadel handle 47% of the U.S. listed retail volume? Please, yes or no?
Please.
Excuse me, Chairman Waters, what percentage? I couldn't hear that number.
47%.
So, Chairman Waters, to the best
Yes,
of
I
my knowledge,
know.
so the odd, best of my knowledge, we handle in excess of roughly 40% of all retail volume.
Thank you very much for reclaiming my time.
He did it.
Mr. Griffin, on
He answered
January
yes or no.
27th, the Citadel execute 7.4 billion shares for retail investors, which would be more trades than the average daily volume of the entire United States equities market in 2019, yes or no?
Chairman Waters, that was my written and oral testimony.
So yes.
Thank you very much. And with that, I now recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. McHenry, for 5 minutes for questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tanev, I'm going to come to you first. I just want to get to what happened on that day in January. So let's take a step back here. You get a call in the middle of the night, according to what I've heard you in interviews say. And based off that conversation with your compliance team, you decided to halt the buying of GameStop stock. People were furious. We'll get into the regulations and the settlement parts of that today. We will get to that. But this is what I think needs to be answered about your decision. Why did Robinhood restrict the buying but not the selling of GameStop? And why did folks get locked out on the buy side only?
Ranking Member McHenry, I appreciate the opportunity to address that. The reason that Robinhood, first of all, let me say Robinhood is always committed to providing access. It's in our name. It's in everything that we do. The decision to restrict GameStop and other securities was driven purely by deposit and collateral requirements imposed by our clearinghouses. So buying securities are requirements. Selling does not. Moreover, preventing customers from selling is a very difficult and painful experience where customers are unable to access their money. So we don't want to impose that type of experience on our customers unless we have no other choice. And even though I recognize customers were very upset and disappointed that we had to do this, I imagine it would have been significantly worse if we prevented customers from selling.
Okay, so let me ask this question. Is payment for order flow legal?
Yes, payment for order flow is legal and regulated and a common industry.
And is this disclosed to those users of your app?
Yes, payment for order flow is disclosed in multiple places. And moreover, payment for order flow enables commission-free trading. And that's why it's become the industry standard model as other brokerages have replicated our model and started offering commission-free trading to their customers as well.
Okay, so to that, to this greater point of what happened that day and the model that you're using, let's be crystal clear. That decision you made to restrict the buying but not the selling of GameStop was it based on pressure from anyone on the witness panel here today?
Not at all. Zero pressure from anyone. It was a collateral depository requirement decision made by our Robinhood Securities president.
All right, so let me get into this other question. You want to democratize finance. You want to open up Wall Street to retail investors. You say that Robinhood's mission is to democratize finance for all. So let's talk about that. So yes or no, can a Robinhood customer invest in Robinhood, the company?
Robinhood's currently a private company, so that's not possible, no.
And so you mean to tell me that the people that use your platform, that make you a successful company, and I would say directly contribute to your company's exponential growth and success, they don't get the same access to equity shares as a Robinhood employee or your institutional investors. Is that correct?
Currently, that is correct, yes.
All right, Ms. Schultz, let me pivot to you. Why is that? Why is it that everyday investors on the Robinhood app, people that I would argue contributed to its success, can't invest in Robinhood itself?
The SEC limits a lot of investment in private companies to those folks that are known as accredited investors. And to become an accredited investor, you have to have meet a wealth test of earning at least $200,000 a year, or having a net worth of over $1 million. The vast majority of people in this country don't meet that standard and are unable to invest in most private companies.
Okay, so let me just clear this. Mr. Tinev, I don't blame you for the restriction you put on your customers not being able to invest in equity. I'd like to have more opportunity to ask Mr. Gill his thoughts on this, but let me just say this. I don't fault you for the inequitable regulatory structure that DC has created, but I think we need to clear this up. Final thing, Madam Chair, I have for the record, I'd like to submit a letter from the DTCC, which is the clearing company, that was not on the panel today, and your staff has this letter.
Order.
All right, thank you all, and look forward to getting to the facts of the matter here today.
Other members, Ms. Maloney.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters and Ranking Member McHenry for convening this hearing. I hope today's hearing sheds light on how our markets are working, or in many cases are not working, for smaller investors and ways we can fix that. The events of late January saw tremendous volatility and stock prices that were totally divorced from market fundamentals. The whole enterprise was viewed by some as a giant video game, trading stocks instead of properties and monopoly money. But it's not all fun and games, because people can lose their life savings, their hard-earned cash, and tragically, last summer we know of at least one suicide linked to potential trading losses. Beyond those possible losses, the actions of Robinhood and other trading platforms during the GameStop frenzy caused confusion, anger, and undermined investor confidence in the fundamental fairness of our capital markets. None of this is healthy for our markets or good for investors. What makes markets work fairly is when everyone knows the rules and that the rules remain consistent and predictable and are enforced. But because of Robinhood's actions, too many customers did not get that predictability. Many retail investors woke up on January 28th to find that they could no longer buy and sell stocks the same way they could the days prior. And they were being treated differently than other market participants who could still buy and sell those same stocks. So I don't blame them for thinking that things were stacked against the little guy. Mr. Tinev, you stated in your testimony that Robinhood restricted trading for certain securities, including GameStop, in order to meet your financial requirements with your clearinghouse. But when I go to Robinhood's website and the blog post you initially released on January 28th, your financial requirements with your clearinghouse are not mentioned. You only mention market volatility. And when I review the Robinhood customer agreement, you don't include specifics on how and when you may decide to restrict trading, which you did. And you don't include any language or disclosures regarding your capital requirements. It only includes vague language that at any time and in its sole discretion, Robinhood can restrict trading. In other words, you seem to reserve the right to make up the rules as you go along. So I have two questions for you. First, do you think you owe your customers more disclosure and transparency than you gave them? And second, do you believe your lack of candor with your customers might have contributed to the wild speculation and confusion that resulted in the aftermath of your trading restrictions?
Congresswoman, I appreciate the question.
Oh, come on.
So to answer the second question, look, I'm sorry for what happened. I apologize, and I'm not going to say that Robinhood did everything perfect and that we haven't made mistakes in the past. But what I commit to is making sure that we improve from this, we learn from it, and we don't make the same mistakes in the future. And Robinhood as an organization will learn from this and improve to make sure it doesn't happen again. And I'll make sure of that.
Well, I expect we will experience future events with increased volatility, and Robinhood's recent actions appeared arbitrary, which is why I don't blame customers for feeling treated unfairly. Your trading restrictions came out of the blue, and your communication was not clear. So my next question, Mr. Tenev, looking forward, what operational changes is Robinhood making to better respond to future market volatility, to improve transparency with your customers, and to ensure retail customers don't get the rug pulled out from under them at the last minute?
Thank you for that question, Congresswoman. We'll be committing to reviewing absolutely everything about this. The $3.4 billion that we raised, I think, goes a long way to cushioning the firm from future market volatility and other similar black swan events. And I believe that even throughout this process, we improved our risk management processes and strengthened them so that the experience customers had on Friday of that week was much improved from Thursday.
So much background noise.
Thank you.
We'll continue to learn and improve upon this.
Ms. Wagner, you're recognized for
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to welcome our witnesses for testifying today to discuss the late January market volatility that took place, along with what I hope is a broader discussion on market functions and their effect on everyday investors. Since I was very first elected, I have advocated for America's Main Street investors and worked tirelessly to ensure that all Americans, especially those low and middle income savers, are given the investment choice, access, and affordability that they deserve. Retail investors are the strength of our stock market, and I have fought throughout my career for their best interests in the financial markets. And this hearing today is no different. The advances in financial technology that we've witnessed in the last decade have improved the way that Americans and our businesses perform financial activities. In just the past year, we have seen retail investors' market participation more than double. And I think this is great. I believe in the wisdom of the retail investor, and I will say I believe in the First Amendment too. This increase is attributed to Robinhood and other trading brokerages who are lowering account minimums, permitting fractional share trading, and implementing zero commission trading. It's critical that Congress focus on reducing barriers to market participation, which is rarely want to do, let me sadly say, and allowing Main Street Americans access to the financial instruments that can create long-term investment savings. All of these changes have given millions of Americans the ability to invest better for their families and their future. My hope is that the majority does not use this hearing as an excuse to once again add new federal regulatory burdens to an industry that is already heavily regulated that will prevent people from participating in our capital markets. Letting existing regulations work is key, not burdening everyday investors with new and more costly barriers to entry. Mr. Tenev, it appears at the time your company did not have enough money to meet the collateral requirements for that level of trading by your customers. In your view, A, were collateral requirements from the DTCC unreasonably high? Was the amount of trading on your platform unforeseeable? Or was your company undercapitalized given its risk profile?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman.
Thank you so much.
So this event was a 5 Sigma event, which is a 1 in 3.5 million event. To put that in context, there have only been tens of thousands of stock market days in the history of the U.S. stock market. So a 1 in 3.5 million event basically is unmodelable. That said, we can learn from it. And in this particular case, our risk management processes worked appropriately to keep us in compliance with all of our deposit requirements and collateral requirements.
Well, Mr. Tenev, I realize that you are doing a full review of your practices and such. I encourage you to do that. And certainly communication with your investors is going to be key to that, because you didn't communicate with them early on. Let me just say, as a ranking member on the Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee, I am delighted to be speaking with our witness, Ms. Jennifer Schultz. Ranking Member McHenry and I have spent countless hours stressing the importance of having qualified women in finance. So I'm pleased to have you here today to lend your expertise. Ms. Schultz, we now know that it was the daily collateral demands set by the National Security Clearing Corporation that were the reason Robinhood had to temporarily restrict trading. Can you briefly explain the purpose of these capital requirements and their overall relationship to ensuring our markets function in an orderly manner? And did you see any broad failures of market function during these events, ma'am?
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. The NSCC's collateral requirements here serve the function to provide security for the stock settlement process goes through. So while an investor thinks that what has happened is they bought a stock on the day that they make a trade, it really takes 2 days for the settlement process to clear. During that time, the brokerage firm, the DTCC, and the brokerage firm on the other side can remain at risk of that stock not actually clearing. And the collateral requirements are in place in order to mitigate mitigate the risk that the brokerage firm will not be able to make good on its promises to sell or buy. I didn't see any broad scale failure here. The DTCC's collateral requirement was large, but understandable. And I think things functioned largely correctly.
My time has expired. I thank you all for your testimony, and I yield back, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you,
Madam Chairman, point of order. I just like, Perlmutter, just to remind people to, when they're not speaking, to mute themselves, because there's a lot of feedback when the question is asked and the mic stays open and the people are answering the question. Just remind everybody, mute when you're not speaking, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You heard Mr. Perlmutter. I would hope that every member would certainly do that. Mr. Sherman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. We've come to expect things on the internet to be free. When you're not paying for it, it's not free. You're the product, someone else is the customer. When you go onto Facebook and it's free, you're the product being sold to the advertiser, and your information is sold to God knows whom. So we now have a system where we're telling investors that it's free to invest to buy and sell stock. There are 2 ways to pay the folks involved in Wall Street for buying and selling stock. One is a commission, and you know what it is. And so we discourage investors a little bit from buying and selling stock because they have to pay a commission, and they know they're paying a commission. The other way to do it is to give them a worse execution. Whenever there's a stock being purchased and sold, the market maker, perhaps Citadel, might be willing to sell the stock for $10.05, but will buy it for only $10. The difference is 5 cents. And so the issue is whether Robinhood and other people who are being told you get it for free are really getting it for free. Mr. Griffin, you're a market maker. You pay some brokers for order flow. You don't pay others for order flow. So when you pay for order flow, you're not making as much on the transaction. You have to pay some of that back to the broker. That's hidden the amount of that is hidden from the customer. The fact that it exists has perhaps recently been disclosed. SEC rules require that people get the best execution, but I've recently learned that there's best execution and enhanced pricing. So if you get an order from Fidelity and you get an order from Robinhood and you're paying for the Robinhood order flow, is the Robinhood customer getting as good a price as the Fidelity customer? Mr. Griffin.
So, Congressman, I believe that's an excellent
Question was so long.
The execution quality that we can provide, as measured in terms of price improvement, is heavily related or correlated to the size of the order that we receive. So, if I were to speculate,
don't tell me that that there are other factors involved and take us down another road. I'm asking you a clear question. Assuming same size of order, one comes in from Robinhood, one comes in from Fidelity. Is it not true that one is going to get a enhanced best execution, and the other one is just going to get best execution?
So as I was trying to explain, because the Robinhood order comes from a community of traders who tend to trade in smaller size.
That isn't my question, sir. You're evading my question by making up other questions. Let me repeat. 2 identical orders come in. Same stock, same quantity. One's from Robinhood, one's from Fidelity. What happens?
The quality of the execution varies by the channel of the order. This is a commonly understood phenomenon in economics that channels matter. So, for example, when you go get a mortgage from JP Morgan to their clientele has a different rate of interest than a mortgage.
Okay, reclaiming my time, sir. Who gets the better deal? Well, one that comes from a broker who is being paid for order flow, and one not. Can you testify that on balance, there is no difference, assuming the same size of the order?
So, as I said earlier, size of the order is only one factor.
You are doing a great job of wasting my time. If you go to filibuster, you should run for the Senate. Everyone else I've talked to in this industry says when you pay for order flow, you get when your broker is being paid for order flow, you get a worse execution. Otherwise, you're in a peculiar circumstance where you're making more money on a Fidelity transaction than a Robinhood transaction. This would be an absurd practice.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Lucas, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for holding this hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for agreeing to testify. It's been reported that approximately 20% of market volume is now attributable to retail customers, which I think is just fascinating considering that's up from 10% in 2019. And that's an overwhelmingly positive development, allowing for more market liquidity, more stability, additional avenues for households to grow their wealth. And it's important to increase market access for retail customers. And I don't want to disrupt that if we possibly can. So I'd like to turn with my first question to Mr. Teniff. Let's talk about the attention that this pay for order flow has received. You explained in your testimony, Robinhood's relationship with market makers is important for Robinhood's ability to offer commission-free trading. So expand, if you would, on how that process benefits the everyday investor. Just expand in general on that, if you would.
Congressman, I'd be happy to. Thanks for giving me an opportunity. So as I mentioned in my written testimony, payment for order flow enables commission-free trading. Prior to Robinhood changing the industry standard model to be commission-free, most brokers collected a commission on top of the payment for order flow on every transaction. Now, Robinhood routes to market makers, including Citadel Execution Services. We've got 7 in total across equities and options. And we route without consideration for payment for order flow. All payment for order flow arrangements are uniform across the market makers. And our system routes orders based on who provides the best execution quality for our customers. So the reason Citadel gets a relatively high percentage of our customer order flow is because they provide superior execution quality for our customers. And that's first and foremost the most important consideration that we look for. How are customers getting the best execution quality? If another market maker were to improve upon the execution quality that Citadel Execution Services provides on any subset of orders, our system is set up to automatically route more traffic to that market maker.
Continuing down this line, because clearly this is one of the things that my colleagues and the public has a very strong interest in. And having lived through Dodd-Frank before, I see where sometimes major things can occur. I want to turn to Mr. Griffin. Could you also elaborate on how payment for order flow provides, whether it's the best price to the retail investor from the market maker perspective? Could you expand on that? As you outlined in...
Absolutely, Congressman. So as the CEO of Robinhood just set forth clearly, the orders that are allocated amongst the market makers today are allocated principally on the basis of price improvement. We have fought for 15 years to make that the basis by how which orders are allocated, because we strongly believe that Citadel is able to provide a better execution for retail orders in the long run. We make a huge investment in our team and our technology to do so. How is it that we are able to provide better execution quality than exchanges? Because exchanges are limited in their ability to do business by regulatory mandate. Exchanges by law have a minimum 1 cent wide market, which for low price securities means that they are less competitive than they otherwise could be. We're able to
Noah, are you here and what are you doing?
Excuse me?
Was that a heckle?
That wasn't either one of us. Continue, Mr. Griffin.
All right. So we're able to share our trading acumen with retail investors, and we're able to give them a better price, and we're able to make payments for order flow to firms like Robinhood that allow them to have lower, or today in most cases, no commission. And of particular note, we're able to help Robinhood and other brokers pay exchange fees to the exchanges at the time of execution. This has been very important to the democratization of finance. It has allowed the American retail investor to have the lowest execution cost they've ever had in the history of the U.S. financial market.
Kind of in the Dodd-Frank process that the chairman and I went through a decade ago, plus there was much discussion about margin requirements. Give us just a discussion for an instant about when you discovered you had a $3 billion additional margin call.
So, thank you, Congressman. I believe the full play-by-play of that situation was described in detail in my written testimony. Just to clarify, though, this decision had nothing to do with margin.
Expired, unfortunately. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Has expired. Mr. Meeks, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this hearing, and Mr. Ranking Member. Let me ask a question to Mr. Tnev. I've been burnt once or twice in the market, and but particularly since I've been a member of Congress, one of the things that I recall greatly was the financial crises in 2008. And it is, we thought that opening the market up, where people had adjustable rate mortgages, et cetera, they were able to get into the market, people who may not have been before, but a lot of disclosure had not happened. So they didn't look, nor was there was no documents to look at what their incomes were or anything of that nature. So when those adjustable rates happened, many individuals lost their homes. Many people who bought those mortgages or who initially agreed to those mortgages sold them immediately because they did know that the people would not be able to afford them and they would default shortly thereafter. Now, so I understand your model of trying to get more people, more democratization, but that means that there's now greater responsibility of ensuring that your customers have all of the information they need to assess riskier trades. Now, for me, the information that has to be digestible and accessible. Now, one of the problems I have, for example, you're allowing up to $1,000 to buy stocks on margin. And borrowing on margin is risky. So how do you disclose this? How do you make determination of individuals who are not the sophisticated investors and allowing them to buy these risky stocks that are on margin?
Thank you, Congressman, for the opportunity to address that. Let me set the stage a little bit by saying that about 2% of our customers borrow on margin. About 13% on a monthly basis perform an options transaction, and a much smaller number, around 3%, perform a multi-leg options transaction. So the vast majority of our customers are engaging in buy and hold activities and long-term investing on our platform. Now, to clarify your point on the $1,000 margin, that's actually something that we refer to as Robinhood Instant, and it's provided as a courtesy. When a customer initiates a deposit, we allow them access to up to $1,000 of that deposit immediately, similar to how if you deposit a check at a bank, as a courtesy, they might provide access to those funds or a portion of them before that check clears. As for margin specifically, borrowing money on margin, the rules are very ironclad industry-wide. Obviously, Robinhood Securities conforms to all of the applicable rules. And Robinhood's product is in many ways more restrictive than that of our competitors, because in order to even qualify for borrowing on margin, you have to be a Robinhood Gold customer, which involves paying $5 a month for the service.
So I think that you have, you say that everything is restrictive, but when you are going after the less sophisticated investor, it's more than that. There's a greater responsibility that you have because they have, they could lose. And when they lose, it could make a determination of whether or not they can pay their mortgage or their rent or not. And they can be taken advantage of. Oftentimes you find in the financial industry, it is those that have the least that are really taken advantage of. So the big guys, it becomes a reverse Robin Hood situation, which really concerns me. Let me get to this real quick because there was just something else that you said in regards to liquidity. And you said that you didn't borrow the money because you needed it at the time. But that then later in a question you asked that you raised the additional money, because I want to know how you spent the money, for future situations, which means to me that you did have a liquidity problem, or you anticipated possibly having a liquidity problem, or would have one in future transactions. Could you? What's the deal there?
I appreciate that question. I stand by what I said. Robinhood was able to meet our deposit requirements. We were in compliance with firm net capital obligations throughout the period. And that additional capital, the $3.4 billion, wasn't to service our requirements. It was entirely to prepare for a future, even greater black swan event, and to unrestrict and remove restrictions on the trading and the buying of these securities.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Huizenga, you're next with 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this would have been a little nicer 10 minutes ago when I was supposed to go, but I'm going to go back to Mr. Griffin and the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee. Ranking member, I think, was filibustering himself. And I just wanted to make sure, Mr. Griffin, you had that opportunity to feel comfortable with the explanation of that BestX execution and what was attempted apparently to try to be asked.
Congressman, I hope so. I think it's important to emphasize that we have vigorously advocated for execution quality to be one of the dominant decision-making factors in the routing of order flow in the United States. This has saved retail investors billions of dollars over the year, in contrast to the executions that they would receive through other execution strategies.
Okay.
With respect to payment for order flow, we simply play by the rules of the road. Payment for order flow has been expressly approved by the SEC. It is a customary practice within the industry. If they choose to change the rules of the road, we need to drive on the left side versus the right side. That's fine with us. I do believe that payment for order flow has been an important source of innovation in the industry. As the CEO of Robinhood has testified, they drove the industry towards $0 commissions. This has been a big win for American investors.
Get to Ms. Sculp from Cato Institute. And I know that there was Greenwich Associates had a study and others are out there. Do you concur that this has been good for consumers in the most part?
I think that there's still ongoing studies, but I do think that payment for order flow and the price improvements have largely been good for improvements for customers. And I agree with Mr. Griffin that this has helped drive innovation in the industry. I think disclosure can always be better, and I think people should understand that their broker still needs to make money even if they're providing a zero commission trading service.
Yeah, okay. All right, I've got about 3 minutes left. I was gonna start actually with this and ask each one of you why you thought you were here today. But I'm gonna dispense with that because it's gonna take too much time and I'll provide the answer. Political theater for the most part. That's what this hearing is today. I mean, we're on the business channels right now and on C-SPAN. I think if you see a few of my colleagues playing to the cameras, but we need to have some of these fundamental and important questions answered at the end of the day. And one of the assertions that you've heard already today is that investing is, quote, casino gambling. It's using monopoly funny money. I guess I want to know, is individual retail participation in the marketplace gambling, casino gambling, or using funny money? Mr. Gill, why don't we just start with you? Very quickly.
Come on, let's go.
I don't hear him.
No.
Mr. Huffman, let's move to you.
No, I believe that investing is investing.
Okay. Mr. Griffin?
I believe the vast, vast majority of retail participation are people saving to meet their dreams.
All right. Mr. Tanev?
Congressman, thank you. As I mentioned in my opening statement, Robinhood customers have essentially made over $35 billion in unrealized and realized gains on all of their assets.
It's thing for them, correct?
Absolutely, it's investing and it's building wealth.
Go back to Mr. Gill.
Yes, of course. I do. I believe it's an opportunity for investors to participate in the market just as institutionals participate.
Okay, so actually the business channels had a good question from one of the Reddit readers, which is, so you recommended GameStop before. Would you buy their stock now at roughly 45? It started at 48 earlier today. You were talking about buying it and being happy when it hit cross 20. So are you buying that stock today?
Well, let me just say that investing can be risky, and my particular approach to investing is rather aggressive and may not be suitable for anyone else. But for me personally, yes.
He likes the stock.
So yes or no, are you buying the stock? And
for me personally, yes, I do find it's an attractive investment at this price point.
Quick question. Did you invest in GameStop because you were not aware of the payment for order flow? That's one of the accusations. People bought into this because they don't know that.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Did you buy GameStop because you were not aware of the payment for order flow?
My investment in GameStop was based on the fundamentals.
Okay. I think that answers it. I believe my time has expired.
Ms. Velasquez,
okay,
you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Mr. Kenneth, Robinhood seems to have perfected the gamification of trading, providing the user with the perception that investing through the Robinhood app offers recreational gain, playing with little or no downside risk. Of course, many of us understand that investing is not a game and carries significant risk. How does Robinhood balance disclosures around the potential downside risk of investing, including the risk of substantial loss, and the more enticing claims of profitability and the ease of trading?
Congresswoman, I appreciate that question. Giving people what they want in a responsible way is what Robinhood is about. We don't consider that gamification. We know that investing is serious, and we're investing in all of the educational tools and customer support to help people on their investing journey. What we see is most of our customers are buy and hold. A very small percentage are trading options, about 13%, and less than 3% borrow on margin. So most people use Robinhood to build up portfolios over time.
But can you answer my question? How do you balance disclosures around the potential downside risk of?
So we make lots of disclosures, Congresswoman. We're also a self-directed brokerage. So that means we don't provide advice and we don't make recommendations for what customers should or should not invest in.
So you don't think that as a result of the emphasizing profitability and ease of trading over the risk of loss, that many amateur investors were unaware of the situation they currently find themselves in?
Well, I want to mention again, as in my opening statement, Robinhood customers have earned more than $35 billion in unrealized and realized gains on top of what they've deposited. So I think this shows us that the product is working for customers and our mission is working.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Plotkin, over the course of my time in Congress, I have been concerned and spoken out about the dangers of short selling. While I understand that short selling can be used for legitimate purposes, too often I have seen abuse, and it ends up harming ordinary workers and families. I first saw it against the people of Puerto Rico, and now we are seeing it here against GameStop. Large investors, including hedge funds like yours, have to disclose their long positions when they own 5% or more of the company's shares, but not such disclosure is required for short positions. As we consider reforms, is this type of disclosure for short positions something you will support?
Hello?
Mr. Plotkin?
Yeah, Congresswoman, thank you very much for the question. I think it's a really good question. Whatever regulation is put forth in the marketplace, we will obviously, operate within those rules. It's certainly something I'd be happy to follow up with.
But what about my question about short selling?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. It's not really for me to decide, but if those are the rules, I'll certainly abide by them.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that answer. Mr. Gill, public reports credit you with helping to start the GameStop craze by encouraging other amateur investors to bet against the short positions that Mr. Plotkin and others took. But the stock has now fallen from its high, and many amateur investors have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is my understanding that you are a registered broker. Is that correct?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, and I appreciate all of the members who are participating today. This is not political theater at all. This is serious oversight responsibility, and members are reminded not to impugn the motive of other members. Thank you, Mr. Lukemeyer. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my first question will go to Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill, I guess the question is, you're a very serious investor, somebody who does his homework, invests in the market, your own personal funds. And so I guess the question would be, here today, we're discussing the actions around Robinhood, all the transactions that took place. And I guess, do you think we need more legislation as a result of what happened here, or did the system actually work? And let me just make a couple comments on that part. From the standpoint that did it work, was it self-correcting? Did the fact that somebody like yourself was able to invest and maybe take advantage of the over-shorting positions by the hedge fund guys who were trying to really drive down the price of the stock for other reasons, whatever, or did it point out perhaps that we had some companies, perhaps like Robinhood, I would argue that was undercapitalized or under-reserved, or maybe there was over-aggressive other types of investing that was taking place, the algorithms that were there, the different business models, they didn't work because you outsmarted the system, so to speak. Would you like to comment on that, on that sort of questions and how I formatted that?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I would say my expertise is in analyzing the business, the fundamentals of the business, not so much on the inner workings of the market. I'm not so sure about legislation per se. What I would say is that increased transparency could help. That if someone like me could have a better understanding of how those types of things work, I feel as though it would be quite beneficial to retail investors.
Thank you for that. I know that Mr. Tevin, Robinhood has an interesting name. As I recall, the old story is take from the rich, give to the poor. And I assume what you're doing is allowing the poor to compete with the rich, which is interesting. You made the comment in your testimony, Mr. Tevin, about settling this in real time. We have the electronic ability to do this. I think that would probably help the situation that occurred here. But what other problems occur when you do this in real time? What other things would we have to look at? What other unintended consequences would there be if you did something like that?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. I believe that right now, certain market participants rely on next day settlement to be able to take advantage of intraday netting and run up larger one-sided positions in certain stocks with the knowledge that they can close those positions or reduce them by the time settlement happens. And I understand that would be a limitation to the trading activities of some of these institutions. So that's certainly one area to consider. The other is around securities lending. We'd have to make changes to how securities lending works. I don't think any of these are insurmountable challenges, and I'd be happy, as I mentioned earlier, to deploy our intellectual capital and our team's engineering resources to help solve these problems very quickly.
Thank you for that. Mr. Plotkin and Mr. Griffin, the question is for both of you here. Whenever you're short selling, I understand that GameStop stock was short sold 140%. And Mr. Plotkin, you made the comment in your testimony a minute ago that you were not trying to manipulate stock. Yet if you're short selling a stock 140%, for me, on the outside looking in, it looks like that's exactly what you're doing. Explain to me why that's not manipulating a stock.
Yes.
Thank you, Congressman. For us, I can't speak to other people that were shorted. Anytime we short a stock, we locate a borrow. Our systems actually force us to find a borrower. So we always, short stocks within the context of all the rules.
Mr. Griffin, would you like to comment on that? You guys are both market makers and brokers and hedge fund guys. I mean, you do all of it. Why is this not considered manipulating a stock whenever you can short sell at 140%? Don't you think there should be a limit on something like that?
This is the question.
So I believe that the short interest in GameStop was exceptional. And I'm not sure it's worth us delving into legislative corrections for a very unique situation in terms of the extreme size of the short interest. I will say that all of the large market participants, in fact, every bank, every hedge fund does have to comply with the requirement to borrow shares to short shares in the course of their day in and day out business. The practice of naked shorting was largely curtailed by SEC mandate years ago.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Scott, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady Waters. And let me just say, Chair Lady, that the people of this country appreciate you for pulling this financial services hearing together, because this is a threat to the future of our financial system, and we got to get to the bottom of it. Let me start with you, Mr. Tenney. Let's go through this. The sequence of events that led to the extreme rise in value of GameStop stock and the subsequent market volatility originated through a Reddit discussion. And then that was fueled through social media. And as the story gained traction, tweets by well-known figures with the influence to move markets sent the stock value even higher and higher. So let me start with you, Mr. Tenney. What policies does Robinhood have in place to monitor what happened on social media and how it drives the use of your trading platforms?
I like how this guy's very confident.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Currently, Robinhood does not perform any sort of moderation of social media. We simply don't have the data that the social media platforms have at their disposal to tie these posts to identities. We do, however, within Robinhood Securities, conform to all regulatory requirements around monitoring and trade surveillance and all things of that nature.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, don't you see something is gone terribly wrong here?
Yes.
What do you do to monitor the trades in individual stocks, particularly when, in the case of GameStop, they are singled out and moved on social media? What do you do?
I appreciate the question. So our priority throughout the exceptional market conditions in January and early February was to maintain the uptime and performance of our platform and make sure that we're available to customers.
Let me try to get to a point here. Do you, Robinhood, do you have any policies in place to ensure that investors are making trades based on legitimate material, financial information, and not the influence of social media, the design of trading platforms, or any other superfluous information? Do you have anything, any guard to that?
Absolutely. Congressman, we provide educational resources to our customers, including our redesigned Robinhood Learn portal, which is not just available to Robinhood customers, but to the general public, and had over 3.2 million people visiting in 2020.
But do we not? I mean, you're at the center of this. Don't you see and agree that something very wrong happened here and that you're at the center of it? And we are looking on this committee of how we can protect our wonderful, precious financial system. We need it from you. What about you, Mr. Hoffman? Do you have anything? What steps is your company taking to guard against this? Anything at all?
Congressman, we spend a lot of time at Reddit ensuring the authenticity of our platform. So we've got a large team dedicated to this exact task. Everything on Reddit, all of the content is created by users, voted on by users, and ranked by users. And we make sure that that is authentic and as unmanipulated as possible. And in this specific case, we did not see any signs of manipulation.
Madam Chairman, lady, I just want to conclude. I got maybe 10 seconds left, but this episode exposes a serious threat to our financial system when tweets, social media posts do more to move the market than material, legitimate information. The risk is enormous.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stivers, you now have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you calling this hearing. The American financial markets, I believe, are the envy of the world, but they're still imperfect. I would have liked to see this committee have a meaningful discussion about capital requirements and the T+2 clearing rules that may have contributed to some of Robinhood's customers not being able to purchase stock, including GameStop, for a period of time. But because the majority didn't include the SEC, the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation, or the National Securities Clearing Corporation to testify, we're left with what we have. That's because I believe the majority is attempting to use this hearing to drive a narrative about the U.S. capital markets being rigged. But I do have several questions. Mr. Tanev, you decided to stop allowing your users to buy GameStop and other stocks as a result of capital requirements on Robinhood securities. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. Deposit requirements with our clearing houses.
And you know, those got resolved, but for a period of time, some of your users could only sell and not buy, and that could have contributed to the stock actually going, you know, not going up as fast because some of your users were prohibited from buying. Do you think that is possible that could have happened?
I shouldn't speculate on what could have happened if
there's more sellers than buyers, does the stock price go down or up?
Well, to be clear, Robinhood, Congressman, is a minority of trading activity in these securities.
I understand, but if your buyers can only sell and not buy, then it clearly keeps you from putting upward pressure on the stock price. Is that correct?
On Thursday, customers on our platform could only sell, so there was no ability to buy. That's correct.
Great. So, you know, I know, and you said earlier, by the way, I know some people have attacked your arbitration agreements, but I want you to be clear. If your users were harmed as a result of these actions, they can recover through arbitration. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes, that's correct. And our arbitration is FINRA supervised and overseen. And we do believe arbitration gives customers a fair and speedier resolution to their claims.
Thank you. Does your user agreement and your arbitration allow for group arbitration or only individual arbitration?
Let me get back to you on that.
If a group was treated similarly and similarly affected or lost upside or lost money, can they do it as a group or is it only individual in your arbitration agreement?
Well, Congressman, I'm sure you're familiar of the number of class action lawsuits filed against Robinhood.
And I'm not asking about a class action lawsuit. I'm asking in your arbitration system, can a group of people come together or is it individual? And this is not a trick question. I'm not a fan of trial lawyers. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Congressman. I think the best thing I can do is get back to you after making sure that we get you the right answer.
Thank you. That'd be helpful. Mr. Plotkin, are you a frequent short seller, yes or no?
We run a long short portfolio. The majority of our investments are long investments, but we also have short investments to hedge out market risk.
Thank you, Mr. Plotkin. Has Melvin Capital ever engaged in short selling of the stock Tesla?
We have been short Tesla in the past. That's correct.
Mr. Plotkin, also, this is a longer question. Did you see the tweet from Tesla CEO Elon Musk about GameStop stock?
I did see that after market hours on a Tuesday.
Do you believe that Mr. Musk's tweet had any significant effect of driving the rise in GameStop stock?
I don't want to speculate on what the actions of his tweet were. The stock did rise after hours.
Then do you believe that tweet was targeting you because you had shorted Tesla stock in the past?
We had a very small short position years ago in Tesla. That would be pure speculation as to his motives of putting that tweet out.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to Mr. Tanev on the regulatory requirements. Do you believe that the SEC and the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation should modify any of their rules as a result of what happened to your users because of capital requirements?
What is happening?
The gentleman's time has expired, and the SEC is not here today because they're in transition with a temporary chair, awaiting the confirmation of the person who's been appointed by the President of the United States. This is a serious hearing. Members are reminded not to impugn the motives of others. Thank you, Mr. Green. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Seriously,
Thank you,
what was he
Chair.
asking?
Ms. Schultz, there is a reason
Mask man.
For penalizing a market maker for improperly trading its own accounts ahead of its clients' accounts. Note that I said improperly trading. I don't want to go through the scenario of there being a time for proper trading ahead of accounts. I'd like for you to tell us what that reason is, please.
What trading ahead of customer accounts is illegal, and it does not.
I understand that it's illegal. I don't mean to be rude, crude, and unrefined, but I have to ask this question quickly. What can happen that can benefit the market maker? How can that be monetized such that the market maker profits greatly from doing it?
Right. If a market maker trades improperly ahead of the own customer accounts, he can get a better price and can move the market in the process depending on how big the trade is, thus hurting the customer.
Yes, and if this trade is huge, and you can see that this trade that the client has is huge and will have an impact on the market, how does that benefit the market maker to trade ahead of the client?
The market maker can get a better price for himself before the price changes by the client's trade. He can also engage in self-dealing that way as well.
So does it benefit a huge market maker to have a great deal with, let's say, a Robinhood because of the flow that will be coming through that the market maker can take advantage of?
I don't think that they're necessarily congruent situations. When you're trading ahead of a customer order, which is something that is illegal and that the SEC does monitor for, it's very different from having knowledge as to the way that the market might be moving based on...
I understand, but I want to talk about the circumstance where it's improper, not where it's proper. Remember, we started with improper trading. Here's my point. Let me go to it quickly. The market maker Citadel traded over-the-counter stocks for its own accounts in 2012, from 2012 to 2014, while simultaneously delaying client orders for the same shares. And it was fine for this. Citadel has been naughty for some time. 2012,
what did he say?
Pardon me, 2014, Citadel faced $800,000 in penalties. 2017, 22.6 million. 2018, 3.5 million. 2020, 97 million. And another 2020 of 700,000. This seems like a lot of money. It is for me, more than $124 million. But over the same period of time, Citadel had revenues generated in the amount of $13.2 billion. It seems to me that the punishment for these improper trades and improper actions, because it wasn't just trading, Citadel also did some other things that were not proper. They misled clients. Seems that the punishment is so small, given the amount of revenue generated over the same period of time. It seems that Citadel has at least an opportunity to build into its cost of doing business, paying penalties. And that concerns me. It concerns me that the punishment doesn't seem to deter Citadel. It concerns me because I know of circumstances where in persons who are not in the market, they do things that are much less harmful, and they can possibly go to jail. So the question that I have is this: what kinds of systems do we have in place, and it's back to you again, ma'am, to prevent the very things that I have called to the attention of my colleagues?
Well, as a former enforcement attorney at FINRA, I can say that regulators have the same concern with fines and other punishments becoming just the cost of doing business. And it's one of the things that are considered along with the regulations around what can be punished.
The gentleman's
may I, for the record,
has expired. Mr. Green, as you know, we're going to have a series of hearings, and our next panel will include a whole bevy of experts also on some of these issues. With that, Mr. Barr, you're ready.
May I say something in the record, please? I have additional questions.
Without objection, you may enter into the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Barr, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Griffin, I want to revisit this issue of payment for order flow. Payment for order flow has been around for decades, correct?
So I know it's been around for at least 1 or 2 decades. I can't answer before that period of time.
And it's a recognized and approved practice by the SEC, correct?
Yes, it is.
And payment for order flow is set by the brokerage firm, not the wholesaler, right?
It is ultimately a negotiated number, but it is a number that is set by the brokerage firm and not by us as the market maker.
Well, as a market maker that provides execution services to retail brokers, you are required to meet best execution requirements. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And in other words, market makers are required to provide the same or better pricing than the exchanges, correct?
That is correct.
And how can market makers offer that better pricing to Mr. Sherman's line of questions?
So there are a number of drivers that permit us to offer better pricing than what is available on exchange. The first is that exchanges have legally mandated minimum tick sizes of a penny. So if you look at a stock like AMC, it trades $5 bid, 501 offered. If the exchange could trade with a half-cent increment, it would probably trade $5, 0.005 bid, 501 offered, or vice versa. But the exchanges are limited to a 1 cent minimum tick size. And we have been clear on the record in prior testimony that exchanges should be permitted to have a smaller and more competitive tick size. That's fact number one.
Okay.
Number two is that the average retail order is much smaller in totality than the average order that goes onto an exchange. Because this order is smaller, and I'll share a number with you, the typical Robinhood order is ballpark about $2,000 in size. Because it's a small order, the amount of risk that we need to assume in managing that order is relatively small as compared to an order that we have to manage from our on-exchange trading. And as I'm sure you're well aware, we are the largest trader of stocks on exchanges in the United States. So
let me move to Mr. Tenev really quickly on that point. What impact might greater restrictions on the payment for order flow model have on your ability to offer zero commission trades?
We do believe, Congressman, that that's an important question, and payment for order flow helps cover the costs of running our business and offer commission-free trading to customers. When we started, people didn't even think that there was enough margin left to make this business work, but we've been fortunate to make it work and to make it work for our customers.
Well, let's talk about why Robinhood restricted trades. I think your explanation about margin requirements charged by your clearinghouse makes sense. Is your clearinghouse supervised by the Fed and the SEC?
I believe that's
are the margin requirements charged by your clearinghouse in turn approved by federal regulators?
Yes.
And did federal regulators approve the value risk charge that was imposed on Robinhood?
I believe, Congressman, the value at risk charge is outlined in general terms in Dodd-Frank, but I'm not sure who approved the specific implementation of that formula.
So if anyone has a problem with your decision to halt trades, it's fair to say that their frustration should be directed toward federal regulation.
Congressman, I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus and direct frustration anywhere. All I can say is Robinhood Securities played this by the books and played it basically the only way that we could remain in compliance with our deposit requirements.
Mr. Plotkin, appreciate your testimony that Melvin always follows laws governing shorting stock, but Melvin lost $6 billion in 20 trading days. Let me ask you about your risk management. Did your short positions exceed float?
No, they did not.
Well, shorting has an important role to play in our markets, allowing for legitimate hedging and price discovery. But we are interested in naked shorting, and so we would hope that you would clarify that and how it is that you make sure that you're first locating the borrow.
Just expired. Mr. Cleaver, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too would like to thank you for this hearing.
$6 billion.
It's a question that a lot of people are asking, probably many of us as we go through our districts. But let me start with you, Mr. Taneeb. I'm just curious if you can give it to me in a short period of time. How did you come up with your name for your company?
Why is your name Vlad?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question, Congressman. Robinhood stands for lowering the barrier to entry and democratizing finance for all. So the idea is the same tools that institutions and wealthier high net worth individuals have had for a long time should be available to the people regardless of their net worth or how much money they have.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Because it's something I would also embrace. However, I have a 23-year-old on the other side of the house who I love dearly, but he has no training, no income, no qualifications. How in the world could he get like $1 million worth of leverage?
Thank you, Congressman. So the leverage that we provide to our customers, which less than 3% of our customers actively use, is regulated strictly by requirements. So the only way to get that amount of leverage in a margin account through borrowing is to deposit a similarly sized amount of capital.
But, or by mistake.
Congressman, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, I mean, there's a record of a young man getting $1 million worth of leverage. He was only 20 years old. So I'm just saying, if that's not a policy, that was an error.
Congressman, I appreciate the opportunity to address that really important point. You're referring to Mr. Kearns.
I am.
The man who unfortunately passed last year.
Yes.
First of all, I'm sorry to the family of Mr. Kearns for your loss. The passing of Mr. Kearns was deeply troubling to me and to the entire company, and we have vowed to take a series of steps, very aggressive steps, to make our options product safer for our customers, including changing the customer interface, adding more additional options education, as well as strengthening and tightening the requirements for people getting options, and adding a live customer support line for acute options cases. So it was a tragedy, and we went into immediate action to make sure that we made not just the most accessible options trading product for our customers, but the safest as well.
Okay, I asked that question. In my real life, I'm a United Methodist pastor, and so I've read your statement. After the tragedy of this young 20-year-old, but I mean, and I don't think you nor I want to get in. I mean, to litigate that right here today. But what improvements did you make in the aftermath to your platform, or were there improvements?
Thank you, Congressman. There were several improvements. One, we added the ability to instant exercise as well as exercise options positions in app. We clarified the display of buying power, specifically negative buying power, in situations where one leg of a complex multi-leg options transaction were to be assigned. We also added an options education specialist. We also added live phone-based customer support for acute options cases, which has gotten very, very great feedback from customers and is something we're expanding to other use cases, such as cases where customers' accounts have had off-platform hacking incidents.
Okay, that's the last one is where I was concentrating on, because this young man was trying to get into your system to find out what was going on. He was confused, he was scared, and so he sent emails. To be fair, there was a response, but it was like, hours later. And so as I became more and more familiar with this particular case.
The gentleman's turn has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
You're so welcome. Mr. Hill, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for holding this hearing, and I want to thank our witnesses for their expertise and their patience. Madam Chair, I have a letter from the American Securities Association I'd like to insert in the record, please.
Without objection, such is the order.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Tenev, what a treat to see you, and congratulations on being part of the American dream. I had the pleasure working for President Bush 41, of working in Sofia in 1990 and 1991 to try to bring capitalism to Bulgaria after the wall fell. So I'm glad to see you're an American citizen and innovating here in our country.
Thank you.
I think you've done a good job talking about the I'd say the acknowledged lesson that you've learned in terms of these deposits for clearing and the important risk management issue for your firm. So I'd like to turn to follow up on some of the discussions about retail service that you've also touched on today. Do you have a call center generally for Robinhood investors?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. And I want to start by saying customer service is fundamental to everything that we do, and it's one of the areas where we're investing the most. We have customer service centers in a number of states: Colorado, Florida, Texas, and Arizona, and we're looking to expand aggressively.
Do you have a call center that I can call, a 1-800 number, if I'm having a trouble in the middle of the trading day?
We do offer, Congressman, live phone support in-app for certain use cases. We're expanding that as fast as we can. Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, options, advanced options cases, as well as account takeovers, which typically happen through a customer's personal email who's been compromised. And the feedback's been great, and we're looking to expand the live phone channel, as well as make improvements to our email channel and even upstream within the product.
Thank you. That's helpful. And on the subject of margin and options, you've talked about that today. But I've spent 40 years in this business and been the general securities principal in 3 different firms. This issue of granting margin and option approval to retail clients is always an important issue. You've addressed that today, so I want to turn to a different topic that has not been raised, and that's low dollar stocks. As I understand it, your policy and procedure manual simply said that you allow low dollar stocks if they're on an exchange, but many brokerage firms are very reticent to allow retail investors to invest in stocks that are under $5. Could you address that issue today?
Yes, I'd be happy to, Congressman. So Robinhood allows customers to trade in and invest in exchange-listed securities. So that's the objective criteria that we use. And it actually excludes several types of securities that customers commonly request to trade in. So on Robinhood, you can't trade over-the-counter bulletin boards, except in limited cases where a listed stock falls to over-the-counter. You can't trade pink sheets. And of course, you can't short sell or enter undefined exchanges list these securities.
Thank you. And I think that probably, I'm sure you'll reevaluate that after these effects. Let me turn to Ms. Schulp. Thank you for being here. The Wall Street Bets Reddit platform. I'm curious, when you think about the obligation of this SEC pending investigation, based on your FINRA background, do you think the SEC should look at the bulletin board participants under Section 9A2 on potentially inducing trading in a certain direction? Is that worthy of their review?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. I think that there's been little evidence to this time that there's been any sort of false or deceptive conduct taking place on the Wall Street Bets Forum. That does not mean, though, that I think that the SEC should not take a deeper look. Because of the anonymity in the forum, there could have been people that were engaging in deceptive behavior that's not readily apparent to outside, to the public. So I do think the SEC should look, but to this point, I've seen very little that would meet a test for manipulation, which generally involves false or deceptive behavior.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Tev, I thought of another question for you.
Okay.
Would a securities transaction tax be beneficial to retail investors in the United States?
Thank you, Congressman. I don't believe it would.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're back.
Witnesses, we will take a short recess. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Woo! All right, I get to talk now. How's it going, guys? If you guys are watching the show because you are checking out this important information, I welcome you to stay until recess is over. We all love recess. You guys noticed that there was a humongous spike when our hero, our MJ, Deep Effing Value, or Roaring Kitty, as he's known on some other platforms, went on. They had a 10% rise from the bottom of the support level at $43 at GameStop, and then all the way up into $47. Actually, it peaked out a little bit higher into a little bit higher than $47. But that, I've shown the ticker down below this entire time. It is exciting. It is an exciting time. We've got so many memes. We've got you should be a congressperson. You're so good at filibustering. Oh yeah, you should run for Senate. That guy was a bad mamma jamma. We also had Naughty, the very slow talking Georgian congressperson. That was hilarious too. I'm gonna make my way through the comment section. Then I'm gonna go for a 30-second bathroom break, and I think you guys are all gonna want to stay until the recess is over and continue watching. If you guys haven't had a chance yet, please go ahead and smash that subscribe button in order to join the Meatball Nation, Space Apes, Moon Gang. You guys are all a part of this nation now, especially those of you who are coming over from Bruce Wayne gang. You guys are now part of the Meatballers gang. Everyone is here because we want to talk about what does this mean for GameStop. All in all, I think it was a very good rally in terms of the positive communication of GameStop. Doesn't seem like GameStop in essence is being destroyed by these testimonies. In fact, it more or less makes it a very positive case for the fact that hedge funds are manipulating, and these Congress people are essentially on our side. Even if it was 4 out of 6 panelists that are actually against us, we had almost all of the positive support coming from the Congress people who were drilling down into Vlad, who doesn't seem to be able to answer a yes or no question, and he doesn't seem to being able to stop appreciating questions, every single one. I'm going to go through some of the live chat, like I said, and then I'm going to go and take a bathroom break. I can't take enough of those. Let's go. So I'm going to pull up the live chat here. Let's actually look at the GameStop right here while the recess is still in place. We have the 5-minute chart. Right now we have the purple line graph, which is the 200-day EMA. It is a macro scale of how the momentum of GameStop is going. It is on a downward trend, and it doesn't seem to have halted, even with the going-ons of the trial. But as of a little bit earlier, we had great RSI bullish momentum moving upwards, and now it is in the middling again. We had a humongous sell-off during, this is the section where Roaring Kitty was testifying, went all the way up to $48. It's a rise of 10% from the last level of resistance, and it's looking good for GameStop. All in all, I think a lot of the testimony was positive. Vlad the Impaled, I appreciate you saying that, says Gonzalo. I reclaim my time, boys. The time has been reclaimed. Gavel on. Congress drilling them. Get off Robinhood and target Melvin. Ask him about their current short position. I agree. They should really stop talking about Robinhood as much, because I think I don't think our friend Skinny Keanu Reeves, Skinny Adam Driver or Evil Keanu Reeves has actually anything substantial to say other than what he's prepared. And I'm starting to doubt that whether or not he actually has something in his brain that would be able to answer a question relatively naturally. If you guys are here for the first time, I'd recommend going up into the pinned comment or down the description to get your naughty $250 in Bitcoin for free, entirely free. Get into the Bitcoin train before it leaves the station. It's at a solid 51,850 after puncturing 52,000 earlier yesterday and the day before. Make it known that I am also a person that is wildly in the t-shirt game. It's not my t-shirts. I'm not even the person that is running the store. But if you wanted a We Like the Stock t-shirt or GME to the Moon t-shirt, all those links are in the description below as well. Finally, if you guys want to give me direct support, I have a Patreon open. I'm thinking about starting a YouTube membership because I am qualified for that. So if you guys want to look at that as well, we can do it there as well. None of you go anywhere. This trial is far from over. We're going to continue on, but after this 30-second bathroom break, and I'll see you guys after the recess. Don't go anywhere. Now I understand what it's like to be a member of Congress. I got my spicy almonds here, and I got some water. This is good water for me and Meatball. Meatball, you want some water? There you go. Oh. It's weird because I've read all the testimony already, so they're just picking and choosing pieces of the testimony to to talk about. It's actually really fun to hear the testimony that I've read already come back into play. The ticker symbol right now is Bitcoin, but we want to talk about GameStop. Put GameStop back on there. Ooh, if you guys haven't had a chance to quit Robinhood yet, if you still believe in Robinhood after the dismal testimony from the Robinhood CEO, I think we might want to think twice about that. I can't stop laughing about the 23-year-old. My son is a 23-year-old and he has no skills. Why would you say that about him? If you guys haven't had a chance yet to turn away from Robinhood and into WeBull, I strongly recommend clicking the link in the description below.
5 minutes.
And now we're back.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Gill, let's start with you since you seem to have started all of this. You began analyzing GameStop in the summer of 2019. Was that your testimony?
Congressman, I've been following GameStop for a number of years. I started to buy into it in June of 2019, most recently.
So back then, what was the price of the stock when you started investing in it?
At the time, it was in the ballpark of around $5 per share.
Okay, and in your analysis, what did you think the proper price for the share was? Because you thought you were getting a good buy.
Sure. At the time, I thought that the value of the business could be worth up to roughly $2 billion.
Okay, but how much is that per share? Just bring it back to you bought it 5, you thought it was worth 10, 20?
I felt as though that it could be worth, at the time, in the range of, say, $20 to $25 per share.
Okay. And you continued to invest on and off through 2019 and 2020, is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and you also, you bought some shares, but you also did some options trading, did you not?
Correct, I did.
And options trading is not really for the novice investor, is it?
It is a riskier investment, yes.
Okay. On January 27th, I think the stock price hit $483 or something like that. Is that true?
I believe it was in that area, yes.
In your analysis, back when you started investing in the stock, did you ever see it being valued at $483 per share?
At the time, I thought it was possible, but a very low probability, I thought.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. In terms of the platforms where you visited and discussed this stock with others, one was the subreddit WallStreetBets platform, correct?
Correct.
And at any given time, how many people were you talking to on that platform?
I wasn't so much talking to anyone individually, but rather making posts on that public forum.
That GameStop was an attractive stock.
Yeah, early on, I had felt that it was an attractive investment opportunity, and I had shared some of my thoughts as to why that was.
Did you discuss this on any other platforms? Are there any other kinds of Reddit or other kinds of platforms that you talked about the stock?
Yes, I have talked about the stock on some other platforms.
Did you ever talk about the short sellers that had bet against this company?
Yes, the topic did come up.
And about when did that occur?
Oh, since around the time I had begun investing in it, it was, as someone else has noted, it was an exceptional level of short interest in the stock since the time I had started investing in it.
Okay. Let me turn my attention now to you, Mr. Plotkin. When did Melvin first take a short position in GameStop?
Thank you, Congressman. That was in 2014, really right at our inception of the fund.
And when you did that, did you continue to maintain a short position?
That's correct.
So you said you analyzed the value of the stock, and you, by taking a short position, you, unlike Mr. Gill, thought that the stock was overpriced. He thought it was underpriced, you thought it was overpriced.
That's a good conclusion, yes.
Okay, in your analysis, when you started into the short position, what'd you think the stock was worth?
I don't remember exactly at the time. I think when we launched, it was probably a $40 stock. I think we believe the company had a lot of structural challenges. We've seen their earnings go from, I think, north of $3 a share to almost negative $3 a share. So there's been a lot of challenges fundamentally.
All right, last question for you. Were you in a naked position in your short position because the stock was oversold?
No, our systems won't even allow that. So that would be impossible for us to do.
Okay, well, thank you. My time's expired. I wanted to get some facts out for Mr. McHenry, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman's time is expired. Mr. Emmer?
Thank you.
Nice for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McHenry, for holding this hearing. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I represent the 1st Congressional District of New York, which encompasses much of Suffolk County on Long Island. My home district is full of people from all different walks of life and industries, and having access to cost-efficient investing is crucial. While there are always ways to make a system work better, our capital markets are the envy of the world with their liquidity and diversity of investment opportunities. Innovations in securities trading brought by the private sector have increased access for retail investors. For better or for worse, and this situation is a perfect example. For example, one of our witnesses here, Mr. Gill, or should I say Roaring Kitty, turned $53,000 into almost $50 million, and that's what you would call some deep you-know-what value. Of course, we know that not all those who invested in these stocks share the same success story. However, I want to highlight a potential vulnerability in these innovations. I've been concerned for some time in general with the sharing of U.S. individual user data with the Chinese Communist Party. I sent a letter, for example, to the Treasury Department in October 2019, expressing concern with the potential sharing of user information by TikTok to its parent company ByteDance and asked for a CFIUS review. Chinese companies are required by law to regulate online behavior that deviates from the political goals of the CCP, obey the CCP's censorship directives, and participate in China's espionage. These policies regulate companies like TikTok in the China market and increasingly their overseas business. WeBull and Moomoo are two examples of broker-dealers that are subsidiaries of Chinese parent companies. According to Bloomberg, funds affiliated with Xiaomi Corp own at least 14% of WeBull. Xiaomi is a Chinese company that risks being delisted from U.S. exchanges after the U.S. Department of Defense put the company on a blacklist on January 14, 2021. Moomoo is owned by Futu Holdings, which is a company that received a significant investment from entities affiliated with Tencent, a company with known ties to the CCP. On December 8, 2020, Bloomberg Businessweek ran an article on WeBull stating the company, quote, has increased its roster of brokerage clients by about tenfold this year to more than 2 million by offering free stock trades with a slick online interface. On January 29, 2020, the day after trading activity for long trades on certain stocks discussed on Reddit threads were limited, Bloomberg ran an article with the headline, Robinhood rival WeBull sees 16-fold jump in new trading accounts. It's clear that these apps have rapidly increased their user base, which has me concerned. Ms. Schulp, do you think we should be concerned about the potential for Chinese entities with ties to the CCP receiving personally identifiable information or other user data from their subsidiary broker-dealers that are licensed and registered in the U.S.?
I think it's a potential national security concern, which is a bit outside of my area of expertise. What I can say is that the rules that the brokers have to apply and comply with regarding personally identifiable information and other material data should be applied equally to companies that are based offshore and companies that are based onshore. And I hope that that's the case with respect to WeBull or any other competitors that are not domestically owned.
Having a diversity of choice for different trading apps is generally good for market competition. However, is it a good outcome for millions of Americans to flood into trading apps that could be required to share user data to parent companies that have ties to the CCP?
Again, I think choice is key here, as well as understanding from a consumer perspective what companies you are choosing to do business with. Again, the national security concerns are a bit outside of my area of expertise.
Well, I thank you for being here. This is another angle to this issue with these new options that are being provided to average retail investors. And we want these retail investors to have the most amount of information as possible to be set up for success. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hines, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a big thank you to our panel today for a very interesting conversation. One of the chairwoman's ways of characterizing this hearing was who wins and who loses. And I've spent a bunch of time in the last couple of days looking at the various players here. I'm pretty convinced that the wholesalers, Citadel is one of the winners. They make a lot of money. They're the casino in this story, and the casino tends to win over time. Robinhood has a valuation of $5.6 billion and makes a lot of money from the casino. So who loses? And I want to spend some time talking about the person who usually loses, and that's the retail investor. And while I have supported for many years the democratization of finance, as we say, it's not just in Washington, D.C., but on Wall Street. The retail investor is known as dumb money. And there are any number of structures that are set up to take advantage of the retail investor. And I think it's worth looking at that, because as much as we're celebrating Mr. Gill here, we're not talking very much about Mr. Salvador Vergara, who was featured in a Wall Street Journal story, who took out a $20,000 personal loan through Robinhood, invested it in GameStop, only to see the value of his position go down 80%. So Mr. Vergara is out $16,000 he doesn't have, that he owes to somebody else. And as much as I support the democratization of finance, we need to be thoughtful about this. So Mr. Tenev, my question is for you. You quoted a $35 billion number as what I interpreted to be profits in excess of deposited funds and securities. If you just look at your customers who traded in GameStop over the period of its increase and subsequent decrease, Mr. Tenev, how did your customers in the aggregate do? Did they win or did they lose?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. I don't have that particular cut of the data top of mind, so maybe we can get back to you on that one.
All right, you don't have that. So you do have a $35 billion figure. The figure doesn't mean a lot to me because it's just a dollar number. Help me convert that to a rate of return. First of all, is that $35 billion, is that gross or net? In other words, is that actual profit or does it include margin shares, other forms of leverage that may actually not belong to the account holder?
It does include, Congressman, unrealized gains. So it's the value of assets, both including positions in securities and cryptocurrencies.
Okay, I get that. I get that. But again, $35 billion doesn't mean anything to me unless you can convert that into a rate of return. So do that for me. What is that on what asset under management number is that $35 billion unrealized against?
The asset under management number is not one that Robinhood has publicly shared.
Okay, but you can't share $35 billion. Sorry, Mr. Tenev, I just don't have a lot of time. $35 billion is a meaningless number. I need to know what that is in terms of return. So convert that for me into rate of return. So I can compare it to Treasury, so I can compare it to the S&P 500.
Congressman, with respect, I think the proper comparison is to customers not investing at all. Much of our customers are investing for the first time and are taking money that they otherwise would have spent or consumed and putting it in.
Mr. Tenev, again, I don't want to be rude, but it's my time. again, you offered up the $35 billion number, which, as you and anybody else schooled in finance knows, is meaningless unless you convert it into a rate of return. So just please convert that $35 billion number, which to the folks watching at home sounds like a lot of money. But what does that actually convert to in terms of rate of return, which is what matters?
Congressman, $35 billion is indeed a large amount of money, especially for our customers who are mostly small investors. It's more than most corporations, nearly all corporations have paid.
Mr. Tenev, again, don't make me be rude here. You and I both know that $35 billion of unrealized gains, if that's on a base of $100 billion, that's a 35% of return. If that's on under $1 trillion, it's a radically different rate of return. So what I'm trying to get at, Mr. Tenev, here is you threw out the number of $35 billion. I actually think the right comparison is, what if your clients had simply invested in the long run in an S&P index fund? Would that number be more than $35 billion or less?
Congressman, with respect, I don't believe the right comparison is investing in an S&P index fund. I think the right comparison is not having invested at all and having instead spent that money and consumed it.
No, it's most certainly not. It's most certainly not, Mr. Tenev. And so I'm going to ask you, I'm out of time, but again, you put out the $35 billion number. So I think it's only decent, because you and I both know that a hard dollar number is meaningless unless you can convert it to return. So I'm going to ask you to convert that, obviously I'm out of time, into a rate of return for us.
You're out of time. Mr. Laudermilk, you now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate all the members of the panel being here. I think you've seen that there are occasions with some on the committee here that if you're not giving them the answer that they want, that they can use, they're just going to continue to push on you. And I just encourage you to continue speaking the truth, and you'll always stand up head and shoulders above everyone. Not surprisingly, the situation with GameStop trading has resulted in commentators and even some of my colleagues engaging in knee-jerk reactions, calling for new laws and regulations to be hastily enacted. It just seems to be a trend in Washington, D.C. to never let a crisis go to waste. Some have even spread conspiracy theories and alleged that crimes were committed before knowing what even happened. I can even testify to what was just being said is I know numbers of people, personal friends who have never invested before, but because of Robinhood and other retail platforms, many of them took the stimulus money that they received during the CARES Act, which they were still working, they didn't need, and they actually started an account and started investing. So yes, more and more people who have never invested before are now investing using these platforms. This hearing is a reminder that with complex situations, we should take time to understand what actually did or did not happen, especially with this GameStop situation. Now, the SEC is the proper authority to determine if any rules were broken, and they are looking into it. Congress has already given the SEC broad authority to oversee the capital markets, and we do not need to rush to enact even more big government regulations until that could ultimately harm the investors. Now, question, Mr. Tenev, can you remind us, again, why Robinhood temporarily paused trading of GameStop and other stocks?
Of course. Thank you, Congressman. Robinhood paused trading temporarily, or I should say paused buying of about 13 securities on Thursday so that we could meet our regulatory deposit and collateral requirements.
Okay, so what you're saying is you were paused because you had to comply with regulations. Is that true?
Correct.
All right, so it's ironic that the people who are criticizing brokerage firms because they paused trading, which they sometimes have to do to comply with regulations, these same folks are now saying, we need to respond to this with more regulations. I would say if people don't like brokers occasionally having to pause trading, I'd suggest they look at the regulations that required it. At some point, we need to recognize that piling on more and more regulations only increases complexity and does not help investors. Question for Ms. Schultz. Despite the volatility and the frenzy of media and social media activity, it seems to me like the markets functioned as they were supposed to during this situation, and that markets are not broken. In fact, they are working well. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think most reasonable people that are listening to this would agree that there are regulations in place. The SEC has those to pause activities that could be harmful, not only to the markets, but to the individual investors. And so what I'm understanding you saying is that it did work in the way it was supposed to.
As the facts that I know now, it does appear to have worked the way it was supposed to. This is not a sign to me that the market is broken.
Thank you. Mr. Griffin, what are some of the issues that policymakers should consider in the T+2, T+1, T+0 debate? Obviously, margin requirements exist to make sure firms have enough capital to settle transactions, but faster settlement and lower margin requirements can be positive for the retail investors, and we need to balance those needs. Can you address what some of the issues are in the T2, T1, and T0 debate?
So, Congressman, I cannot profess to be an expert on these issues, but I will give you my perspectives from having been in the industry for 30 years. We started at T5. We will one day be at real-time settlement. And the question is how long does that journey take? From T2 to T1, which reduces the amount of capital required by broker-dealers to meet the needs of their customers, that reduction in capital will be meaningful, would have been very helpful to Robinhood during this period of time. Reduces counterparty risk holistically, which is good for everybody in the market. We should push for T1. As we go to same-day settlement, you now bring into question the complexity of intraday cash movement, and you bring into play the necessity for all systems to be functioning every moment of every day with no room for error. At a T1 settlement cycle.
Let me remind the members that we're going to have a series of hearings. Today is the first. There will be probably two more. I didn't hear anyone here today say that they were ready to pile on regulations. So let's make sure we know that our statements are accurate. Mr. Foster, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to our witnesses. Mr. Tenev, I'd like to follow up a little bit on payment for order flow and best order execution issues. Democratization of finance is a good and noble goal, but for democracy to work, consumers need transparency and high quality information, and not only about fees, but about order execution quality. Your customers actually don't care directly about who you subcontract order execution to or any payment for order flow, but they need a simple way to compare the execution quality between your app and competing apps or other accounts. And, you know, while institutional investors can afford to run their own tests, and they do, and I'm sure Mr. Griffin is quite often on the receiving end of those tests and trying to measure up to his competitors to compete for market share there. The institutional investors have the market power to demand best execution statistics for their prime brokers. And everyday investors do not get the same transparency. In fact, I believe there's an SEC rule 606, that requires brokers to disclose at least some order execution data to institutional investors. But this requirement does not apply to retail investors. So, Mr. Tenev, since Robinhood's mission is to democratize finance for all, I ask, what are the mechanisms that you would accept and support to provide transparent order execution quality statistics so that your customers can engage in a clean apples to apples comparison between other brokers, between your app and other people's apps in terms of the total cost of trading?
Thank you, Congressman, for that very important question. I'm generally in favor of a greater amount of transparency than what we've typically seen in the financial industry. And recently, Robinhood and me personally have engaged publicly on the topic of payment for order flow, short selling, and of course, T+2 and real-time settlement. We do publish 606s via Robinhood Securities that detail our payment for order flow arrangements with various market makers. And just this past year, the industry implemented more detailed 606 requirements, which we of course conform to. Also, back in December of 2020, we released a public page on our website that provided detail about the execution quality, including price improvement that our customers received. And we're proud to announce in 2020, our customers received in aggregate over $1 billion of price improvement on their executions.
Right, but that's not a comparison to your competitors. You know, there are a lot of questions about the accuracy of the best execution reference price. And independent of whether it should be improved, it seems like if I was a customer of you or one of your competitors, what I'd want to see is, you know, I just executed a trade of $2,000 and on average I got X% better or worse than a reference price. And then over time, and see not only the trade that I just executed, but perhaps a running average over the last month or two that you can compare to the running average of whether you're exceeding some benchmark for trade execution quality that can really be compared with potential competitors. And is that a workable system? Are there difficulties? Is there a reason why industry shouldn't move that way in the name of transparency to customers?
Congressman, this is a very interesting topic to me. I'd love to have the conversation. I don't know if this is the right forum to necessarily ideate and brainstorm on all the solutions, but I just want to say I'd be happy to engage with this in a detailed forum and figure out the right path.
Okay, well, yeah, we do intend to continue to engage with the industry on this subject because it's very easy to make payment for order flow sound really creepy. You know, you're basically selling a list of rubes to the sharks. Okay, on the other hand, you make part of an argument that this can net out positive for consumers, but for it to fully net out positive, they have to be able to make the apples to apples comparison. And so that's, I think really an important issue. And I think that probably your reaction to that, if you found your customers were leaving you because of poor execution quality, you would do what large funds do, which is to split your order flow between multiple order execution firms and then demand of them the best order execution and move your business to whoever does the best for your customers.
Yes, well, Congressman, we already do that. We have 7.
Mr. Mooney, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So let me just start by saying that last Congress, 30 of my Democrat colleagues, 4 of whom on this very committee, co-sponsored a bill that would impose a financial transaction tax on the purchase of securities and certain derivatives. And just recently, after the market volatility surrounding GameStop in January, Democrats renewed the call, many Democrats anyway, renewed the call for a financial transaction tax. On just January 28th, Congresswoman Ileana Omar tweeted, "How about this? Financial transaction tax now." Congressman Peter DeFazio is the lead sponsor of the bill. He's already put the bill back in for this session of Congress. It's now House Resolution 328 of 2000. So it's called the Wall Street Tax Act of 2021. I actually have a copy of it from the last session here. It's in again now. And he says, Congressman DeFazio says that a financial transaction tax would, quote, help create a more level playing field for Main Street. So with that background, Mr. Tenev, this question is directed at you. The Robinhood platform has more than 13 million users, and most of them are small dollar retail investors. If the federal government levied a 0.1% transaction tax on the sale of securities, and I know one of my colleagues, French Hill, my good friend, mentioned this earlier, but I want I want to expand upon it a little more. How would that 0.1% transaction tax on the sale of securities affect your platform and the retail investors that are your customers?
Thank you, Congressman. And we'd be happy to engage in this discussion much more in the future. A 10 basis point financial transaction tax would eat into the returns of our customers, which, as you pointed out, are largely smaller investors. And in that sense, it would be a cost to the retail investor. Of course, that would have to be weighed against the potential benefits of this tax. And I know it's a more complicated issue than meets the eye at first glance.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. My next question is actually for Jennifer Schlupp. I know you spent your career specializing in financial regulation. In your expert opinion, would a financial transaction tax directly prevent fraud or market manipulation?
No, I don't think a financial transaction tax would have an effect on fraud or manipulation. I also don't think that it ultimately, financial transaction taxes often fail to raise money, and they distort trading in a way that's not necessarily foreseen initially by the tax. And I'd like to just add in there as well that financial transaction taxes, while they initially might seem like a small imposition on an individual investor, those taxes often hurt individual investors and their long-term retirement goals by affecting the institutions that also do the trading in mutual funds and with retirement money. I don't think a financial transaction tax is a good idea.
And a quick follow-up to that, Mr. Schlupp, what do you think a financial transaction tax would have done anything to prevent the market volatility and disruption we saw just this past January?
No, I don't think it's related here. There's been some discussion that it might have decreased the amount of trading and thus changed the volatility. It's not my opinion that would have had any effect on this particular circumstance.
Thank you. I only have a minute left, so let me just summarize. The financial transaction tax supported by many Democrats would do nothing to prevent market manipulation or fraud, would have not prevented the market disruption in January, and most importantly, would hurt retail investors. Yet Democrats are claiming that the events surrounding GameStop and Robinhood in January make it imperative to implement this financial transaction tax. It just doesn't add up. A financial transaction tax would make it more expensive for small retail investors to trade. And so much for looking out for Main Street. I believe we should be working together to find ways to open up markets to retail investors, not close them. Instead of making trade more expensive with a burdensome tax, let's look for ways to empower retail traders. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Beatty, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Beatty?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you to the witnesses. My first question is to the CEO, President Ken Griffin. In the first 3 quarters of 2020, your company paid online brokerages like Robinhood $700 million for their order flow. Do you believe that brokers like Robinhood can service the best interest of their users while selling their order flow to companies like yours? And that's yes or no.
Congressman, I believe that Robinhood actually goes further in meeting the best interest of customers by, in fact, routing their order flow to Citadel. We give a better price, a better execution for American retail investors than the alternative of going to exchanges.
So I'm going to take that as a yes, since you said they go further. Then can you tell me, why did your company urge the SEC to ban the payment for order flow models in a filing to the SEC?
Congressman, that is a terrific question. That filing relates to the U.S. options market. It was a filing back, I believe, in 2004. And in the U.S. options market at the time, trades were committed against listed quotes. We were apprehensive about the direction in which the U.S. options market was heading towards the existence of these price improvement auctions, which diminished the incentives to aggressively provide bids and offers in the options market. We felt that legislative or regulatory efforts to encourage tight quoting, to discourage the existence of these auctions, and this was being, in some sense, fueled by a series of payment for order flow programs, was in the best interest of American institutional and retail investors. Now, regretfully, we did not prevail in our reasoning. The rise of price improvement auctions came into, in essence, the day-to-day model for options trading in the United States. And I do believe that this is a setback for our capital markets.
So, because my clock is ticking, let me ask you this. So, are you saying that you no longer believe that the model is anti-competitive and distorts order routing decisions?
I think it's important to distinguish between a market where you must trade on an exchange. In the options market, we must print the trade on an exchange versus a market where you can trade off exchange, which would be the US equities market. So just to be very clear, because your question is very good, every single options trade must be executed on an exchange. Equity trades do not. And because of that, I can save Robinhood exchange fees and offer a tighter bid-ask spread.
Okay, clearly we're going to have a further discussion. Let me interrupt you only because my time is clicking, and I want to follow up with a question for Robinhood's CEO. Several of the brokers offer their users order flow for the sale to the firm, like with the previous CEO with Citadel. However, the price that Robinhood gets for the order flow is much higher than any other brokers receives. And I could go on and tell you we've pulled the SEC filings that Robinhood receives 17% per 100 shares stock of traded and 58% to 100 shares, and I could go on. But the question is, why do companies like Citadel pay a premium for their order flows of Robinhood's users?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that very important question. There's several reasons that may be the case. One important one is that our model and formula for payment for order flow works a little bit differently. We actually receive payment for order flow as a percentage of the bid-ask spread rather than on a per share basis. And we do believe that that's the most optimal way to structure payment for order flow arrangements.
Okay, is it not because companies like Citadel can make more money off of Robinhood users than others? And that's a yes or no, because my clock is going to run out.
No.
I'm sorry, I yield back. My time is up.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have Mr. Vargas. Excuse me, no, Mr. Davidson next, and then Mr. Vargas.
Oh, no.
Mr. Davidson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I thank our witnesses. I appreciate the work you've done today. And I just want to share that in May of 2020, the Depository Trust Clearing Corporation unveiled a working proof of concept called Project Ion. In this project, DTCC said they would examine the potential use of distributed ledger technology in accelerating the clearing and settlement process. Now, since Project Ion was publicly announced, we've received little information pertaining to its progress. As a longtime advocate for this emerging technology, distributed ledger technology and blockchain, today I've sent a letter to the DTCC to request that they provide an update on the status of Project Ion. And I look forward to hearing back from them. Hope to include them in our next hearing. Mr. Griffin, with Project Ion in mind, could you briefly state what would be your biggest concern if DTCC implements same-day clearing and settlement?
Same-day clearing and settlement requires that every bit of the workflow is perfectly synchronized across all parties, and we have no time for recoverability or for error management that you have in an overnight batch process.
Right. So the technology makes that essential. In my assessment, many that is inherent to the architecture for blockchain to move forward with each proof. And so I guess clearly in your business, just to follow up there, the technology exists where, you know, for trading firms that are engaged in high frequency trading, you measure success in the course of the day in what, milliseconds for high frequency trading?
So, as you know, we are the largest market maker in the world and the largest in the United States in equities. We put great emphasis on the performance of our systems. That was one of the reasons that on the week of January 24th, we were the only major market center for retail order flow that was responsive every minute of every trading day.
Perfect. So I just wanted to make the point that I think the technology exists, whether you use blockchain or not, and you know, applaud you for having the ability to execute with precision swiftly already. And I don't think it's a barrier. And I'd love to have more dialogue, but unfortunately I have to go to a few others. You know, Mr. Tenev, do you believe that the root cause of January 28th for the problems that you and others experienced were market infrastructure related, particularly related to T2 versus T0?
I believe, thank you, Congressman. I do believe if we had real-time settlement capability and the infrastructure was modernized, we would not have seen similar problems.
Yeah, and thanks for that. I think, you know, one of the related things, and it's related to your mission at Robinhood of more democratic access to capital, is not just the ability for more people in a broader portion of America to become savers and investors. It's also to engage in corporate governance even. So do you believe that if market infrastructure would guarantee, this is really related to, you know, the musical shares where someone could be left with no share when the music stops, multiple claims on a shorted stock. If the market infrastructure would guarantee an investor could retain custody of their shares so that the shares can't be lent to short sellers, there could be downside. How do you feel that only one claim on the shares would resolve this? And that relates to proxy voting as well, or shareholders voting the shares.
Congressman, I believe that that's an important question. It's one that Robinhood and me personally have engaged with. I do believe that the ability for the same share to be shorted an indefinite number of times is somewhat of a pathology, and that should be fixed. And I think step one of that is modernizing the antiquated settlement infrastructure that everything is built on. We simply don't have the ability to properly track what shares have been shorted and how many times as they're moving through our settlement system currently.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I appreciate that you see the relationship. Hopefully broadly we do, and we provide that nudge the market needs. I want to commend Vice Chancellor Travis Laster of the Delaware Chancellery Court for his letter and paper, The Blockchain Plunger, which explains how this could be done. And I ask unanimous consent to submit that to the record. As my time expires, I want to commend you, Mr. Gill, for just investors have had an opportunity to engage. And it relates to people with diamond hands that hold. So you might not call yourself a holder, you might use the word diamond hands, but thanks and congratulations for your success.
The gentleman's time has expired, and without objection, your submission is taken. Thank you. Mr. Vargas, you're
thank you very
minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to apologize to Mr. Plotkin. You spoke of the anti-Semitic attacks that you suffered online, and as a person of color, I always feel the need to confront hate speech and speak out. And I don't think there's ever been a more hateful, evil, sinful event in human history than the Holocaust. So I want to apologize to you and your family for those attacks. You brought it up, and I think we owe you an apology. I want to apologize for that. Sometimes I think some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are devoid of any contact with real people when they say this is just political theater, or they don't want to know the rate of return when that's exactly what people want to know. In fact, there's been a great deal of interest in this hearing, and I think it's because there's great distrust in our society and in government, markets, institutions. And then along comes the story of GameStop. And it's a story really of Robinhood turned on its head. And the reason I say that is that Mr. Zuckermeyer brought it up. Robinhood is an English folk hero, 13th, 14th century. And he was supposed to steal, Robin of Lockley was supposed to steal from the rich and give to the poor. And here you almost have the opposite. You have the situation where you have the steal from the small retail investor and giving it the large institutional investor. From an outsider's perspective, you have the bullies, the hedge funds, and their armies of analysts and lawyers and regular old suits attacking the trust GameStop by shorting its stock. And then to the rescue, here comes the retail investors, and they're taking stock to these incredible levels. And all of a sudden, Robinhood steps in, but not to help the little guy. He steps in and says, I'm going to help the big guy, and stops the sale because no one knows how high this is going to go. And who's getting it? Who's getting socked in this thing? The bullies are the hedge funds. And that's why people were excited about this. But all of a sudden, Robinhood steps in and they say, no, we had to do this because of other conditions. And my good friends, the Republicans, say it was government, really. It was, because the government regulations forced them to do this. Well, that's not what the public thinks. The public thinks that there was collusion, that the big guys, all of you guys, were figuring out how to do this and ultimately come out ahead, as you always do. And it seems my colleagues on the other side want to help people. Now, Mr. Griffin, if I could just ask you the first question, how many people are in the room with you? You could just count how many people are in the room with you.
Oh, no.
There are 5 people, including myself, in this room, sir. Congressman.
Thank you. So I don't think my colleagues need to help the CEOs or anybody. They got plenty of help. Now, I have to ask this. You said that you didn't talk to anybody, Citadel Securities. Did anyone in your organization since January 1st contact Robinhood?
Are you asking if we've had contact with Robinhood?
With respect to GameStop and what we're obviously talking about.
So, Congressman, we offered to have my colleague who manages that relationship be here today instead. He has firsthand knowledge. We, of course, are talking to Robinhood routinely in the ordinary course of business. We manage a substantial portion of their order flow.
Well, I understand that, but did you talk to them about restricting or doing anything to prevent people from buying, not selling, but buying in GameStop?
Let me be...
Anybody in your organization?
Let me be perfectly clear. Absolutely not.
Okay.
So if we depose everyone in your organization, we'll find that.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I do want to ask you one thing, and Mr. Sherman was pursuing this. How do you balance the best execution for the order flow from your purchase from Robinhood with the need to profit from the purchased order flow? How do you do that?
So as a market maker, we have to provide to the customer a better price than they can achieve on exchange. Order flow is routed to us on the merits of the execution quality that we provide in contrast to our competitors who we are competing with.
Okay, my time's about to expire, but I have to say, when, Mr. Tenev, when you say that you guys made $35 billion and you don't say how much your people lost on HomeStop, people that invested in you, that's like taking the fifth. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Budd?
Mr. Budd? I'm having fun. How about you guys? Let's get it pumped up
Thanks,
here.
Chair.
Recognize
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I want to also thank the panel. Now, I really care about a level playing field for retail investors to access the market. And I've been a long supporter of financial innovation and fintech and the shared goal of democratizing finance and making access to the financial system easier for all. So, Mr. Tenev, your company, it boasts that it's helping to democratize finance and is at the forefront of innovation. Can you talk a little more about what Robinhood is doing to push innovation forward and create a level playing field for all investors, while at the same time making sure that those investors are well informed?
Absolutely, Congressman. Thank you for that very important question. The first thing I should note is many of the witnesses and representatives here have stated that it's never been a better time to be a retail investor in America than it is right now. I think the combination of zero commissions, no account minimums, fractional shares, really things that Robinhood has helped make the industry standard, have helped small investors and helped level the playing field for people to participate in the markets. Over the past year, Robinhood has released fractional shares, the ability to do automated dividend reinvestments, recurring investments, so that you could take $1 or $5 and create a habitual investment into a particular stock. And the theme of this year for Robinhood is, how do we take a first-time investor and turn them into a long-term habitual investor? How do we make long-term investing accessible for people around the country? And we're making huge investments in education and customer support to support that. We recently released a revamped Learn portal. We call it Learn 2.0, with the aim of taking a customer from basic concepts such as what is a share, what is a stock, what's an ETF, all the way through to more advanced concepts. And we're continuing to invest more and more on Learn, as well as on Snacks, which is our popular podcast, and all other forms of content that we distribute. Last year, more than 3.2 million.
I want to interrupt you there. I know you have a lot more things. These are great. I know we could probably talk for a lot longer than this, but I want to shift gears just a bit. But I do want to keep talking about the retail investor, and I want to switch to Ms. Schultz. So back in December, there's an article that you wrote prior to all these events that we're even having the hearing on today. And in the article, I think that you said that it's inappropriate to refer to these very retail investors that we're talking about, that are using these platforms like Robinhood that we're talking about, and referring to those investors as dumb money. I think that's pretty insulting. And my colleague from across the aisle from Connecticut used that term. I think it's insulting. And instead, retail investors are in fact revolutionizing the stock market. So would you elaborate on those views, Ms. Schultz?
Absolutely. Thank you, Congressman. Retail investors are often referred to as dumb money by Wall Street, and it's because they don't have access to the same level of research, or some use the term because they think retail investors make dumb decisions. I think it's insulting. I think that the term needs to go out the window. Retail investors are investors who make their decisions based on the information known to them. And we should focus on educating people so that they can understand the risks and rewards of investing. Here, I think the GameStop situation is proof that the retail investors are revolutionizing the market. No one would have guessed when I wrote that article in December that retail investors were going to initiate a sophisticated short squeeze. I think the retail investors here are learning by doing, which is one of the best ways to learn. And we should spend effort making sure that people are equipped with the knowledge to understand the risks about being in the market.
Well, I appreciate that. And I would like to ask for unanimous consent to insert that letter into the record, Madam Chair. Thank you. I just want to look, Robinhood wrote about the need for, and this is open to anyone, and I've just got a few seconds left, but I'd like for someone to talk about, is it possible for clearinghouses and real-time settlements on the blockchain to exist? I don't have time for that, but that's something we can come back to at a further point. And Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and yield back.
Thank you very much. And without objection, I want to make sure that that's in the record that your insertion was accepted. Thank you. With that, I'm going to turn to Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Before I begin, Mr. Gill, I read your testimony, and I'd like to offer my heartfelt condolences for the loss your family suffered last year. It is not just Melvin Capital that lost money as part of the frenzy around GameStop. Whether it is a security guard losing $20,000 or a dog walker losing a few $100s, everyday retail investors were left holding the bag after GameStop's stock fell back to earth. Not every investor lost money, and Mr. Gill, sitting before us here today, remains bullish on the stock. Still, Bloomberg reported yesterday that he was served a lawsuit accusing him of misrepresenting himself and his motivations. I'm not here today to take sides in the litigation. However, it does raise important questions about the role of social media websites like Reddit, especially in the context of volatility we experienced with GameStop, AMC, and numerous other stocks last month. Mr. Huffman, what kind of authentication exists for Reddit users to confirm their identities, to verify that are even real people?
Reddit, and this is an important quality of Reddit, so thank you for the question, doesn't require people to reveal their full identity to use the platform. One of our pillars of privacy, and privacy is something that's critically important to us, is that users should be masters of their own identity, and they can choose to reveal as little or as much as they would like. I'll point out that there are two sides of this that are really important. On one side, this allows Reddit to work. Something like WallStreetBets would not exist if users had to reveal their full identity, because in WallStreetBets, people are revealing gains and losses. They're effectively revealing their financial position in life, and we would not put that burden on anybody to force them to do so. I'll also point out that other platforms have real identity, and it doesn't do anything to improve their behavior.
Can I just ask a question of that? Is there any way for a regular user of WallStreetBets subreddit to know what content is genuine, written by other users just like themselves, retail investors who are looking for honest information to invest on? Is there any way for that?
So there are a couple aspects to this. So the first is that we as a company invest significant resources in enforcing the veracity of our voting system. It's something we've been doing for 15 years, long before events like this, long before even the election and the politics of the last few years, where these things have become top of mind for everybody. This has been critically important to us. Also, our user base is exceptionally good at sniffing out untruths, misinformation, fake stories, both within this community and Reddit at large. And so in order for any piece of content to be successful on Reddit, it has to be accepted by that community and receive the same votes that anything else would.
Do you have any heightened standards for places like WallStreetBets or other investing subreddits where moderators are able to manipulate content to their own financial gains?
We keep a high standard across the entire site. And with this particular community over the past few weeks, we've been looking especially closely, anticipating these sorts of issues and questions. And to date, we have not found any nefarious behavior.
Got it. But we could have a situation where thousands, possibly millions of dollars of retail investor money may be being manipulated, right? We don't know that.
People in the United States talk about stocks on Reddit. They talk about it on TV, in magazines. People can say, in fact, they do on television all the time, encourage people to make what I would call bad investment decisions. On Reddit, I think the investment advice is actually probably among the best because it has to be accepted by many thousands of people before getting that sort of visibility.
Do you see any difference between someone on Reddit offering advice versus an analyst at a major bank or a financial services firm?
Absolutely. I think on Reddit, you're seeing retail investors who are giving authentic advice based on their knowledge, and you would not call into question what their motivations are or what large positions they may hold before going on TV and talking about them.
Do you plan to do more in this space, and is this something that's going to be a major priority of yours? And do you think overall social media companies like yourselves should be held to different standards? Should you be responsible for what happens in your content? If someone manipulates something or if it's a bot, should that be on you, or do you think that's just buyer beware?
We take manipulation of Reddit incredibly seriously. That is one of our, first duties in all of this is to ensure the authenticity of our communities. Yes.
But do you think you should be held responsible if somebody posts something, if there's some collusion, or if there's somebody who it's a bot that's online? Do you think you should be on the line, or this is just a site you offer for people to exchange ideas?
Reddit can be held responsible, and we do take our responsibilities here incredibly seriously.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
It's a custom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank you and the ranking member for convening today's hearing. If I could, Mr. Tenev, I'd like to echo what many of my colleagues have said today. We do appreciate the fact that you've created this platform. To a large extent, you've leveled the playing field so that small individual investors can have a shot at the American dream. That's investing. Now, I do want to ask you though, and a lot's been said about the situation that occurred in late January. My question to you is, how did you misjudge your capital requirements to prevent people from being able to trade during that period in January?
Thank you, Congressman. I wouldn't say we misjudged our capital requirements. This was a 1 in 3.5 million occurrence event, one that had never been seen before in capital markets. And we had to play this by the book. Robinhood Securities made the decision that we did so that we could remain in compliance with our regulatory capital and deposit requirements. Unfortunately, it required us to restrict the buying of these securities for Thursday and limit it to some degree on subsequent days until additional capital came in that allowed us to relax the restrictions.
It was Robinhood's mistake though, correct?
Well, Robinhood owns what happened, certainly, and we need to make sure that it doesn't happen again. But Robinhood Securities had limited options with how to address this, and I fully support the team in making the decision that they did, and I believe they did the right thing and the only thing.
I realize you said at the beginning that you're privately held. With that said, is your primary source of revenue from the order flow payments that you receive from some of the players that we've talked about today?
That is correct, Congressman. Payment for order flow is one of our largest revenue sources.
Is it the largest?
It's the largest, yes.
Now, in your testimony, in your written testimony, oral testimony, you talked about the settlement period in real time, or instead of T+2, maybe the T+1. If we had real-time settlement, would the situation that did occur in January, would that have been preventable? In other words, that wouldn't have happened if we had real-time settlement?
Congressman, if we were to have real-time settlement, and of course there's some implementation details that would govern this, there would be less of a need for collateral at clearinghouses because the cash and securities transactions would be exchanged in real time. So collateral for counterparty risk would be less necessary. So real-time settlement would lead to reduction, perhaps an elimination in some of these collateral requirements, a reduction in the money that's sort of clogging up the plumbing of the system, and that would have avoided some of these problems altogether.
Thank you very much. And just to be clear, does the same answer apply if I asked you if settlement was T+1 instead of same day settlement? Would your answer be the same?
Congressman, T+1 certainly would be better, but it doesn't. It reduces the scope of the problem. It doesn't eliminate it from a technology standpoint.
Thank you very much. Mr. Huffman, if I could, I'd like to follow up on some of the questioning that my colleagues, Congressman Hill and Congressman Gottheimer, asked. You've done an investigation into Reddit, into WallStreetBets. You don't see any bad actors. I'm paraphrasing, but you don't see any bad actors that caused any role in the GameStop frenzy. Am I characterizing that correctly?
Congressman, that's right.
You know that Congress is looking at amending Section 230. What are your thoughts about that as it relates to Reddit?
Sure. So Section 230, I think, is a critically important law to the internet as we know it. And it was created, in fact, to protect a forum in the early internet for talking about stocks. Section 230, I think it's also important to point out, doesn't protect platforms or companies like ours from civil litigation. So there are mechanisms for coming after companies like ours. What it does protect is our ability to evolve the way we moderate our content, and in which we have done in many ways the last decade.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Gonzalez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Keep it up high, guys. Come on.
Speaker and ranking member, and I want to thank everyone in the committee here with us today. This is for Citadel. Mr. Griffin, in 2020, Citadel violated regulation SHO, which governs short selling. Citadel is now involved in another short selling problem, and Robinhood routes half of its customers' orders to you. Robinhood halts buying on a position that you're long on, and you own the hedge fund and the clearing broker. What is there to prevent you from taking advantage of that situation and making sure you profit off the confusion and retail investors?
Congressman, I'm trying to understand the question.
Let me give it to you again. In 2020, Citadel violated regulation SHO, which governs short selling. Citadel is now involved in another short selling problem, and Robinhood routes half of its customers to you, orders to you. Robinhood halts buying on a position that you're long on, and you own the hedge fund and the clearing broker. What is there to prevent you from taking advantage of that situation and making sure you profit off the confusion of retail investors?
So in no particular order, I just do not understand the reference to us owning a clearing broker. We do not own DTCC. We do not control DTCC. We are not party to the discussion, dialogue, or demands between DTCC and Robinhood. So I do not understand the premise of the question because we have literally nothing to do with DTCC other than being a member of DTCC for providing settlement services for us and for doing real-time trade affirmation and clearing. Now, Citadel Securities owes a duty of best execution for every order that comes from Robinhood. And I will tell you that I'm incredibly proud of how seriously my team takes that duty of best execution. Some of the most earnest, hardworking, and thoughtful people that I've ever met in my life work on our retail execution business here at Citadel and take great pride in the execution quality that we give to each and every trader, not only at Robinhood, but at every single one of the retail.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Gill. But I understand that you made your position known on GameStop as far back as 2019 and are lauded as a diamond hands hero by WallStreetBets community. Have you ever previously experienced or observed the type of restrictions Robinhood and other applications performed on January 28th?
Taken, Congressman. No, I have not.
Thank you. That's a good question. And Mr. Huffman, I'm not a Redditor, but I do understand the problems around social media and freedom of speech and the tightrope act that goes on where these intersect. In the near decade of WallStreetBets and subreddit, have they shown themselves to be exceptionally problematic, an exceptionally problematic forum, or just one of the many eccentric communities that call Reddit home?
Congressman, I think your latter description is more accurate. They are an eccentric community, but they're well within the bounds of our content policy. And though we do have difficult decisions to make here and there regarding specific communities, one of the things we look to first is whether the community is putting their best efforts to be a good citizen of Reddit. And towards that end, we've had consistent communication with the moderators of that community, and they've been doing, I think, an excellent job.
Thank you. Well, the last financial crisis was caused when we turned a blind eye to the bad practices of our financial institutions. Perhaps today we've seen a warning about the clearing process, and I hope today can be a jumping off point for us to take a hard look at our markets and the practices of these institutions. In a 2-day clearing process, the liability risk and potential financial stress limited trading, but in a key time in market and perhaps in a way that materially affected investors in these recent events. So I'm hoping that we all get to take a closer look at what is happening. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on our list, we will have Mr. Hollingsworth for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Mr. Griffin, I'm going to direct my questions to you specifically, but I'm hoping to talk a little more philosophically about the market writ large rather than just Citadel itself. Certainly, there's been a significant amount of evidence supporting the advantages market makers offer retail investors. Through sophisticated infrastructure and high-speed technology, bid-ask spreads have decreased from 33 cents to less than a penny over the last 5 decades. And according to some research, saved retail investors $1.6 billion just in the first 6 months of last year alone. None of our discussion after this and the questions I'm going to ask are intended to be pejorative to that reality, but I just wanted to pick your brain, given your deep experience, about some of the implications of off-exchange trading specifically. We've seen this year that off-exchange trading has eclipsed nearly 50% of all trading. Can you talk a little bit about what factors have contributed to off-exchange trading's growth versus on-exchange trading? Certainly, I want to talk about the concerns we may have as market participants about that. But first, just the factors that you think are driving that.
I think one of the most significant drivers of off-exchange trading is that exchanges are handcuffed in their ability to fulsomely compete.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? Is this just regulatory arbitrage?
It is. I hate the word because it has a negative connotation. I believe that the exchanges should have greater latitude in setting their tick sizes in the most liquid securities. Mm-hmm. That will allow order flow that's currently going to dark pools to go to exchanges and to receive better executions. So let me just be very clear. It's not that we want to inhibit dark pools or market makers like Citadel from competing. It's that we want to enable and empower exchanges to be better competitors. I started my career as a retail investor in the day where I used to spend 25 cents in a bid-ask spread if I was lucky. I know the days you're referring to. We've come a long ways, but to continue on this journey, the next step is to allow exchanges to be more competitive in the market.
Well, so I think you answered this question, but just to put a fine point on it, there is public policy work that needs to be done in order to help resolve some of this challenge that exists in the movement of volume from on exchange to off exchange. That's incumbent upon us. It's incumbent upon regulators to find a better solution. Is that what you're saying?
Congressman, I'm saying that yes, it's legislators or the SEC. I believe much of this can be done by the SEC as a policy matter.
Right.
Think of it as the next step forward in regulation NMS.
Love it. Great. Thank you for all those answers. Just, I want to highlight this further. Can you talk about some of the challenges or deleterious impacts on the market if more and more volume is off exchange versus lit trading? Can you talk a little bit about why we should be concerned about that to make sure we all understand how important it is to make these changes to empower, as you said, exchanges to be better competitors?
I think there are 3 salient points I'd like to make. First, price discovery is the most important part of our capital markets function because price discovery combined with liquidity fuels our free enterprise system. It's how companies raise capital. It drives down the cost of capital. The more trading on exchanges, the better the price discovery we have. That is good for our capital markets. The second is that dark pools are often willing to engage in business practices where they discriminate against one class of investors versus another. I find it very unsettling that we in any way prohibit discrimination against one group of investors for the benefit or at the expense of another in any part of our capital markets. We want our capital markets to represent the values of our country. The third is that the dark pools themselves create a level of concern and apprehension about the integrity and fairness of our markets. And I believe that we should always be taking steps to advance public confidence and the confidence of retail investors and institutional investors that the United States capital markets are a fair place in which to transact business.
Mr. Griffin, thank you for those answers, and I would call upon my colleagues to recognize the deep experience Mr. Griffin has in these areas and how important it is that we take the steps, either via agency or via legislation, to help empower exchanges to compete on a level playing field, to make sure that create a public policy.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Lawson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to you and Ranking Member Henry for this forum today.
So many
and I want
phones.
to thank and welcome the panelists to this great forum. One thing, Madam Chair, I want to clarify for the record. One of my colleagues earlier said that when people got their stimulus money, they went and started investing it. I want to let them know that when my people got their stimulus money, they was trying to pay the rent, trying to take care of their kids, and I don't want the panel to think that when we work so hard on stimulus dollars, that happened, that that people are running out to invest their money. That's not the norm. My question, I'm going to direct it to Mr. Plotkin. Wall Street is supposed to be tied to revenue and profit fundamentals. We saw these fundamental changes when amateur investors gained control. They publicly stated that this isn't about investing based on their fundamentals, and that this isn't an investment about making a profit in that way. It's about making a profit to demonstrate that they can manipulate the system, and if not, better than professionals such as yourself. The rapid trade won, and Wall Street was losing billions of dollars. Melvin Capital betted against GameStop and was on the verge of bankruptcy. Clearly, there is a manipulation and distrust within the system and inequality in American finance. Mr. Plotkin, do you believe that there is manipulation, distrust, and overall inequality within American financing? And what do you believe are the consequences of big guys like yourself, but also little guys in this process?
Well, thank you for the question. I really can't speculate, in terms of the broader system. I think, Melvin, my focus is on running our portfolio and building a great organization and a strong team. I think some of the issues you speak about are much greater societally, and it's not really my area of expertise.
Okay, well, one other thing, you guys have Series 67 license and everything, but these amateur investors don't have to go through those same standards. And because they do not have to go through those same standards, how are they able to go in and manipulate the market? Maybe someone that can answer over people who have been involved in this research and calculation and investing for so many years. Can anybody ask how are they able to go in and manipulate the market like this? It cost billions of dollars to be lost.
Sure. Look, I think, as we've spoken about today, the financial markets are changing. There's a lot of new players. I think they saw an opportunity, to drive the price of the stock higher. And today with social media and other means, there's the ability to kind of collectively do so. That was a risk factor that, up until recently we'd never seen. I think, sometimes with retail investors, you think about, and they've been really adept at this, investing in the internet or software stocks or electric vehicles and, ideas with big opportunities and they chase them because they believe in the fundamentals. I think this was very different in that a lot of the meme stocks, these were businesses with real challenges, but they exploited an opportunity, around short interest and the way that was approached. And I think, us at Melvin will adapt, and I think the whole industry will have to adapt.
Well, I understand that. And so I just, from our standpoint, and I don't have much more time, but what do you recommend to us to try to keep from letting this happen again?
Look, I think to some degrees markets are self-correcting. I know, moving forward, stocks, I don't think you're going to see stocks with the kind of short interest levels that we saw, prior to this year. I don't think, investors like myself want to be susceptible to these type of dynamics. I think there'll be a lot closer monitoring of message boards. There'll be software providers. We have a data science team that'll be looking at that. Whatever regulation that you guys come up with, certainly, we'll abide by. And I look forward to, helping, if you guys want to have future conversations about that.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, my time is running out, so I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Ranking Member McHenry for his leadership in calling for this hearing today, and also you, Madam Chair, for bringing us together. Mr. Tenov, I'm going to start my questions with you by walking through a series of events from that day in January, just to make sure we're all on the same page. So in your testimony, you mentioned that the automated deposit requirements from DTCC came in at 5:11 a.m. Eastern, and it showed a $3 billion deficit, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. At that point, 5:11 a.m., did you have the liquidity to meet the additional $3 billion deposit requirement?
So as we wrote in detail in my written testimony, there were a series of steps that the Robinhood Securities team took to
reclaim my time, sir. At that exact moment, did you have the liquidity for $3 billion? 5:11 a.m.
At that moment, we would not have been able to post the $3 billion in collateral.
Okay.
Meatball's angry.
So when you said, and you've said this multiple times, that you did in fact have the liquidity and you didn't have a liquidity problem, at that moment in time, that is not necessarily true, correct? You had to take steps to get there.
Congressman, we did have to, the Robinhood Securities team had to work with our relevant clearinghouses to adjust the risk profile of the trading day in order to meet our collateral requirements.
Right, and in order to do that, your choice was to throttle trading, to prevent your clients from being able to purchase in certain shares, correct?
That's correct. Robinhood Securities had to restrict buying in about 13 securities.
Okay, and if you had not been able to de-risk the profile or the portfolio, excuse me, you wouldn't been able to raise the money, get the VAR requirement and the excess capital charge waived to de-risk the portfolio, then DTCC would have stepped in and liquidated the portfolio, correct?
I'm not sure what the exact, Congressman, what the exact steps that they would take if we weren't in compliance with the deposit requirements would be, but it would not have been a good situation for the firm or the customers.
So reclaim my time. So the letter that Ranking Member McHenry submitted for the record, I would draw everyone's attention to. I'll just read this. If a clearing member fails to satisfy a margin call, it exposes other clearing members to risk and can put NSCC out of compliance. In a case of non-payment, NSCC may cease to act for the clearing member and liquidate its unsettled clearing portfolio. So that was definitely in the cards. For my constituents who are Robinhood clients, what would this have done to their portfolio if it would have been forced liquidation as a result of missing the capital call?
Oh, well, Congressman, if there was forced liquidation, at the very least, it would have resulted in a total lack of access to the markets for your constituents. Not just to the 13 securities that we restricted buying in.
Right, so this would have been an enormous catastrophe for Robinhood, correct? And the clients.
That's correct, and not just Robinhood, but the over 13 million customers that we serve.
Yeah, and I think that's really sort of the crux of the issue. So in a sense, I love your company because it does, when correctly managed, provide investment opportunities for individuals who are currently frozen out of the markets for one reason or another. At the same time, though, I believe a vulnerability was clearly exposed in your business model and perhaps in the regime that governs your capital requirements. And we just can't live in a world where my constituents could have their shares liquidated without their consent because you all aren't able to make a capital call. I appreciate that you were able to ultimately satisfy it, but the amount of time you have from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. to figure this out is scary for the company, and frankly, I care more about my constituents than anything, and scary for them. And so I hope we'll continue to look at that. Beyond that, though, I also hope that this hearing highlights a very real problem with our financial markets today and how they're accessed by everyday investors. Today, the Melvin and Citadels of the world, as well as major PE and VC funds, have access to the world's greatest investment opportunities on the planet, whereas the retail investor world of which Mr. Gill is a great member, it doesn't, for lack of a better term, has access to an ever diminishing set of investment opportunities. And so while we're debating these vulnerabilities, we're also serious about finding ways to expand access for Main Street investors. And with that, I yield.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. San Nicolas, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning from Guam, Madam Chair. I've been with the hearing since 3 a.m. The sun is starting to come up out here, but it's always a pleasure to be joining you in these very, very important hearings that you call for the American people. Thank you very much. Wow. I wanted to first begin by congratulating everybody who made money on the Robinhood trade. You know, you guys found a low float, low volume, massively shorted stock, and you guys squeezed it. And I think that investors like Mr. Plotkin, large money managers, probably doubled down on their short positions thinking that they're going to win. And in the end, the massive communication networks that we have these days rallied the small to beat the large. And that was absolutely something to behold. And Robinhood made that possible. Robinhood made that possible. Mr. Tenev, you mentioned in your testimony that you've secured $3 billion in funding to address the regulatory deposit requirement situation that you face. Where did that $3 billion come from?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. To be clear, we were in compliance with all regulatory net capital and deposit requirements without the additional capital infusion. It was simply to provide extra cushion, allowing us to unrestrict trading and be prepared for other black swan events that might happen in the future. The capital came from mostly existing venture capital investors that Robinhood already had.
So basically you had to further dilute your position in Robinhood in order to make sure that you secured all of your 13 million customers with that additional $3 billion.
That's correct, Congressman.
Well, that's where I have a serious concern, Mr. Tenet, because not only was your business model designed to profit off of order flow, which caused you to take extraordinary risks in having 13 million customers with access to large margin trading that facilitated the GameStop situation, but you halted buys on that stock and you allowed sells in order to mitigate the capital requirement situation, and you materially benefited from it. You materially benefited from it because it reduced the amount that you would have had to go out and raise an additional capital in order to prevent these kind of crises from reoccurring. You took from your customers in order to minimize the $3 billion from being larger than it probably would have been, because you wanted to protect your position. And that is very troubling. That is very troubling. It's very troubling that the order flow model that you built and the risk that you took on resulted in that halt. And it's very troubling that that halt also materially benefited the existing shareholders and yourself by minimizing the amount of additional capital you had to raise in order to prevent that from happening again. You basically took from the shareholders in order to do that. And that's just, I don't know what to say about that, but I think that this, Madam Chair, presents a very serious situation where we need to ensure that companies are not taking advantage of customers in this way. Mr. Kenneth, you're quoted as saying in this hearing, buying increases capital requirements, selling does not. So it was something that you knowingly did. It was something that you knowingly did. It was beyond just trying to protect the existing customers. And at the end of the day, while you had to raise an additional $3 billion, it minimized that from being a larger sum. We have customers who purchased the stock who are now bag holders after the price came down because they couldn't continue going up with additional buying. And that was willful, that was intentional. So I'm glad, Madam Chair, that we've called this hearing. I'm glad that we're able to put these things on the record. And I'm just very, very concerned with the implications of this. And I really hope that at the end of the day, those back orders get a lot more than an apology. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Fight for us.
Mr. Rose, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ranking Member McHenry, for holding this important hearing today. And thank you to our witnesses for your testimony and participation today and for the dedication of time that you've made to this hearing. There is still so much for us to learn from this market event. Obviously, speculation has been rampant, and I believe we should not get ahead of our skis, so to speak, and rush to policy recommendations before we understand the full scope of this situation. The committee investigation is barely underway, and I would view a large majority of the policy proposals suggested today as half-baked at this point. At the end of the day, we should all want retail investors to have access to the market and to ensure they have the information they need to participate in the market in an informed way. Mr. Griffin, my colleague, Representative Loudermilk, asked you to explain the advantages of cutting down on the settlement time, but you were cut off before you could complete your answer. Would you like to finish your thought there?
To be brief, the issue in going to real-time settlement is everything has to work perfectly in a world where there's still people involved in many of the processes. We'll get there one day as an industry. I just think it's a bridge too far in the next couple of years.
And then you were also cut off earlier when answering my colleague Ms. Beatty's question regarding the difference between payment for order flow for the options market versus the equities market. Would you like to continue that explanation?
I think we covered that reasonably well. I think the salient difference is that the options market, every trade must take place on an exchange to start with. In the equities market, the current market structure has been arrived at with the blessing of the SEC as the best way to give retail investors in America price improvement as compared to the exchanges. And to be succinct, we should make exchanges more competitive, not make internalization or dark pools more privileged.
Thank you. And then finally, Mr. Griffin, earlier Representative Lukemeyer asked about how we got to where GameStop was short sold to 140%. Given that naked shorting is an illegal practice, how did that happen given current U.S. law?
So clearly a number of the purchasers of the short sales, of the shares sold short, are institutions that also lend their securities. And it's very important to remember that institutional investors earn substantial returns from participating in the securities lending market. So if you were lending your GameStop stock out, for example, over the period of the recent crisis, you may have been earning an annualized rate of return of 25 or 30% on the shares that you lent out. That accrues to the benefit of pension plans, of ETFs, of other pools of institutional lending that participate in the securities lending market. And keep it in the back of your mind, when a bank lends money to a business, that business may turn around and lend money to its suppliers. Just because, in some sense, somebody can on-lend what they bought doesn't necessarily mean something has gone wrong in the chain itself.
Would you see that as an area ripe for regulatory adjustment, or do you think that that's not a problem?
I think if we were to think about legislative priorities to make our capital markets work better, this doesn't make the top 100 list.
Thank you. Thank you. Despite the intense volume and exposures presented in the markets, the broader infrastructure of our financial markets has performed very well, I believe. My concern, like those of my colleagues, is that forging ahead with new regulations at this point would be harmful and have unforeseen consequences. In the few moments that I have left, Ms. Schultz, can you speak to what the potential dangers are of increased regulation to retail investors?
That's going to take me more than 12 seconds, but there's a lot of potential for unintended consequences here, and increased regulation can drive retail investors out of the market. It can have them have less good prices.
Sorry not to give you more time. Maybe one of my colleagues will give you a chance to complete that. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have Ms. Axney for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I just want to quickly follow up with a question my colleague, Mr. Foster, asked earlier to you, Mr. Tenev. You said that Rule 606 reports detail the arrangements you have with firms like Citadel. However, those only detail the payments you receive. Are you saying that you're prepared to publicly disclose the detailed terms of your payment for order flow with Citadel and other market makers?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. The 606 reports do publicly detail the payment for order flow arrangements we have with Citadel Securities and our other market makers.
Okay, well, I'll look forward to seeing those details then. Will you make sure that you get those over to our committee?
Certainly, we can have that arranged.
Okay, thank you. Last month, of course, as we saw this volatility with GameStop and AMC, and the stock started to rally, everybody seemed to get involved. And one survey recently said that 30% of Americans purchased one of those viral stocks. That includes people like my nephew and his two friends who stayed up until 4 a.m. to see if they could get a piece of this action. So one of the most concerning pieces, though, of this whole episode is how many people really felt like that's what they needed to do to get ahead. To me, this just exemplifies the income inequality across America, and it's one that we need to deal with. And I do appreciate the opportunity for retail investing. I want to make sure that it creates a good outcome, however, for the people who are using it. And right now, what I'm seeing is gambling on the stock market, and it's not a real solution to that income inequality. And I don't think we should pretend that it is. Just last June, when Hertz declared bankruptcy, after that, Robinhood was actively pushing the stock on its site. It was trending on Robinhood, and the promotion of that worthless stock, I don't think is good for investors. That's a gamble that they shouldn't have taken. That's just one example. But people having access to the stock market's nice, but if they don't have the money to invest, then really it's not democratization. And that's the real reason that 80% of the stock market's owned by 10% of the people. And of course, those are people who don't have to put all their money into healthcare or childcare or a car payment or whatever it is that's just keeping them going through their day-to-day. Earlier, Mr. Tenev, you said that you couldn't tell us what your client's rate of return is, but generally 99% of short-term traders underperform the market. So, Mr. Tenev, you say Robinhood's mission is to democratize finance. Is that correct?
That's correct, Congresswoman, yes.
Okay, so I want to ask you then, you've invested significantly in behavioral research, and just so you know, I own a digital design firm with my husband, so I'm familiar with what behavioral research can do for platforms and websites. And that behavioral research has really shaped how your app is designed. Is that correct?
Congresswoman, like many technology companies, we employ data scientists, user researchers, and designers to provide a better customer experience and understand our customers' needs.
So on the specifics, when people sign up, they get a scratch-off ticket to see what they get. Confetti falls every time they place an order. They get push notifications. They're encouraged to trade. If a friend signs up, they get a free stock, on and on. Why have you added specific gaming design elements to look like gambling to your app? That encourages more frequent trading.
Congresswoman, as I mentioned earlier, we want to give people what they want in a responsible, accessible way. We don't believe in gamification. We know investing is serious, and that's why most of our customers are buy and hold. A very small percentage of our customers utilize margin.
Well, I appreciate that, but folks like my nephew actually aren't your customers. They're your product. Your customer's sitting right next to you, Mr. Griffin with Citadel. So when you don't pay as much for index fund or Apple or anything like that, your app to me shows me that you're really just trying to encourage more trades, which puts more money in your pocket, not helping people build equity through smarter investing. So I would ask you, Mr. Tenev, I'd ask two things. Who exactly do you believe you're democratizing finance for, and how do you plan to address these conflicts of interest?
Well, first of all, I believe in our business model, Congresswoman. I believe our business model has become the industry standard for a reason. It's because it's good for customers. It's led to the democratization of the markets, and it works. And we're very proud to route to market makers on uniform terms without taking into account any of the payments that we generate from them in the routing, and based purely on the execution quality that we provide to our customers.
Mr. Sile is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for holding today's hearing. I'm concerned about investors in the state of Wisconsin and across our country to make sure that they have access to the market, access that is fair and equal to the big banks and the hedge funds in Wall Street. And we've seen great improvements in access, the democratization in finance, and I'm concerned that these hearings are going to lead us down the path of additional regulations before we fully investigated the facts. It was stated earlier that may not be the case, and I'd like to have inserted into the record a Bloomberg article dated January 28th titled "GameStop Trades Show Need for More Regulation," Democrat says.
Without objection, such is the order.
Thank you. I think it'll be helpful for everyone to review that, with the concerns being that we're going to drift away from the democratization of our finance system. Also, a bit disappointed that we don't have representation in our first hearing here today from the SEC or the DTCC, especially in the early days of the Biden administration. I think that would be helpful, and hopefully we'll be able to have their participation in a future hearing. If I can direct my first question to Mr. Gabe Plotkin at Melvin Capital Management, there's obviously a lot of attention that came pouring in on a stock, GameStop, that you held a short position in. People were tweeting about it, things were building. Do you have any information as to uniquely why folks on Twitter and on Reddit and others uniquely targeted that stock?
First of all, thank you for the question. I think it's a really good one. I think ultimately, I'm not sure kind of how the momentum built around that. There were certainly some signs, as we kind of diligenced after the fact. I mean, there were even website names bought, like, nasty things about our firm as far back as November. So I'm not sure kind of how it started, but I think ultimately they saw an opportunity with a very high short interest stock that a lot of people could relate to, because it was a retail experience, and that's sort of the genesis of it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to shift gears over to Robinhood and Mr. Tenev, if I can. Is my colleague Mr. Gonzalez was talking about, at some point it became clear that additional collateral would likely be needed. How many of your customers owned GameStop stock or options on January 27th?
I don't have the exact numbers.
Suffice it to say, had it increased dramatically over the days leading up to the 27th?
Yes, that's accurate.
Fair. And you saw additional order flow coming into this. Did you take any steps, and was it reasonable to believe that there would be additional capital requirements? And did you take any steps, either internally or working in concert with the National Securities Clearing Corporation, to mitigate the risk posed by the volatility before the January 28th collateral call?
We did. So on January 21st, we went to 100% market requirement for AMC, and that requires all purchases for those stocks to be fully paid for. So customers would have been unable to use margin to buy those. So that was January 21st in the case of AMC, and January 26th for GME.
But this was still insufficient ultimately as related to the collateral call that came in the early morning hours on the 28th. Is that correct?
That's correct. The limiting margin was ultimately insufficient.
And as you look to your peers, do you know any other brokerages that were putting in place limitations on their buy orders?
Yes, I do, Congressman. I think that's an important question. Many brokerages put in place similar limitations on buy orders for many of these securities.
For the record, I've heard conflicting reports on that. I think it's something that this committee needs to further look into, is to the differential between what occurred under your control at Robinhood and some of the other brokerages. I think it's a question that we should fully investigate on this committee, make sure we have all the facts as we're moving forward. Could you detail, Mr. Tenev, your plans going forward as it relates to making sure that an event like this doesn't occur and that you have the foresight to prevent these late collateral needs?
Absolutely, Congressman. Thank you for that important question. Certainly, the additional $3.4 billion helps provide a significant cushion. In addition, you could see that between Thursday and Friday, Robinhood replaced the PCO, which was a position closing only setting, with much more granular position limits.
Congresswoman Axney.
I'm sorry.
Please, the gentleman's time has expired. The voice that you heard had nothing to do with what you were saying. I think it was a mistake. With that, the gentleman's time has expired, and we'll move on to Mr. Caston. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much to our witnesses. There's a whole bunch of themes in today's hearing, and I want to, if I can, just tie a couple threads together that I think are relevant that we've had corners of. June 2020, Alex Kearns, who was 20 years old at the time, from Naperville, Illinois, killed himself, largely thanks to a bug in the Robinhood system. The bug was that he turned on the app, said he owed $730,000 that he did not have because of options positions that he thought canceled out but didn't appear to. He called the helpline. The helpline, of course, was not manned, as we've discussed. He sent several panicked emails, 3 to be precise, did not receive a response. Ultimately, there was a response from the email saying that, in fact, his positions were covered, but by that point, it was too late because he had taken his own life. This is a gentleman who was 20 years old. Under Illinois law, he was not allowed to buy a beer, but he was allowed to take on $730,000 in positions and exposure that he did not have the liquidity to cover. Now, your mission, Mr. Tenev, is to democratize finance, but the history of financial regulation is to protect people like Alex Kearns from the system. As the old joke goes, if you're playing poker and you can't figure out who the fish is at the table, you should leave the table because you're probably the fish. And there is an innate tension in your business model between democratizing finance, which is a noble calling, and being a conduit to feed fish to sharks. I want to cover a little bit of timeline. December 2019, Robinhood was assessed a $1.25 million fine by FINRA for failing to disclose payment for order flow agreements to your customers. 6 months after that, Alex Kearns committed suicide. 6 months after that, December 20, Robinhood paid a $65 million fine to the SEC for, among other things, failing to disclose payment for order flow agreements to your customers. There's a tension in your model. Now, along with that, according to your 606s, as been reported by CNBC, you attract a higher rate for equity trades from payment for order flow of many of your competitors, 17 cents per 100 trades versus about 11 cents for your competitors, even more, over 50 cents per 100 trades for options. I'd ask unanimous consent to enter the CNBC article into the record.
Without objection, such is the order.
Question for you, Mr. Tenev. When did you start offering options on your platform?
Thank you, Congressman Caston. And first, let me say,
I'm just looking for a date. We're tight on time. When did you start offering options?
Options trading was offered starting in Q1 of 2018.
Okay, thank you. That's relevant because prior to 2018, your revenue grew basically linearly with user growth. Your revenue any year for your payment for order flow interview was about $10 per user per year. 2020, it got to $50 per user per year. So your revenue model went from growing revenue by growing users to growing revenue by growing revenue earned on the back of each user, consistent with taking on options. How many firms do you route options orders to, Mr. Tenev?
Congressman, we have 7 market makers. I can get back to you with the precise number for options under 7.
According to your 606 disclosures, you only list 4: Citadel, Susquehanna, Wolverine, and Morgan Stanley. Are there any others besides the ones listed in your 606 disclosures?
If that's in the 606, Congressman, I'm sure it's accurate.
Okay, so do you route options trades to anyone who you do not have a payment for order flow agreement with?
Currently, we have, Congressman, uniform payment for order flow arrangements with all of our market makers. So they would all be under the same arrangements.
Okay, so how do you ensure that you're getting best pricing if every single firm, you're ruling out anybody who is not paying you for the privilege to trade?
Congressman, we believe having uniform payment for order flow arrangements with all market makers ensures structurally that there is no conflict of interest, because it prevents payment for order flow from being an input in decision-making for where to route orders.
Okay, I'm almost out of time, but there is an innate conflict in your model. Let's imagine right now that we are today's version of health insurance. I'm nervous, I think I've got an exposure, and I call your helpline now. Let's call and let's listen in the time we have remaining to what I'm going to hear on the other end of the phone.
Thanks for calling Robinhood.
Wow.
Please visit us at Robinhood.com or on our app for support. If you have an urgent trading need, please make sure to include details of your order when reaching out. Thanks and have a great day.
Wow. Murdered.
Well, Mr. Caston, you may wrap up.
My time.
You may wrap up. Go ahead, Mr. Caston.
I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now call on Mr. Gooden for 5 minutes.
10 minutes.
Is Mr. Gooden on the line?
Madam Chair, Mr. Gooden's in Texas and he's unavailable to.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Then let us hear from, I believe it would be at this time, Mr. Timmons. For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems we're here today to try to find culpability in the events that transpired last month. I seem to spend a lot of my time thinking about capital requirements and the time it takes to execute these trades. So I'm going to focus my questions there. Mr. Tenev, you have repeatedly invoked capital requirements that both your company and your clearinghouse are required to abide by in order to explain the restriction of trading last month. My friend and colleague, Mr. Barr, asked you about this earlier, but I would like to hone in on this a little bit. Could you explain what specifically about the nature or volume of the trades being ordered by your customers caused these increased capital requirements to be triggered? And how did the level of collateral required compare to what you would normally have to abide by?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. So to give you a sense for the increase, our capital requirements, our deposit requirements with NSCC from January 25th to January 28th, so a span of 3 days, increased tenfold.
What is the most your capital requirements had been prior to this event?
I believe there was a table, Congressman, that I provided in my written testimony that had the precise value at risk and special charges in the prior days. Happy to refer
but obviously
to that.
It never been close to this amount, and now you have additional capital that you've raised, and so this should not happen again. Again, I think you referenced 1 in 3.5 million was the likelihood of this situation occurring. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's not a Robinhood number. That's actually a third-party industry number.
Are you aware of the origin of these capital requirements?
I do believe that these capital requirements, and specifically the NSCC deposit, was spelled out in Dodd-Frank.
So the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act is arguably to blame for what happened. You would not have halted trading in this case, but for this exorbitant capital requirement that you were unable to meet. So I think that when we're searching for culpability, we need to realize that the well-intentioned legislation from over 10 years ago is somewhat culpable in this entire conversation. Ms. Schultz, will you elaborate on that? Do you agree that Dodd-Frank is somewhat responsible for the situation that Robinhood found themselves in?
I think the capital requirements in Dodd-Frank can be seen as responsible. I think it's incumbent on us to evaluate those capital requirements and whether they are appropriate, given the business models at issue. I think that's also a question of settlement times and modernizing our system. But I agree that the capital requirements here put into place are one of the reasons that we're having these conversations today.
And you went to the next place I wanted to go, which is the time it takes to settle these transactions. So, 12 years ago, 10, 11 years ago, we never really considered the whole concept of a Robinhood, of an app-based trade platform that democratizes access to purchasing and selling publicly traded companies. So I do think that needs to be revisited, especially because it is unfair. There are other companies that have far more resources that are not in the situation, and those companies have larger investors. So we really are picking on the little guy in this entire conversation. So between reconsidering capital requirements for retail investor platforms, number one, and number two, trying to find a way to settle these transactions faster, those two things seem to be the best way to achieve our objective of making sure this doesn't happen again. I do hope that we can hear from Michael Bodson from the DTCC in the next hearing, or perhaps someone from the NSC. I'm hearing something strange on my computer. I'm sorry, 1 second.
Uh-oh.
Thank you. I'll end with this. One of my colleagues across the aisle said the deck is stacked against the little guy, and I couldn't agree more. But in this case, the very committee that is conducting this hearing has more culpability, I would say, than any of the witnesses that we have brought before us today. So we need to make sure this doesn't happen again. And I look forward to working with my colleagues across the aisle. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time has expired. At the request of one of our witnesses, we will take a short recess. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes.
Oh my God. Well, once again, I'm done with that Pokeball. Thank you guys for bearing in with us for this longest hearing that I've never watched a hearing all the way through, but this is the first time that a hearing is actually important for me to fully explain to you. I have a lot of thoughts on this. I'm going to try to take a bathroom break, but most importantly, I need you guys to, if you wanted to know exactly what are the implications for GameStop right now, it's currently at $40.69. I mean, that would be a funny number, except for the fact that it is having to be a bit of a sell-off and having a bit of an RSI below 30, which means it is oversold. That is my first thing that I'm going to say. Next thing I'm going to say is make sure to smash that like button, make sure to smash that subscribe button. We are going to the moon. We're going to burst over 9,000 subscribers sometime today or tomorrow, and let's try to aim for 10,000 subscribers this weekend. If you guys have not had a chance to get your naughty $250 in Bitcoin, make sure to hit that Bitcoin button. Now, get into the train before it leaves the station. And if you are still using Robinhood after watching the pitiful attempts of the CEO trying to answer a single yes or no question, if you want to get your loud milk in the door, make sure to switch from Robinhood to WeBull with one of my links down below as well. Finally, you guys are awesome. Stay amazing. We're going to be back after this recess. I noticed that Matt Kors has already stopped live streaming. I'm not going to stop until this live stream is completely finished so that you guys have all the information you need. And then we're going to do a decompress and fully understand who was bullish on GME, who was bullish on trying to kick Vlad in his incapable of answering a yes or no question teeth, and who of our Congress people were actually shills who decided to support the big guy versus the little guy. All right, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to drink some water, and I'll be back in 30 seconds. See you in a sec. I'm gonna drink some cold tea. Meatball, what did you think about that so far? Let's make sure we got Meatball's perspective. Come here. Meatball, what do you think? What do you think, buddy? Want to tell people what you think? What do you think about this whole ordeal? It's been 5 hours. I barely got to eat during this entire time. Oh man. I really do appreciate you guys coming on board. If I haven't had the pleasure of introducing myself, my name is Andrew. I'm a data scientist here in Silicon Valley. I had my name, my occupation dropped a couple of times by the bad guys. That's the normal sound of the volume of my sneeze. So when you guys, oh man, when you guys heard my like subdued sneeze during the hearing, that was because I was like, I cannot sneeze for the life of me. Doggo is the real hero. Doggo, Meatball says to hold. We are not doing any financial advice at all. I'm not a financial advisor, but I am here to talk briefly about where this stock is going. So I'm going to do a bit of a technical analysis for GameStop as of the beginning of the hearing. Let's go ahead and go over to around noon EST. That's when the hearing began. It was trading sideways for a while. A couple of green candles that we would like to see, but then a couple of red candles down. We can mark the exact moment that Deep Effing Valley, otherwise known as Roaring Kitty, started to testify. When he just got on stage, when he showed his face, the market blew up immediately, 10% all the way up. Didn't really reach the RSI, which is the scale down here, higher than 70, got a little bit higher than 70, 75.8, at which point the market realized that Deep Effing Value, or Roaring Kitty, could only testify for so long. So then we had a major sell-off, and then we returned to where we were. We tried to meet the same level of resistance as before, could not get there, and now we are facing a major sell-off. Just so you guys know, I am not a financial advisor, but I have freedom of speech, so I can tell you that I am holding. If you guys wanted to support the show, go ahead and check out any of the other social media platforms. I personally prefer Instagram and TikTok. And I will talk to you directly. If you want to join the Meatball Army, go ahead and go down to the Discord, talk to me directly, or go and follow me on Instagram, because I'm trying to burst past 1,000. How many subs do I have on Instagram right now? We ran past 420,069 playbacks, 42,069 playbacks recently during this live stream, and we are still going. I'm surprised that this is still taking so long. If you want some louder milk, or if you want to be able to be smart, proactive, and make good moves in the market, make sure to smash that subscribe button so that it goes from red to white, and you guys know the rest. You guys are going wild in the live chat. Keep the energy going. I do appreciate you guys commenting in the live chat. If you guys do one more thing, I would recommend going off and writing a comment in any of the videos. I do respond to each and every comment. Although, do it fast, because once I pass 10,000 subs, it might be harder and harder, and I might have to switch it over to only publicly subscribed. People definitely get their comments written. If you publicly subscribe, you will definitely get your comments answered. But as of right now, I still have the bandwidth to answer each and every one of your comments. Oh man, Vlad is actually a robot. We have seen the deepfake technology of our lifetimes. We have actually seen legitimately the deepfake technology of our lifetimes in Mr. Griffin, who seems like he has many, many cabinets. We have Ava in the live stream just killing it with the jokes. I love that we are doing a surprise census on how many people are in Griffin's background. 5 people helping him with teleprompters, reading the slowest teleprompter that has ever existed. Market has closed, and after hours.
Mr. Torres, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the concerns about payment for order is that it creates a perverse incentive for a brokerage firm like Robinhood to send retail orders not to the firms that provide the best execution to retail investors, but rather to firms that provide the highest payment to Robinhood. There's a concern about a conflict between the interest of brokers and the interest of retail investors. And that concern seems to have been vindicated by the conduct of Robinhood. SEC previously found that Robinhood misled its customers about how it makes its money. Both SEC and FINRA previously found that Robinhood failed to ensure the best execution for retail customers, depriving those customers of $34 million, resulting in a $65 million civil penalty from the SEC. My first question for the CEO of Robinhood: how much of your revenue comes from payment for order flow?
Thank you, Congressman. Let me first state regulatory compliance is at the center of everything that we do.
I want to reclaim my time.
Things right.
How much of your revenue comes from payment for order flow? The answer to the question is
Give me my time.
Given the time constraints.
Congressman, I don't recall the exact percentage. It's over 50%.
And how much do you know? How much of your order flow revenue comes specifically from Citadel?
Citadel is indeed a important counterparty. It's our largest counterparty in terms of where we route orders to. And I want to explain that a little bit, Congressman.
Well, I want to move on because I want to cover the concerns about gamification. The stated mission of Robinhood is the democratization of finance, but I worry that the real world impact of Robinhood is the democratization of financial addiction. You know, Robinhood has gaming features that seem to manipulate retail traders into making rash and reckless and potentially ruinous investments. We all know the tragic story of Alexander Kearns. According to a memo from the Financial Services Committee, there's one feature in particular that encourages retail investors to tap on the Robinhood app up to 1,000 times a day in order to improve their position on the wait list for Robinhood's highly coveted cash management feature. Do you share my concern that a retail trader tapping on a Robinhood app 1,000 times a day is a sign of addiction?
Congressman, that particular feature that you're discussing was to get access to our debit card plus high yield savings product, which is one of the many features targeting passive investors that we've rolled out over the past.
Mr. Tenenbaum, 1,000 times a day? You are encouraging your customers to tap on an app 1,000 times a day?
Get him, Richie.
That to me is a sign of addiction, and it worries me that you fail to see it in the same light.
Congressman, we didn't encourage anyone to tap on anything. To get access to the debit card, people were placed on a wait list, and we wanted to give our customers delightful features so that they know that we're listening to them and that we care about them. And this is just one example of how we add great features that customers love to our products.
Look, addictive trading might be bad for your customers, but it's good for Robinhood. Addictive trading means more trading, and more trading means more money for Robinhood. There's a sense in which Robinhood monetizes addiction. You make money from the quantity rather than the quality of trading. I want to, much has been said about price improvement. One of the arguments for payment for order flow is price improvement. According to the Wall Street Journal, Citadel Securities claims to have saved investors a total of $1.3 billion last year. But I'm wondering, how can Citadel possibly know how much it saves retail investors? Citadel does not transact directly with retail investors. It transacts directly with brokers. And even if you stipulate that there has been a cost savings, it's unclear to me how much of that cost savings is being passed on to the retail investors and how much of that cost savings is actually being pocketed by Robinhood as profit. Right? We know that there's no commission, there's no visible fee at the front end of the transaction. But what is the hidden cost to investors at the back end of the transaction? Can you give me clarity about the hidden cost to investors?
This guy's so
Congressman, I appreciate the question. I think that's a very important question. In 2020, Robinhood provided our customers in excess of $1 billion in price improvement. So that price improvement is measured relative to the NBBO, the National Best Bid and Best Offer, which is the reference price per security on all major lit exchanges.
I ran out of time, so I will yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That man was beautiful. Oh my God. Look at his jawline. Holy moly. Richie. Woof. Yes. Chairwoman. Seems like her volume has been exchanged for a rolling magnet. Well, I'll take this time to say welcome back, you guys. That recess is over, and we're still watching the hearing that has taken at least since 9 a.m. Right now, it's 1:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which means 4.5 hours. I started live streaming 2.5 hours before that. So that means that I've been here for 7 hours. And I'm not done until I figure out what's going on with GameStop. She's like, let me leave the finger. All right, I'll be back. I need to use the restroom. Don't go anywhere, though, because her finger is almost out. Okay, there she is.
We were having a technical problem here, but I think it has been corrected. Mr. Taylor, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay. Will point out that today and this week has been very hard for my home state of Texas and for my district in Collin County. We have faced a record-breaking freeze across the state, which has crushed our power generation capability, and we have had some really heartbreaking stories of need. In fact, during this hearing, I was called away to help a mayor try to get power back to their water pumping stations to make sure that they have water for their citizens in Texas today. So for those members of the committee, I encourage you to send your thoughts and prayers to the people of Texas as they go through this really challenging time. On to the topic of this hearing. Mr. Tennant, I just wanted to go in. I know there's been a lot of questions about the margin call that you got on the morning of the 20th of January. But I'm not sure that we really understand how the margin call changed from $3 billion to $1.5 billion to $600 million. Can you sort of go through how did you negotiate the margin call down? And these are very sizable decreases, right? You're 50% and 50% again to something that you could then in turn manage. How did you decrease the margin call? I'm sorry, you're on mute. You're still on mute. I haven't been able to hear a word you said, unfortunately.
How about now?
I can hear you now. Madam Chair, can I have 30 seconds back for that?
Okay. Congressman, I appreciate the question. And first, I want to send my thoughts and prayers to the people of the great state of Texas. I appreciate you mentioning that. I'd like to just refer to my written testimony, which gives the detailed tick-tock of everything that happened. I believe pages 9 to 11.
No, I've read that. But did you go in and say, hey, you need $3 billion, but hey, I won't sell these stocks if you reduce it, and that's how you got to the point where people could only sell the stock, not buy it? Is that what you did?
I believe
because that's not in your written testimony. So I'm just trying to get your answer.
I don't believe we had made any decisions on PCOing the stocks between the initial $3 billion request and the subsequent $1.4 billion request. But between the $1.4 billion and the roughly $700 million, there was a discussion between our operational team at Robinhood Securities and their relevant counterparts at NSCC regarding what measures we intend to take to lower the risk of our portfolio.
Okay, so in other words, if you had $3 billion, your customers would have been able to do everything they wanted to do, including purchase more GameStop. Is that correct?
I don't want to speculate on that. If we had infinite capital, certainly. But I think it's also important to note, Congressman, that this was an evolving situation. We hadn't seen it before. We had no idea what Friday would have looked like had we been able to allow customers to buy these securities unrestricted on Thursday. So I think it's difficult to speculate exactly how things would have been different.
But isn't the reason they said you need $3 billion because your customers wanted to buy GameStop, and then by saying, hey, they can't buy it, they can only sell it, that reduced the capital that you needed? it seems to me that's what happened, but I'm just trying to get at.
They weren't saying specifically that nobody, I believe, didn't want our customers to buy GameStop. These are regulatory mandated deposit requirements, Congressman, that we had to comply with that were heavily influenced by the concentrated activity in GameStop, AMC, and the other securities.
Well, wouldn't it be fair to say that your firm was undercapitalized to allow your customers to do what it is that you wanted them to be able to do?
I think, Congressman, that in this case, certainly if we had the additional capital, we would have been able to ease restrictions or perhaps with sufficient capital, unrestrict altogether. I think it's important to note lots of other firms did essentially similar things, if not the same thing, in restricting the buying. So this was really more of a systemic problem rather than a uniquely Robinhood problem.
But didn't the fact that you went out, raised more capital so that you can actually answer this problem in the future, doesn't that also belie that you were undercapitalized on the 28th of January?
Again, Congressman, we met all of our regulatory capital requirements and deposit requirements.
Your customers wanted to buy the stock. You wouldn't let them do it because you didn't have the capital to allow them to do it, right?
Yes, we didn't have the deposit requirements.
I think that's really a core problem that I think this committee hearing has shown me is that you were unfortunately undercapitalized to help your customers do what they wanted to do. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Emmer. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Am I right side up? I believe I am. Mr. Gill, as was previously noted at this hearing, one of your colleagues at the witness table has as many as 5 people in the room with him. I guess, Mr. Gill, my first question for you is how many people are in the room with you right now?
Are we really doing this? How many people? Surprise census.
Mr. Gill?
0, Congressman.
Gone?
0?
That's what I thought, Mr. Gill. And I just want to note for the entire committee that Mr. Gill is actually appearing before our panel by himself while many others are receiving significant underestimating the sophistication and the independence of these individual investors. Now, we've heard a lot of reasons for concern today. Some are legitimate, but also some proposed overreactions by members of Congress that could create even more problems. Attention has been given to the positive sides of the story. Others temporarily limiting its investors from trading, which deserves an investigation. What we saw was a movement of individuals investing to try to make money. I don't see what's wrong with that, even if that motivation is fueled by a desire to stick it to a hedge fund they don't like. Mr. Gill, you're the only retail investor involved in this GameStop situation on our panel today. Why, I don't know, but you are. Yet members on the committee have hardly asked you any questions. We've heard from a lot of the companies and funds involved in this event, but we've barely heard from the people that made this happen. Is there anything you would like to add to this hearing that you haven't been able to add yet, given that we're past the 4-hour mark on this hearing?
I appreciate that, Congressman. I do. I don't have anything to add at this time, just that I would be the first to acknowledge that investing in stocks and options is incredibly risky, and it's so important for people to do their own thorough research before investing. But that said, I tend to agree with you that folks should be able to freely express their views on a stock, and they should be able to buy or not buy a stock based on those views that they may have.
Mr. Gill, on that note, so how would you feel if these brilliant people that are asking you these questions today decided that you should not take the risks that you're making these thoughtful decisions on? What do you think about that?
I would probably ask for an explanation, Congressman, and to try to understand their viewpoint as to why they might think that, and perhaps we'd be able to talk through it.
Such a clear, compelling point.
I appreciate it, Mr. Gill. I think we need to value the right of the individual to make decisions for themselves. And it's fantastic to see so many people getting involved and participating in the greatest financial markets in the world. We should be encouraging individual participation in the market by you and others. And we should want more people, more, not less. We don't need the people from the mountaintop deciding who's capable and who's incapable. We need more people having the opportunity to develop financial literacy, to build their own portfolios, to secure a safe and comfortable retirement, to grow their wealth so they can send their kids to college. And most importantly, in my opinion, we should strive for individuals to have the autonomy to do all that they themselves would want to do without having to rely on others or, God forbid, their government. I also want to thank Mr. Budd for using his time to mention blockchain technology applications in the post-trade settlement clearing process.
lagging.
In light of this whole situation, it's important now more than ever that we utilize the technology that we have access to, and we don't have access to technology, and we do, have access to technology that is decentralized and can provide real-time trade settlements. Mr. Lynch and I have a nonpartisan bill that we reintroduce very soon that concerns this. If we should exercise oversight of anything here, it's to ensure that individuals maintain access to our markets, individual investors, and discussions about over and undervalued companies continue to increase. Unfortunately, average investors were locked out of the markets at a time of extreme volatility, while institutional investors were not. Well, I understand that a lot of what happened during this market frenzy came down to liquidity issues. Individual investors were in a vulnerable position and were at the will of online brokers. We should be taking this time to discuss how to move forward in a way that promotes market access to all investors, just like it did last month. Congress clearly does not understand what it is and how you utilize social media and catalyze the market movement. We've significantly underestimated the sophistication of America's retail investors, and we've not been focusing on improving market access.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Reclaim your time.
You're recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Lynch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And speaking for the families of the 8th Congressional District, we just want the gentleman from Texas to know that we are indeed praying for all the good people of Texas. And hope you come out okay and get the power that you need. I do want to follow up with on Mr. Perlmutter's questions, Mr. Gill. I represent the 8th Congressional District, which includes Brockton, Massachusetts, your home. So I figure I more than anyone owe you the opportunity to respond. But you earlier said that that you began your trading in GameStop when it was around $5 a share, with the hope that it might go to 20 or 25. And I want to say I accept your analysis, your initial analysis that GameStop was undervalued, and I think your belief was sincere, and I think it was fact-based. And in your defense, we are talking about GameStop, right? It's a shopping mall retailer. We all know it. It's a well-known commodity. But at some point, the stock really takes off, right? It goes from $5 to $100 to $200 to $300. It gains escape velocity, as they say, and it ends up almost $500 a share. So we're still in the midst of a pandemic, right? And you can land a jumbo jet in the parking lot of the Westgate Mall in Brockton or any major mall in America, right? So no one's going to the malls. Nobody's feeding this company. And so it's up around $400, $500. Is there a role for someone to play here, for you to play, or the SEC or Robinhood to say, okay, this price dislocation has become detached from reality, and a note of caution might be given to other day traders and individuals, retail traders who might get jammed if they get into this trade. From your perspective, I mean, you've got a unique perspective. What do you think is the proper thing that should have happened. At some point, this thing got away from you and went totally into the stratosphere. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on how this should have worked.
Thank you, Congressman Lynch. I do know Westgate Mall quite well. I would say that, just to be clear, I had thought that maybe roughly $20 or $25 per share. I had thought that at that time, but investment theses, they evolve over time. As the fundamental events change over time, it's important to update theses accordingly. And I had mentioned that it appeared as though the stock price had got a little bit ahead of itself last month. But there's a lot outstanding. There's a lot that has happened in recent months to suggest that GameStop could indeed turn around its business significantly. And one big element of that is indeed one of the largest investors in GameStop, Brian Cohen. And he has brought in some colleagues that could help him turn around this company. And fair value could indeed, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to reclaim my time. Ms. Schultz, I want to ask you, so we got this convergence between fintech, social media, and the traditional markets. And if anything, the GameStop incident and the convergence of all this has demonstrated a certain vulnerability in our markets. And I'm just wondering if a loosely association of day traders could cause all of this upset in our markets. Isn't there a wider national security issue that's out there in terms of other people who might be nefarious actors who are actually intentionally trying to disrupt our markets? Isn't there a national security dimension to all of this as well?
Again, I can say that national security is not my area of expertise, but to the extent that the market...
Something specific then. So FINRA, you said earlier that you were with FINRA. They're under regulation SCI. Is it appropriate to put some of these trading platforms under that same regulation, which requires them to, develop systems and policies that protect the integrity of their systems?
I think protecting the integrity of systems is important for all trading platforms, not simply the Robinhoods of the world. We need to look to make sure that there is integrity on the platforms. And I would agree with that. Not necessarily Reg SCI in particular, but having platforms that are strong is important here.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a few technical difficulties and we'll be right back. And we are back. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Ms. Adams, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a very interesting meeting. I do want to thank you for organizing this. I think it's been certainly very helpful. Ms. Schultz, let me ask you, first of all, in the case of GameStop and AMC stocks, the prevailing narrative has been that a band of Reddit-inspired folks rose up against Wall Street, forced a short squeeze by professional hedge fund managers who were forced to cover their negative bets or risk catastrophic losses. But according to a JP Morgan analyst, several signs are pointing to institutional investors as big drivers of the wild price action on the way up. In your opinion, and based on historical data on retail investors' ability to move the markets, what is the likelihood that GameStop and AMC's market volatility was largely driven by institutional investors looking to ride the wave?
Look, I think these are questions that we are going to find out the answers to as we get deeper into the data. But I think that it's likely that at some point in this increase in value for all of these stocks, institutional investors were involved. Retail investors traditionally have not been able to move markets in the same way, but it's important to note here that these were not large stocks to begin with. This was not a massive increase in price in Apple or Google. It was GameStop, a much smaller company. So the ability of retail investors to have outsized influence here is entirely possible as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Griffin, Mr. Plotnick, do you have any thoughts on this likelihood as well?
Congresswoman, I believe you are asking one of the single most important questions posed today.
I love that question.
And I believe that the decline in the short interest as reported over the 2-week period of time, that the U.S. updates short interest reporting every other week, indicates that roughly, and I apologize for not having the exact number, but roughly 35 to 40 million shares were bought back by parties that were short the stock. This would be a dramatic degree of short covering that could cause a dramatic increase in the price of GameStop.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Plotnick.
Yeah, hi, thank you for the question. I think, I don't have the exact answer to your question. I do think it's worth noting that, as the stock price moved higher, there was a 3-day period where it traded almost 11 times the entire float. And so I think that kind of volume gave anyone who was short ample opportunity to cover and probably suggests tremendous either frenzied buying or institutional buying or some sort of combination. We did look at some of the options activity in the stock. And, on Friday, January 22nd, there was options that were expiring that would have equated to 35 to 40 million shares of stock ownership. So I actually don't think the short covering was the biggest driver of the stock. When you kind of look at the volume, I really think the biggest driver was the aggressive options activity, and then whether it was institutional or retail, just the collective buying.
Okay, Mr. Griffin, prior to the GameStop volatility in January, did Citadel have any investments in Melvin Capital, and if so, how much? Mr. Griffin?
So we first invested in Melvin Capital the Monday of the week in question. I want to say that was the 24th of January.
Mm-hmm.
And prior to that, we had no investment with Melvin Capital. Obviously, Gabe Plotkin, by reputation, one of the best money managers of his generation, well known to my partners here at Citadel. Gabe actually trained one of my best portfolio managers that worked with me over the course of his career.
That's enough
so
brown
well
nosing.
known to my colleagues here at Citadel.
Okay, Mr. Plotnick, can you confirm that you worked at Citadel LLC before?
He trained my portfolio manager.
Okay.
Worked for Gabe at a different firm, and then joined Citadel subsequently.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Plotkin, can you confirm that you worked at Citadel LLC before eventually starting your own hedge fund, Melvin Capital, in 2014?
When I was 23 years old, I worked at Citadel for 1 year.
Okay. Did you solicit or receive any advice from Mr. Griffin during the GameStop volatility that occurred in January?
All my conversations with Mr. Griffin really centered around his investment in our firm.
Okay. And did you reach out to Citadel or 172 for significant investments?
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
You're welcome. Ms. Tlaib, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, everyone. I'm so glad that we're having this hearing. I'm super appreciative of the leadership of our chairwoman, at least having some sort of transparency on exactly what happened. As we all know, the wealthiest 10% own 84% of all stocks. In fact, 50% of American families own no stock at all. I say this to emphasize that to many of my residents, the stock market is simply a casino for the rich whose gambling hurts pension and retirement funds. And when you all screw up, the people end up paying the tab through losses or bailouts. So I want to talk about the high frequency trading. We know about half of all stock trading in the US is done by computers. They analyze market activity and instantly complete trades at a profit. So this high frequency trading allows Wall Street traders to get ahead of transactions done by pension accounts and retirement funds. So Mr. Griffin, and this truly is a yes or no question.
Please.
Is Citadel's trading algorithm programmed to identify and trade ahead of large trades done by pension and retirement funds? Yes or no?
Congresswoman, today, virtually all trades executed by institutional investors are in the form of program trades such as VWAP and other eligible trades.
So that's a yes, right, Mr. Griffin? Just so it's clear.
I'm answering the question. It's a very complex question that deserves an appropriate level of answer.
Okay.
These VWAP trades are not large trades that you can, it's not like there's 10 million shares about to be bought. It is a trade that is sliced into small slices, 100 or 200 shares, and executed over the course of a day, a week, or a month.
Well, help me out with this one. Does this increase cost, this kind of algorithm or whatever program to identify and trade, the computer's doing the trading. Does this increase cost for people who have pension and retirement funds? Yes or no?
So given that we, for example, manage money on behalf of pension.
Oh, I really, because they're so timed. This is not out of disrespect.
So
we just got a limited time.
We use VWAP orders to execute on behalf of our hedge fund and have generated exceptional returns for pension plans and for endowments. So
well, I'm going to help you out. Mr. Griffin. In effect, some estimates indicate that as a result of the high frequency trading, though, pension and retirement accounts pay nearly $5 billion in a tax. This means that Wall Street firms like yours engaging in high frequency trades are actually making money at the expense of my residents' retirement funds. So one way to ensure that this enormous wealth generated on Wall Street actually reaches the real economy, y'all, what's happening right here in our communities and in my district, is to enact and look at proposals like a financial transaction tax. And let me tell you, according to recent polling, the majority of Americans, all of you need to hear this, and it's going to grow. The majority of Americans support taxing Wall Street transactions. Taxing them at just 0.1% would actually raise $800 billion over 10 years, which could fund programs like helping my district expand healthcare, nutrition, public education. I heard my friend from Texas, who we all are praying all the families will be taken care of, talk about access to water and electricity. But guess what? Right now in my community, it's so poor that I have families melting snow so they can flush their toilets because they have no access to water. So this tax to me would discourage risky and high frequency trading, unfair high frequency trading. Mr. Griffin, does Citadel's lobbyist right now been hired to oppose federal proposals to financial transaction tax because it would make high frequency trading less profitable?
So we firmly believe that a transaction tax will injure Americans hoping to save for retirement. Yeah. I believe that Vanguard has publicly come out and said that we'd have to work about 2.5 years.
Well, I want to make this,
I'd like to finish my answer. I think it's important.
Oh, no. I'm reclaiming my time. The Hong Kong stock market, Mr. Griffin,
stop talking.
imposes 0.2% tax on transactions as a result and sees little high frequency trading. But this hasn't stopped the Hong Kong stock market from thriving or becoming the third largest in the world after New York and London. So just to be clear, let's not gaslight the American people.
Yes.
Y'all be fine with the tax. And it's fair because let me tell you, our folks are tired of bailing you all out when you screw up and gamble with the retirement fund. And that's exactly what happens every single moment. And that's the reason why we're having this hearing, is that sometimes you are irresponsible and it's set up in a way that helps only the wealthy and leaves people like my community here with this large income inequality that I feel like never ever gets the bailout it deserves. Thank you so much. I yield.
She yields him into the ground. Oh my God. Just got a bunch of random crumbs on me.
Thank you very much. Ms. Dean, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and I appreciate this opportunity for this hearing to get detailed information and to gather the facts as to what happened over the course of these transactions. So let me start by saying, and I saw that members on both sides of the aisle are interested in this question. The core question that I'm going to be asking is, what did the customers know? What did the users know? And when did they know it? That's the theme of what I want to ask, because I believe if we understand what happened and what they knew and what they didn't, we're going to be able to prevent some of the harm in the future. So let's go to the narrative. Mr. Tanev, I want to take a look at your page 9. You said that at approximately 5:11 a.m., Robinhood Securities received the automated notice saying that you had a deposit deficit of approximately $3 billion. You then said between 6:30 and 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, Robinhood decided to impose the trading restrictions, meaning no more purchases of GameStop. And you said in your testimony, in conversations with NSCC staff early that morning, you notified NSCC of your intention. In that time period, from 5/11 to the time you were having the conversations, what did you tell your users? What notice did they have?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I believe during that time period, shortly after the restrictions on purchasing of these relevant securities were made, we communicated to users, to our customers, that these securities would be restricted from purchasing. And then subsequent, we issued blog communications and communications on social media explaining the reason being enhanced deposit requirements due to high volatility.
I'm going to ask you to be much more specific, because in your testimony, you wrote that you offered 3 different ways of notification. You said that first, the notification to your customers was what they agreed to in their customer opening agreement. That was your first backstop, which who knows what that boilerplate said or when customers or users agreed to it. Number 2, you said they were notified 2 days later by SEC alert. And we know what that SEC alert was. It was quite general, much more vague. Then number 3, you said you also list a more ambiguous mention of targeted messages to customers. When did you specifically send your customers an alert? This is what we have had to do because we were short capital. When did you do that? What time? What's the clock?
I believe, Congresswoman, that happened at several different points in time. There was a blog post that was published in the afternoon Pacific time.
What?
I don't recall the specific time. Maybe it's in, perhaps it's in my written testimony.
Would it be after the SEC notice? It seems to me you didn't notify your customers for at least 2 days. You relied upon the SEC notice 2 days later. Would I be correct?
Congresswoman, that's inaccurate. Customers were notified several times on that day, and they were notified of other restrictions as they happened days prior to January 28th as well.
But you don't say what those notifications were in your testimony. What did you notify them? Specifically, what would I, a user, have heard from you immediately upon your imposing the restrictions?
So, Congresswoman, immediately upon imposing the restrictions, customers would have received communications saying that they would be prevented from opening further positions in the relevant securities. Later on the day, on January 28th, around early afternoon Pacific time, we published a blog post that explained that the decision to restrict these securities was due to collateral requirements at NSCC and clearinghouses, and not on the direction of special interests or hedge funds.
Forgive me, let me interrupt you there. You admitted to making mistakes. Specifically, what mistakes did you make?
I admit to always improving, and certainly we're not going to be public. We're not going to be perfect, and we want to improve and make sure that we don't make the same mistakes twice.
But what were those mistakes? That's what we're here to learn about.
I think that, thank you for the question. It's an important question. On Thursday, we did restrict the buying of these securities. On Friday, we imposed position limits, which I believe was a much better long-term solution, one that we'll have in the future if anything like this happens again. We also raised $3.4 billion in capital to allow our customers to
Thank you. I yield back. I see my
trade what they
time has
want.
expired. Thank you very much, Mr. Tenevka.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll go to Ms. Ocasio-Cortez for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Tenev, Robinhood has engaged in a track record of outages, design failures, and most recently what appears to be a failure to properly account for your own internal risk. You've previously tried to blame clearinghouses for your need and scrambled to raise some $3.4 billion in a matter of days. But you've also, blamed a lack of industry-wide real-time settlement, or rather a lack of that settlement of trades. But Robinhood's requirements for margin have long been far more lax than other brokers for a long time. With, in December, just a couple months ago, you bragged about having some of the most competitive rates in the industry. And this is evidenced by your recent decision to raise those requirements. When Robinhood prohibited its customers from purchasing additional shares of several stocks, other brokerages merely adjusted the margin requirements on these stocks. So, Mr. Tanev, given Robinhood's track record, isn't it possible that the issue is not clearing houses, but the fact that you simply didn't manage your own book, or failed to appropriately manage your own margin rules, or failed to manage your own internal risks?
Oof. Wow.
Thank you for this question, Congresswoman. Let me address the margin point, because I think this is an important one that has been under-discussed. So in December, when we lowered our margin rates to 2.5%, one of the details that I think was missed is that most other brokerages have tiered margin rates, where the wealthier customers pay much lower margin rates than lower net worth customers. So you'll have someone that has $10,000 paying 9 to 10% for margin, whereas someone with $1 million pays 2%. So our approach was give everyone a uniform rate so that wealthier customers are not advantaged with lower rates than lower income customers. And I think that's a unique approach in our industry and is representative.
Thank you. I have to apologize. I have to reclaim my time for questioning. As many of my colleagues have also pointed out, Robinhood generates much of its revenue from the payment for order flow arrangements with market makers like Citadel, as well as Two Sigma and Virtue. And in 2016, the SEC highlighted ways that the payment for order flow created a, quote, potential conflict of interest with a broker's duty of best execution. And then one of the ideas that the commission floated in 2016 for addressing these conflicts of interest was to require that brokers pass on the proceeds of a payment for order flow. Now, earlier, one of my colleagues, Representative San Nicolas, said that Robinhood owes its customers a lot more than an apology. And I happen to agree with him. I believe that the decisions made by you and this company have harmed your customers. Mr. Tanev, would you be willing to commit today to voluntarily pass on the proceeds of the payment for order flow to Robinhood customers?
Congresswoman, I appreciate that question. When the statement you referred to was made, I believe 2015 or 2016, it was before Robinhood forced the entire industry to drop commissions and replicate our business model, which made payments.
So is that I should take that as a no? You're not willing to pass on the proceeds of payment for order flow to your customers?
When the other brokers dropped.
I'm just talking about today, right now.
Payment for order flow, Congresswoman, allows for commission-free trading. In the context of trading commissions, it's a much larger source of revenue in the past than payment.
Mr. Tanev, I apologize, and I don't want to be rude. I just have limited time. But if removing the revenues that you make from a payment for order flow would cause the removal of free commissions, doesn't that mean that trading on Robinhood isn't actually free to begin with? Because you're just hiding the cost in terms of potentially poor execution or the cost of lost rebates to your customers.
So certainly, Congresswoman, Robinhood is a for-profit business and needs to generate some revenue to pay for the costs of running this business. People were initially skeptical that the model, even with payment for order flow, would work when you remove commissions. And I think we've proven that otherwise by making this the standard model by which brokerages operate now.
I see. Okay, Mr. Tanev, I have to move on very quickly. I have a timeline question here for Mr. Plotkin. I see that earlier your testimony today was that. Hello.
Oh, you're out of time.
Earlier, your testimony today was that Melvin Capital had not engaged in.
I see it.
Oh, sorry. Madam Chairwoman, I'm sorry. I think you're not muted. Sorry about that. Mr. Plotkin, earlier today, you mentioned that Melvin Capital had not engaged in a naked short of GameStop, and Melvin closed out its position on GME on the 28th, correct?
I'm sorry, the gentlelady's time has expired, but we have to go to Mr. Auchincloss for 5 minutes.
That doesn't fix GameStop. I don't know what will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank our panel for being with us through a very substantive and long afternoon. I think I might be a welcome face for them because as the most junior member, I'm the last one to ask questions here.
Okay, we're almost done.
And I want to talk with Mr. Teneb about options. I agree with what other members of the committee have said in both parties about the value of democratizing access to assets, and that we should give latitude for independent retail investors' judgment. But in fields where there is an information asymmetry between the user of a product or a service and the provider of it, there's always a professional code of ethics around that. When you go to the doctor, when you go to the lawyer, there is a code of ethics wrapped around that interaction that protects someone who doesn't understand as much about the service being provided. And in finance, as you're well aware, there's a fiduciary responsibility to do what's right. In Massachusetts, where there's 500,000 users of Robinhood, we hold broker-dealers to a fiduciary standard, and the Secretary of State's Securities Division filed a complaint against Robinhood for violating that fiduciary standard. And so some of it was premised on options. 2/3 of customers approved in Massachusetts for options trading identified as having limited to no investment experience. And so the first question I would ask you, Mr. Teneb, and please take no more than a minute, is what do you think is the appropriate amount of financial literacy that a user should have before they should be allowed to trade options?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Let me first say that Robinhood really pioneered commission-free and zero contract fee options trading. And I think our market leadership in this space is due to the fact that we not only provide that access, but have improved upon the safety of our product in several ways over the past few years. Number one, we don't allow undefined risk options trades. So no selling of naked calls, no undefined risk. Number two, we made several enhancements to the safety of the product over the past year, including the ability to perform an instant in-app exercise of an options position, clarifications around the user interface, live customer support by phone for urgent options cases. So we've actually proven and are committed to improving in the future the safety of our options offering.
But to be clear here, options are decaying assets. They're binary in outcome. So they are qualitatively and quantitatively different than stocks and bonds in the sense you can lose all your money very fast and you can make a lot of money very fast as well. But this is getting very close to gambling, and especially when you gamify the options buying experience as your app does, it can very quickly turn into a casino-like feel. And so I'd ask you just to address the question again, what level of investment sophistication do you think a retail trader should have before they are buying options?
Sure, Congressman, I appreciate the follow-up. So I should first say there's strict FINRA rules and regulations governing who gets access to options that, of course, Robinhood complies with. I also should note, we're in a competitive market. You know, several others have mentioned Chinese-based brokerages, other brokerages that are essentially offering similar products, all having to comply with these regulations. So we're certainly willing to engage in a discussion about how rules should change, if at all. And as long as they're applied uniformly and are fair to small investors and not just benefiting high net worth individuals and institutions, we'd be open to having that conversation.
The standard for my constituents in Massachusetts is not going to be what the Chinese regulators think is appropriate. It's going to be a fiduciary standard. I regret that you really haven't addressed the question, and so I guess I would ask a separate one, which is, would you commit here to offering a higher in-app threshold, including but not limited to financial education, before allowing people to purchase options?
Again, Congressman, I'd be happy to engage in this topic substantively. I think as long as those requirements are uniformly applied to all brokerages and not just startup brokerages or brokerages catering to small investors, we're open to having that conversation.
Well, the fiduciary standard is applied equally to all brokerages, and yours is the one that was singled out by the Massachusetts Securities Division as having violated that, given the way that your users are using the options. I will cede the balance of my time, Madam Chairwoman, and I thank you for arranging this.
Thank you very much. And with that, Mr. Garcia of Illinois, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member for the long.
Mario seems to be glitching.
You know, it's a long day. I wanted to ask some questions to Mr. Griffin. Would you consider, Mr. Griffin, your firm successful? This is an easy yes or no.
Yes, I would consider Citadel to be successful, and I would consider Citadel Securities to be successful.
And of course, I'd agree that you've done pretty well for yourself. As you mentioned earlier in your testimony, your company handles over 40% of retail trading. Did I get that correct?
Citadel Securities is the largest destination for retail order flow in the United States. It reflects the execution quality that we give.
And Citadel is a leading market marker for interest rate swaps as well. Is that correct?
Due to the great work of the House and Senate on the back of Dodd-Frank, where we permitted competition to exist in the interest rate swap market, and I'm grateful for that opportunity to compete in that market. We are now a swap dealer at Citadel Securities and a significant participant in that market. And I'd like to express my gratitude
very well
for Dodd-Frank's derivatives reform.
Good. Your hedge fund managers, do you manage over 30 billion? Is that correct?
Congressman, yes, that is correct. We manage approximately $35 billion of assets
35?
For pension plans, for endowments, for colleges, for charities.
Okay. Very well. That's pretty significant. I'd say that's a lot. It seems to me that your company is systemically important to our financial system. Would you agree with that?
I believe that we play an important role in the U.S. capital markets. I believe that our hedge fund would not be in the category of systemically important. With 30-some billion dollars of equity, it is simply not at the scale or magnitude of a JP Morgan, a Bank of America, a Wells Fargo. And in particular, having worked on the issues with members of the Fed in various contexts, we don't have to make payroll on Friday.
Okay,
Bank of America doesn't make payroll.
but you're doing pretty well, and yes, you're not one of the big guys that we have visit us frequently, at least a couple of times a year. Is Citadel Securities, you were fined recently by FINRA for trading ahead of customer orders in the past? Is that what I heard from a couple of questioners earlier today?
I believe this was brought up earlier, that we paid a fine to FINRA for trading ahead in the OTC market back in the, let's say, roughly 2012 through 2014. It was due to a systems failure. Now, we have no tolerance internally for having made such a mistake. We have, of course, have taken actions to rectify such mistake.
Okay, but that did occur.
That did occur.
Okay, so it's okay. I appreciate that. It seems to me that the retail investors using their savings are not exactly an even match for a complex, deeply connected firm like Citadel. Would you agree with that?
I don't actually understand the premise of the question. Retail investors who do good research, and one of our fellow panelists said earlier, many retail investors have understood the game-changing technologies unfolding before us, electric cars, solar energy, and have done extraordinarily well investing their assets into these newly emerging parts of the economy.
Okay. And your firm has done, and you've personally done well during the pandemic, right? There hasn't been much of an adverse effect on your firm?
Congressman, we've all been adversely impacted by the pandemic. I think all of us long for the return back to life as it was a year and a half ago.
But you haven't done badly, right?
So there are two dimensions to this. There's the personal impact on everybody, and we've all had to deal with loved ones, with family.
But in terms of your bottom line, sir?
Our bottom line over the course of the last year has been successful, sir, Congressman.
Okay, good. That's what I thought. Is it true that last year in Illinois, you were involved in an effort and you spent like close to $50 million to defeat a tax increase in Illinois that would have forced the big income earners like yourself to pay more in taxes in Illinois, a progressive tax?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All members on the platform today have been heard and had an opportunity to raise their questions. And so before we get to closing statements, I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter letters into the record from the following entities: Better Markets, Public Citizen, Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, and Healthy Markets. So without objection, it is so ordered. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, for brief closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank all the witnesses for being here today. I thought you all did a great job, and we really thank you for spending time with us and educating us on the market and all the activities surrounding GameStop, investing, and short selling. I'd like to reiterate the ranking member's commitment that the House Financial Services Committee Republicans stand ready to work with the majority to continue to provide oversight on and investigation of the GameStop activities. And going forward, I hope that we always have an eye towards protecting and giving more choice and access to America's everyday investors. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
I now yield myself 1 minute. Today, the committee has heard firsthand from this group of witnesses about their roles in the market volatility in late January. This hearing has allowed us to begin to assess what transpired and whether our guardrails have not kept up with the rapid changes the markets have experienced. For example, I'm more concerned than ever that investors are being fleeced and massive market makers like Citadel may pose a systemic threat to the entire system. The committee is going to continue to examine these issues. Our next hearing will include securities market experts, investor advocates to discuss the policy issues that are involved, and potential solutions to problems with our system that these events have illuminated. I will also convene a hearing to hear testimony from the regulators, including the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Financial Industry Regulator Authority, that is FINRA. All of these hearings will inform the committee's role and help us to determine potential legislative steps to protect investors and ensure Wall Street accountability. With that, I'd like to thank our distinguished witnesses for their testimony here today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. So I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you're able. So without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit these extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. And I sincerely thank you. And I want all of us to pay attention to what is happening in Texas and to do what is necessary to be able to give assistance to all of our people, all of the families in Texas that are experiencing this very, very difficult time. Thank you so very much. This hearing is adjourned.
Oh boy, thank you so much. It is finally time for me to open my mouth and say, woo! Woo-hoo-hoo! Thank you guys for all of you who have stayed all the way until the end. I have so many thoughts, especially since I have a little cute little notebook here. I have a super chat from Dominic's where he asked, did Melvin short GME, AMC, and BB at the same time? That is a question about Melvin that I want to answer for you guys. I also want to make sure that we have the most important takeaways from this hearing, so I'm going to be able to cut this hearing up into a couple of bits and make sure that you guys understand what are the most important takeaways so that you can expect that. If you do want to keep in touch to make sure that you don't miss out on in the future hearings, which means we are not quite done here. I have to start wearing a diaper if I want to sit in this chair for a little bit longer, but I do want you guys to subscribe. That's the biggest thing I want you to do, to subscribe, because we are trying to break through the moon of 10,000 subscribers today, as well as make sure that you guys smash that like button, because we got to 1240 likes. Oh, I just missed 1, 2, 3, 4. That would have been really cool to take a screenshot of, but 48,000 playbacks. That's amazing. Average watch time of 20 minutes, and it's been all 8.5 hours. Has it been that long? Almost 8 hours flat. So I'm gonna spend maybe 5 to 10 more minutes talking about just raging against the machine about exactly what you guys are still asking questions about. I just had the opportunity to set up my membership on YouTube, so that is gonna go through. And if you wanted to join the Professor Meatball, the Puppy Meatball, or the Meatball, the Space Legend tiers for this membership, you are more than welcome to when that comes out. It's gonna be a little join button when you guys see it right below here. So let's make sure that we read a couple of your live chats. Some of you got a little bit hot and heavy, which I appreciate. Discourse is always important. We are living in the land of the free, of course. So one of the things that I wanted to answer first is Melvin Capital's position. Let's make sure that we actually cover a little bit of Melvin. If you guys had not had a chance to look at WeBull here, let me give you guys a look-see. WeBull did not play out so hot. We had some green candles all the way up during the testimony of Mr. Roaring Kitty, deep effing value, and that was not enough to suppress all of the ums and uhs and the inability for Vlad to answer a yes or no question. So that started to really drop down the GameStop value, but in after hours it's holding pretty steady at the same exact value. Now the thing about I want you to remember here is that Democrats, specifically Taleb, AOC, and Chewy had very specific questions for Vlad. You can say that the y'all lady really opened Vlad up a new one. And dropped the mic on him hard. AOC had a couple of good questions too, but it turns out that she couldn't ask one important question at the very end, which was directly about Melvin's inner dealings. So let's make sure that we are keeping the facts straight. Melvin Capital says it wasn't bailed out in the GameStop saga. Hopefully this answers a couple of the questions. Thank you, Dominic's, for the super chat that he just added. DFV is still holding. Suits are shaking. That's the key one of the key takeaways that he wants you guys to leave here with. Remember, none of this is financial advice. I'm just here to give you guys some data. And speaking of data, make sure that you guys already looked into the naughty $250 in free Bitcoin in the link that I pinned in the live chat, as well as in the description down below. If you guys are still holding onto Robinhood, shame on you. If you guys want to start trading stocks and use the technical tool that I use in every single one of these live streams, go ahead and go down to the description to check out WeBull. That is exactly what I use in order to make sure that I have the most up-to-date information. I live stream every single day, so if you guys want up-to-date information during market open, which is apparently a very, very well-attended event this morning, I'm going to start doing it more often. Might actually get me out of bed more and more often. But let's look at what Melvin Capital has to say. The founder and chief investment of Melvin Capital, one of the hedge funds at the center of the GameStop saga, is expected to explain to lawmakers why his firm has been short on the stock years before garnering national attention. This is exactly what Melvin was saying, but he honestly couldn't get around to it fast enough or really in a more concise way. Gabriel Plotkin, the man with many cabinets, submitted prepared remarks ahead of the hearing called by lawmakers to clarify what caused a massive short squeeze on the video game retailer stock and its subsequent decline. In his opening statement, Plotkin is expected to say his hedge fund had nothing to do with some of the brokerage firm's decision to restrict GameStop share buys on their platform in late January. Suspicious because they were short GameStop years before all of this crazy stuff happened. Those limits led to a downturn in the price of the stock, which continued for days even as restrictions eased. I just want to make clear at the outset that Melvin Capital played absolutely no role in those trading platforms' decisions. In fact, Melvin closed out all of its positions in GameStop's days before platforms put limitations in place, read Plotkin's prepared remarks. Now, Melvin Capital is one of the hedge funds which had taken a short position on GameStop, while retail investors on Reddit were pouring money into the stock, forcing short sellers to cover their positions and making share prices spike. Plotkin's remarks indicate Melvin's position in GameStop had been short since the hedge fund's inception 6 years earlier, because the video retailer's business is being overtaken by digital downloads through the internet. Don't forget, we like the stock. It doesn't seem like that to us. He says in January of 2021 that WallStreetBets members were posting Melvin Capital's investments with information from the hedge fund's SEC filings. Many of these posts were laced with anti-Semitic slurs directed at me and others. That was a pretty interesting apology from one of the Congress people that said apologies for the Holocaust. You guys were going crazy when that hit the live stream. Very weird thing to say, to apologize for the Holocaust yourself. When this frenzy began, Melvin started closing out his position. Thank you, Dominic, for another super. I am more bullish in GME than I ever have been. I still invest in GME. That's what deep effing value, Roaring Kitty said in his testimony. Fact check me all you want. Watch DFV in the hearing. Again, I'm definitely going to take that out of the clips and make sure you guys focus on what deep effing value said. When this frenzy began, Melvin started closing out his position in GameStop at a loss, not because our investment thesis had changed out, not because our investment thesis had changed, but because something unprecedented was happening, explains Plotkin. Investors in Melvin suffered significant losses, so now it's our job to earn it back. He also notes Melvin Capital was not bailed out in the midst of these events, in reference to a capital infusion from the hedge fund Citadel. He notes Citadel proactively reached out to become a new investor, similar to the investments others make in our fund. So a lot of the main takeaways is that a transaction tax is actually pretty easy to remember. It's just 6-letter TXN, TAX is what the Democrats are pushing for, especially what Taleb used a lot of her time to push for. She pushed for, I believe, 0.001 cents per transaction of over $1,000. So that would be either 2 cents or 20 cents per large transaction. This is how Democrats are trying to push for reform. I'm sure that Republicans are against most forms of taxes, but also who is to say which one of these policies is actually going to be able to support GameStop in the near future. Let's make sure that we jump into the live stream, because a lot of you have some great ideas. It's after hours, so I'm going to push a WeBull away. Make sure that you guys do download the app, because WeBull is a great technical analysis application. And if you guys are looking for a link, it is in the description down below. But let's look at these questions that you guys have here. Let's see. Josh Vasquez says reps AOC and Taleb ripped into those wealthy suits. Ashley just says Doge. Reddit guy says it wasn't true. Now, I like the Reddit guy. He was on our side. Out of the 6 panelists, there was really only 2 directly on our side. Multiple Congress people said Zach Johnson said the squeeze already happened. Do we believe this? In the end of the day, Congress people decide our laws, but do you think that they actually understand the intricacies of the market? If they did, why would all these testimonies have to start with, this is what a short is, this is what a stock is, and all the other things? I don't think that Congress people have the end deciding vote on whether or not the squeeze has actually happened. And if you guys are still holding out faith, there is math. I have covered on a lot of videos on my channel about exactly how much math there is that supports the squeeze. Still loading in progress. Let's go up a little bit more. Make sure that Dominic's super does not go unnoticed. Let's see. We're looking at Raziel7 Fallen. Why didn't they ask any questions about any of the naked shorting synthetic shares or short ladder attacks? That is very fair. That's a lot of the videos on my channel that have gotten a lot of traction, which is talking directly about these 3 important factors. Now, not by not talking about them, they are essentially pushing it into the alt theory universe by saying that these are just so uncommon or perhaps unbelievable that it is essentially an alternate universe that we do not want to acknowledge. That is a big problem when it comes down to the brass tacks, because these are real crimes that the SEC posted out years ago. In 2013, they were talking about how you could do these synthetic longs to be able to fool the public into thinking that these shorts are already covered. And remember that perception is one of the most important things that matter. Please, says Subtle Rich TV, why did GME stock drop so much today? I'm going to do an entire technical analysis tomorrow during the live stream, so that's a reason to come on back. I'm going to come back on and market open. I think you guys like that. I'm going to be cold. It's going to be dark, but I am here for you guys, so that's why I'm going to do it. And the only thing you guys can do for me, if you really wanted to know, was check out some of the links down below. Maybe get yourself a GameStop shirt. I'm not the person that makes them or sells them. I'm just the person that tells you to go buy them, and go ahead and check out WeBull and the ability for you to get your $250 of free naughty Bitcoin with the BlockFi link down below. All right, let's look at some more of your questions. Giga Halem says too complex for the panel. I don't think the panels were the 6 people that had actual authority. Half of them had brains and half of them had authority. So I believe that a third of them maybe would have been able to answer some of the questions. I think that Deep Effing Value, Mr. Roaring Kitty had a lot of the questions perfectly answered. He was incredibly concise and respectful, most important part of all. I think a catchphrase for the Congress people today was, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I have no time. And yet that still took, what is it? It's 2:30 p.m. That still took 2.5 hours plus the 2.5 hours that I was, no, sorry. It was started at 9 a.m. That took 5.5 hours. I have just been so out of it today. Short letter attack says brand dog should definitely have been addressed. Raziel says, thank you for answering my question. Of course, man. Yo, what's up, Bruce Wang? Wang gang in the house. He is actually here. What's going on? He says, machine. Wang gang, you guys are real people. Lucas says, I did not see meth on your channel by now. Interesting. I'm not sure if you will anytime soon. Ashley says, if you have time, I would love to hear your thoughts on Doge. My thoughts on Doge, I talked exclusively on Bruce's channel. I'll cover it very briefly now, is that it is not a limited stock. It's something that is finite in nature, such as Bitcoin. So that's why it's always going to be somewhere less than virtual gold, like Bitcoin is. If virtual silver is Ethereum, then virtual gold is Bitcoin. It's hard to do alchemy, even in today's day and age. It's hard to recreate gold. It's hard, impossible, you might say, to recreate Bitcoin. If you guys are just joining us, we are having a post-mortem for possibly the longest thing I've ever had to sit through. I need to go out and do a 5-mile run because that took forever. Oh, man. Let's see. Anthony Spielman says, can't trust a politician. Anthony, where did your comment go? Well, Anthony, can't trust a politician. They only care about their paycheck, not yours. Your money goes and pays their paycheck. Do not forget these people, as charismatic as some of them are. I love Chewy's adorable face. He has the most Chicagoan accent out there. But even though he's not the mayor of Chicago, he's only a congressperson. You need to decide for yourself and do your own research. These congresspeople should be doing their own research, and they shouldn't be asking questions that they already know the answer to. Launchpad Infinity says, can you please send your videos to AOC on all the manipulation? I think she's the only one who can and will investigate. I wish I had a direct line to AOC. I just don't think that she'll listen. But I guess I could message her on Twitter. Dominic's another super chat. Let's keep talking. Tatted head to tail. Best case, the government finds these suits, but they DGAF about us. We'll never see a penny from these clowns. Let's see. Tariq says, check out GME. It is at a discount right now. It certainly is $40.69. Funny number, but it is quite tragic. Oh boy. I missed a couple of your comments. My bad. Dominic says, if you watch the full hearing clip, DFV said that he would buy it today. Yes, he did. One of the Congress people kept pressing him and said, would you buy it today? He says, I would buy it at the price. He said, would you buy it today? And he said, yes, he would buy it today. Let's see. Wicked Hustle Guy says, what are your thoughts about shorting GME during 2 console releases? What are my thoughts? Would I do it? I am in the long position all the way, holding until the moon explodes or we're putting our feet on it. And if you don't have your space boots on quite yet, you gotta get them on, baby. You gotta put those space boots on and make sure that you are ready to take off with us. And that first step of that involves smashing that like button, which you guys are already doing. I see you guys just put 100 likes in there, and that means it's time to feed Meatball. Meatball, I owe you like infinity treats for all of the amazing likes that you guys have been giving us, the amazing support that you guys have been giving us. Yes, Patricia King said, calling retail investors dumb money. That was harsh. That was harsh. And I'm gonna have to track through all of these 8 hours of footage, 9 hours, no, only 8 hours of footage, and find exactly where they said that. Turb says, just tweet here and we will retweet and spam her. Yeah, get the word out. Come on, buddy. You got a treat. If you guys have not been acquainted yet, this is Professor Meatball. He's a hungry boy, no matter how many treats he gets. On the channel, for every super and every 50 likes, we give him a treat. You guys are helping me push through the 10,000 subscriber window, which means all of you who are still here, smash that subscribe button. It means a lot to me. Waleed says, I already send something to AOC's Twitter, but she says nothing. I'm sure she gets a lot of that, so I wouldn't take it personally. Dominic's, that was 1.5 hours. Felt like 10 minutes. I hope you don't mean the 5 hour hearing, because that definitely did feel like 5 hours. Yvonne says, do I have any news on Cardano? I don't quite yet. I'm going to do my due diligence on that. Raziel has another question. They say, just wondering, do you think anything of substance was accomplished in today's hearing? I think, importantly, a lot of stuff was put on the record, right? All of the ways that Vlad seems to be able to dodge questions definitely is not a good look for Robinhood, even though he tried to make every single time he opened his mouth a personal ad for Robinhood. Pretty sketchy, but honestly, if he got his point across, if he made his constituents happy, more power to him. It clearly shows those of us with half a brain that he is not gonna answer the question accurately. I got so mad I had to slam my hand down. Let's see. I think that the other thing of substance that got accomplished was the Congress people revealing what kind of plans they would be willing to chase down. I think that's important because at the end of the day, perception is everything. And if Congress people are already floating out their ideas and seeing how people react, like you and me, then that's something that will be able to echo chamber back and forth until something gets done. So I don't think it was entirely a dog and pony show, even though it was pretty close to it. Let's see. Wicked Hustle Guy says, what are your thoughts? Oh, I already answered that question. Casper says, that's not space boots. That's socks I saw. Where are my space boots? They just fell off my feet, I guess. So 1XR says, made 45 grand on GME and sold at $400 a share. Paper handed. Grats to you. Unfortunately, the rest of us are holding. This is the way. I think that's a sentiment change for retail traders, but could be wrong. Alejandro, what's going on, man? Says that they were lying. They had active customer service over the phone. That was huge when they put the phone to the, I think that was Taleb, or Taleb. Someone help me pronounce her name. But when she put the voicemail of Robinhood to the phone, it's as if she was like dialing Robinhood at the time. She's like, I'm almost done speaking. Gotta dial Robinhood, put it to the phone. She's basically a professional live streamer. That was epic. Let's see. Hold on, you guys are floating through the chat. If you want to contact AOC, call her congressional desk. That could definitely be an option. Remember, these people represent you. So if you live in their district, that's a specific task for you. Yvonne, I guess is your name. Fun Zone. Yeah, I'm holding. I'll wait to get news, but I haven't found a roadmap with dates. Anton says, any explanation for price huge drop manipulation or paper hands? As of right now, we can actually look at the chart real quick to make sure that you guys have the information that you need. One of the things that you should notice is that we see the RSI on the bottom. That is the relative strength index. It gives us a sense of bullish and bearish momentum. If you guys want to see it from the micro sense, we also have this blue line, which is the 15-day moving average, and the purple line, which is the 200-day exponential moving average. That gives us a more of a macro macro sense of the momentum of GameStop. As of right now, we see these green candle bars that could have initiated a squeeze. I was getting so excited, but I couldn't speak, so I was just going like this during the live stream. I thought that the squeeze could have happened here, but it wasn't enough of a trigger. We had a major sell-off. There was basically no level of resistance here, but it did rise up to 10%. When it started to sell off, we see that the RSI has actually dipped below 30, and that means, what does that mean? A lot of bearish momentum means that it is oversold. So as of right now, the market will probably adjust tomorrow. And it's already in after hours swinging slightly above 40.69, but who knows how much more. Now, this was certainly a tumble for GameStop, mainly because of the opportunity cost. The opportunity cost of something amazing happening at this hearing could have made a lot of people excited, but since nothing was getting accomplished and it didn't seem like anything was going to get accomplished at this hearing, then people started to lose hope because this was a catalyst for so many. But remember, there is a specific deadline tomorrow. If the failure to deliver actually does have a 19th deadline, then we're going to have some big news tomorrow as well. So make sure to come back and tune in for that. Griffin is so scripted. He was reading so slowly. He should really fire his teleprompter because that person was typing super duper slowly. People are asking me what price did I buy GME at. I bought it at 258. So that is my big brain move. Caught the falling knife right a little too late. Someone said, "Hope I didn't hurt my hand." Oh, I've never hurt my hand. My hand hurts the keyboard. Arnold says, the real question, it's simple. Why SEC didn't put hold on transactions when Robin Crook removed the option to buy? That's it. They do it for a stupid reason on IPO. Why not on this case? This was the question that got brought up a couple of times. In fact, one time a representative specifically said, hey, do you know what happens if you only restrict buying and not selling? If you do understand, say yes. Blink 3 times. Please, Vlad, answer the question. Vlad seems to really wanted to dodge the question, but knowingly restricting buying and not selling, he understood that this was probably one of the biggest plays of the hearing, which is getting him to admit that this market manipulation tactic was something that he at the very least understood. Right? If you go into someone's house, you steal some stuff, you leave a note and says, I owe you, and then someone says, hey, you stole my stuff, you're like, oh, I didn't understand that concept. At the time, you could have gone away with it, but if you then go on to a congressional hearing and then you reveal that you actually did understand that concept, it's unfortunately going to be a little worse for you than for the where. I think in the next hearing they're definitely going to have to talk directly to that. Why still only 8.6 thousand subscribers on People, says Fifi Lunga. That's a good question, guys. Get me up there. We're going to head straight to the moon. I'm going to be right there with you. 10,000 subs is to this weekend's goal. Let's make it happen. Do I think AMC still has potential, and if so, why? I'm interested in why AMC or the other meme stocks weren't as directly talked about during this hearing, because they are equally important to the very fabric of how the market it functions. So I think that the AMC, the fact that it didn't tumble as much as GME today is a bit telling. Mainly because this specific hearing was about GME. I think that AMC lacks a couple of the things that GME does. AMC lacks the float percentage. As of the last FINRA report, it has only 15%. Of course, a lot of those numbers could be fabricated. We just don't know enough about it as of right now. And the second thing that AMC is lacking is that it doesn't have the cover-up with XRT, which is an ETF that is being used to hide how many GME shorts are actually covered. So having both of those missing from the equation doesn't mean that it's not squeeze potential. It just means that currently we have less visibility on AMC. It doesn't mean that we actually cannot see a squeeze sometime in the future. Of course, as you guys all know, none of this is financial advice. I'm gonna have to fly that RuneScape sign all over the place. There you guys go. Make sure that you guys understand this is not financial advice. You guys all know that. And now let me put it away so you guys have all been told. This is the way it says, I think one of the best things to come out this trial is that DFV is with us till the end. Diamond hands forever. He really did came out as a folk hero. He came out as like an absolute living legend. Dolemaster Sherlock says, I missed the run up and then bought on the way down, thinking it would uptick again, but held because the market cap still small, under 3 billion. If you guys are looking for a realistic estimation of the price based on not anything but shorts or squeezes, I did have that on the channel as well. Jay, thank you so much for the super chat. When's the next hearing? I believe the chairwoman said that everyone has like a few business days to prepare and stuff, so it's probably going to be in a week, but I will let you guys know and keep you guys up to date, of course. Anton says, thanks for answering, but I have another one, my friend. Do you think that melting covered all shorts, and if there's another company that involved in shortage? There are a lot of different ETFs, like I covered in my is XRT hiding the GME short percentage video. So in that sense, in one, I don't think that shorts are covered, not even close. They're not even trying to pretend like all the shorts are covered. They're just trying to push down the perception that many of the shorts are uncovered. But the fact that XRT is one of the most obvious places that they've tried to hide the shorts is only a piece of the pie. So I hope that answers your question. Hey, says Jerome, do you think this is a good time to buy Doge? You know, I really almost bought Doge at 69 cents. Sorry, 6.9 cents, because I thought that would have been funny. Honestly, look at this Doge. Meatball. Look at that Doge. Is that enough for you? All right, understand that the Doge meme perception is its one and only asset right now. People love it, people don't understand it, and that's what causes the price to go up, right? I love Meatball. Sometimes I don't understand him. He's so elusive. He gives me the best side eye, and yet the most important thing between Doge and Meatball is that they both have a value only based on perception. Of course, I think Meatball, in terms of his love, is infinite, but that's my perception, right? It's subjective value. That's the most important part. Whereas Bitcoin has, with its limited actual like existence, its very existence is limited. There is value, just like gold. Let's see. This is the, I have so many more comments. Let's see. Terra Bad Gamer says, surely this means if there is another spike, Robinhood won't be able to pull the same stopping purchases of stock again, meaning they have no longer have the momentum killer this time. That's a really good point. We weren't exactly expecting Robinhood to play that card even in the first place. So it's kind of like saying, now that we've disarmed this man's gun, he can't shoot us again. We didn't even know he had that gun in the first place, right? We really were pretty caught aback by the fact that Robinhood did that. And the fact remains is that if an infinite squeeze happens, right? This was because it was squeezing closer to like $400. And then Robinhood was like, we don't have that much money for the clearinghouse. Well, imagine it getting worse. Robinhood's like, oh, we have like X, Y, and Z $1 billion now that we've raised, and we're ready for something else, like the squeeze that happened. Well, if we are looking for it to go to the moon and not just $400 again, that is an important question. Are we going to be satisfied with that explanation when Robinhood is like, well, I said we were ready for this specific kind of situation. I didn't say we're ready for any kind of crazier situation. And then they pull the same excuse. That is likely going to really get on our bad side again. People are saying Rashida laid it down. So true. That was like gangster. That was crazy. Kal-El of Krypton says, would it not still be beneficial to buy GME at its now much more affordable price and still be able to hitch a ride on the upcoming shot to the moon? If you do want to start your stock market journey, I really do recommend ditching Robinhood, transferring your funds to WeBull. I'm going to put that link right in the description and a pinned comment down below. You guys should really check that out because most importantly, that is not Robinhood. And what can get better than not Robinhood, right? That's honestly right now is one of the biggest reasons, right? It's not going to have a creepy Vladimir CEO making poor excuses and lying to Congress nonstop. And to answer the question of whether or not you should buy GME, I cannot give you financial advice, right? Tariq says, can you explain quick how they hide shorts, or did you already do that in some short video? I did it in like a 10-minute long video. It is pretty digestible, so I would say check it out. It's one of my most recent videos, and it's called XRT is being used to hide GME. What are my thoughts? Here's Andrew M. It's my bro. Working in concrete. What are your thoughts on BB and Nokia? I really wanted to be a BB boy, but the fact of the matter is BB and Nokia were not in the same short position. They were just old 90s stocks. That was the only similarity between the two of them. So that is the math of it, right? If you're looking for a squeeze, it's just mathematically not going to squeeze because it doesn't have that same short interest. People are still asking me to explain things. Please explain when the stock is going down every day, or even when the stock was over 400 when people sell. Who is buying? Like, who is buying all the shares today on the way down? So it's about the market maker and whether or not they can actually set up a buy and a trade. A lot of the trades that you see on a macro scale are just a lot of hedge funds trading with each other. That's why in the beginning it was used to manipulate the price, but nowadays it is one of the easiest ways for them to reclaim all these shares, and you might inadvertently be selling to a hedge fund trying to cover their shorts. The lower that price gets, the easier it is for them to cover their shorts. That's one of our biggest concerns right now. Sell Doge, sell GME, buy Tesla. Well, I bought Tesla at 800, and look what that brought me. 787. Well, that's not so bad, but I did not like how it slipped a couple dollars today. Another super. Thank you so much. Noah Gilliam said, heard now that Bitcoin owns 28% of Dogecoin. Is that true or not? I don't think. First of all, Bitcoin is not finite, so that means that even if that story is true, they currently only own 28% of Dogecoin for the now. And second of all, I don't think that they would want to do that, but I would need to do some DD on that. But great question, and thank you for the super chat. Those of you who are generously super chatting, as a reminder, I'm going to be creating the membership for the channel very soon. It's going to have tiers all related to Meatball. It's going to be really fun. You guys are going to have special flares in the live chats, as well as stickers and tokens to use, and the longer you stay a member, the more additional features that you get. So I think that's going to be really fun. If you cannot wait, go ahead and head to my Patreon, which is also in the description down below, to directly support me right away. And any of the links down below, they are affiliate links, which means you get none of the cost, and a little bit off the top goes to me, which is really a fair trade. Let's see. WeBull also shut down buying unrestricted certain stock. That's true. WeBull did do that, but they did it later, and they did it and they lifted the restrictions earlier than Robinhood, and that sometimes can make all the difference. A couple of you are asking about VeChain. I don't have enough visibility on VeChain quite yet to make an informed analysis. TD Ameritrade has been solid for Turb since the beginning of all this. Sure, but that is once again the difference between new money trade brokers and old money brokers. Buy GME, let's go to the moon. Buy more GME. Remember, this is not financial advice. I'm just reading your comments here. But with this, you guys have been awesome. I think we covered a lot of great things. I have a lot of notes in this notebook that I cannot wait to delve into a bit of a summary for you guys. Oh, you guys aren't quite done. Draco says, psh, I knew it. That's not what Elon was talking about when he said a small number of groups own it. Doll Master Sherlock says, one key point everyone's missing is how did they find out Melvin was the main short? If that is not disclosed, how did they find out? Well, Melvin has been shorting them since they started, right? And that I believe has all been disclosed. Otherwise, this hearing wouldn't really be a thing, and Reddit wouldn't be so up in arms against Melvin. Vanguard changes how long, blah, blah, blah. Vanguard, Fidelity, TD Ameritrade, forget old money brokers. The new money game is all in WeBull and BlockFi. So my last thing that I will say is thank you, gang, for getting me close to 9,000. I'm sure we're going to burst through it today. Let's see what we have right now. Last time I checked, 8741. We have 8878. Wow, that's incredible. Thank you guys so much. We are just 100 subscribers away from 9,000. Let's get it today, and then after which, let's try to get to 10,000 this weekend. I really do appreciate all of you guys making the time to watch me. I'll be here at Market Open tomorrow. I will see you there. For the time being, thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you guys for liking. And Meatball, we'll see you next time. Peace.